Welcome to this extra-long celebratory edition of Happy Times and Places, in which I, Toby Haydock, ask quite a lot of people to watch an episode of Doctor Who. I'll commentate as long, get nostalgic, and we'll all choose our 5 favourite things about it.
Hello Toby, hello everybody. I'm going to give you my 5 favourite things about Rose.
My favourite things about Rose.
And these are my 5 favourite things about the Doctor Who episode Rose.
5 reasons why I love Rose.
I am here for your podcast to give you my 5 favourite things about Rose. I'm going to give you...
Well, today's the day. Happy Who Day. Happy Rose Day. Happy 20 years of the return of Doctor Who, of what old farts like me perversely called New Who, as if anything can be new that is 20 years old as an unearthly child was when I was perusing the Radio Times 20th anniversary special as a boy, and those halcyon black and white days seemed like fusty places haunted by ghosts and cobwebs, whereas Rose seems to me to be fresh as a daisy not that long ago. And slightly, and like a sort of newborn baby, slightly wet behind the ears. An unearthly child always seemed, this is where it was established, where they set the template for what Doctor Who is. Whereas, interesting, I see Rose as a kind of, it's the start, it is obviously a definitive statement, but you sort of go, oh yeah, but they didn't do that again, or oh, they changed that. I see it more of a sort of work in progress, because it was new, do you know what I mean? Whereas An Unearthly Child was old. There's all sorts of reflections like that about how we, how you look at the different starts of the show depending on where you came to it. So obviously, I came to Rose. It was the start of new Doctor Who, but it also had that weight of history behind it for me. Whereas for other people, it was their entry point to the show, and some of those people, what we call New Who is everything to them, and some of those people have found it as a gateway to Old Who, and they have different loyalties and their experiences of when and where they watch things. It's a unique experience for all of us. We are united by a commonality of perhaps what it means to us and how that meaning manifests itself. But all of our experiences are different, except, of course, many of you listening to this will have been a long-time fan, living through the wilderness years, desperate for Doctor Who to come back, and 20 years ago today, as I record this, it did. So I'm going to do... It's odd, I watch An Unearthly Child every 23rd of November. I don't think I've watched Rose on many 26th of Marches, but I've been bathed in nostalgia and such a warm glow of thinking about what this landmark means. Maybe this is the start of me now watching Rose on the 26th of March. It's quite a busy time of year. It was Patrick Troughton's birthday yesterday, and then Patrick Troughton died in 2 days' time. It's my sister's birthday in between as well, tomorrow, and my stepson's birthday on the day that Patrick Troughton died on Friday this week. So it's all a bit hectic, and as I record this, I've got to... I'm hoping that this will go out on the day, because that seems appropriate, but I'm scrambling because I've got to go to Chester tonight because I'm filming a road safety video tomorrow as I get my copy of Doctor Who magazine through the post and open it up and see a very close friend of mine with whom I've been writing once a week recently and who has stayed at my house several times over the past year or so. She's staring out at me from the pages of Doctor Who magazine as a guest star of episode 1, and well, clearly their NDAs are working because she has not breathed a word. And we quite often get together and lament the state of the industry or our experiences within it. I'm now going to go, yeah, well, the day you were announced as a guest star in Doctor Who, I was off to Chester to do a road safety corporate video. So let's, I don't think you can lament quite as much as I. No, I'm proud of her. I'm pleased as punch. And it's very, very exciting. And wonderful, but also a testament to the fact that she's been keeping that a secret for what, 18 months? In fact, I have the idea that because I was on this, I was very kindly shown some of the sets when I went to film Russell T Davies about Dursley McClendon, and they showed me the TARDIS and And I thought the Robo Chamber, I think it's called, from the Robot Revolution, and so that was there then. So I have images of Steph seeing me arriving at Bad Wolf to film the Dursley documentary and go, I've got to hide from that man. Anyway, who'd have thought? That's just one of the many crazy Doctor Who-y related things that finds Doctor Who in and out of my life. I mean, as it has always been, but it seems so those things are brought into sharp focus when celebrating a landmark, as we are today. So I'm going to be watching Rose, but I have started recently warning the denizens of Patreonville about upcoming episodes to be discussed, and I was going to leave this free because I've got a very special guest at the end, but to choose their 5 things about Rose. I've got more than one actually, but I'd aimed for a bevy of contributors to Doctor Who had not been on Happy Times and Places before. But I'm also conscious that does seem a little bit like, when it's the big events, I'm just going to hang out with my famous mates. And actually, well, one, they're not mates, but I'm trying to do a metaphor with we're at the big party now, I'll go and chat to the famous people. And, you guys, when we're having tea and biscuits later, I might talk to you then. So I didn't want that to be that. If this was just all bells and whistles, all Doctor Who alumni and royalty, I think that would make me seem a bit shallow. And this podcast has thrived because of contributions of people from slightly left field who are Doctor Who fans from various interesting and different areas and bring their own perspectives to it and perhaps have not talked about Doctor Who before. But also, I value the people who leave the commentary under where I post these and send feedback about the episodes that they've seen. And what I've started to do is give previews of what's coming up, tell people what's coming up. And I was going to leave this, as I say, listener free because I fear this will be a long one. But then I thought, no, 20 years ago, when Rose was broadcast, I had about 3 mates who were Doctor Who fans. I didn't want to be part of fandom. I wasn't interested. I'd had a little dalliance as a teenager, and the internecine wrangling and various other things was not to my taste. And I also, the idea of being, I just didn't. I didn't crave being sort of part of a gang in that way, and I don't like hierarchies, and that there was a whiff of that to me, and I know now that I am sort of part of the machine, even though I'm not canon like my friend Steph now is, and how that might look to the outside as that I'm in a gang. I'm really not. It's just that obviously I work with a lot of the same people and we make stuff that then gets a certain amount of attention, and we might all be talking to each other in a corner of the BFI. But I will talk to anybody in any corner of the BFI, to be honest. But I can understand how from the outside that might look a bit cliquey. And I think I probably thought there were elements of that about Doctor Who fandom, and the idea of being an, in inverted commas, important Doctor Who fan is something I find quite absurd, and so I had no desire to even lean on that greasy pole, let alone try and climb it. As it turns out, my experiences of fandom have been joyful, and everybody that I know and speak to are just people who like Doctor Who, some of whom happen to do some work on aspects of it. So, but anyway, back when Rose came out, I had my mate Andy Murray, who lives down the road, who I'd started talking to because I mentioned Quatermass on stage, and he happens to have been writing the Nigel Neal biography. The two sort of biggest Nigel Neal nuts in the world turned out to live not that far from each other. So talked to Andy about Doctor Who. My mate John Cooper, who's a comic, who I think we just started talking at a gig once and realised that we both like Doctor Who. My mate Mark Atwood, with whom I'd lived, and it was one of the reasons I ended up staying at his house, was because he saw me reading Doctor Who magazine in a pub when I was a bit destitute, and said, I've moved in with my girlfriend, so my house is empty. Do you want a house sit for me? And various other people that I'd chat to, but those were my sort of 3 sort of touch bases. And in fact, John Cooper came to watch Rose with me on 20 years ago today. And John did Time Flight for Happy Times and Places. Hi, John. Lovely fella. Good comic. Excellent cartoonist too. But I wasn't part of fandom. I didn't have people I could... And I mean, God, I wasn't part of Facebook or Twitter either. So there weren't people that I could just idly type a note to saying, oh, what do you think of this? Or, oh, look at that picture. Or, oh, I know that person. Or whatever. So being a Doctor Who fan was very, very different 20 years ago. And so I've come to value, actually, the fact that there are now people with whom I can consort without having to leave the house, without having to do that awkward thing of initiating conversations in social situations. And one of the joys of doing Happy Times and Places recently has been hearing from the people who listen to these podcasts and have their own opinions and reactions to what I've said. So although there is some very special guestage towards the end of this episode of Happy Times and Places, Doctor Who is not just about the people who make it. Extremely grateful, though I am, to those people who have given their time to remember Rose and their 5 favourite things about it at the end of the commentary that I'm about to do. So before that, with a bit of preamble, made it even longer now by justifying the preamble, here are some of the people who are listeners to this podcast who I tipped off would be listening to me doing Rose very soon, and their memories came flooding in, and I'm riding on a sea of nostalgia. So I hope this conjures some memories for you of that heady day 20 years ago on a Saturday when, I don't know about you, but around about now, I was picking the Armageddon Factor off the shelf as my sort of last go at old Who before we had a brave new world unfolding in front of us. The Armageddon Factor. And sit. And I thought, well, there's a new episode tonight, and at least we'll have, 13 episodes. There's 188 episodes, I think, later. And my goodness, what brave new worlds have opened up. But anyway, 20 years ago, none of us could have anticipated any of this, and it's been delightful getting a window into other people's worlds that are similar yet different. So now I haven't orchestrated this. The first person to reply is Mikey Williams, who has actually worked on Doctor Who. He's a third AD, and he's also worked on a lot of the documentaries that I do on the Blu-ray and DVD range, and is one of my favourite people. I did not know Mikey 20 years ago, and he is one of many people I am delighted have entered my life because of my the circumstances that led from Rose to me, being a bit more open and out and connected in the world of Doctor Who. Mikey Williams says, I remember welling up the first time the TARDIS interior was on screen. It was quite literally the most exciting thing that ever happened to me. And it's made it his dream. He's worked on the show. He's stepped into that TARDIS. Well, it's changed a bit since. And Joel Aarons, who is from Australia. So again, I'm connected around the world. It's not just about people who've worked on Doctor Who. It's about people with a common interest who I may never meet, but who are only a keyboard away. Joel says, my favourite part was seeing a glimpse of the police box in the street just in passing. Gave me chills. Now I'm trying not to anticipate too many things that I'm about to see. I was going to do this afterwards, but I've got a few guests afterwards, so I'm gonna separate. But I'm slightly worried that I'll get sort of premature who-lation because I haven't seen Rose for a while. I'm really excited to do so. I'm loving today. I'm so annoyed I've got a job. So annoyed real life is in the way, and last minute dog sitting and all sorts of things had to be sorted out. Anyway, Gary Wales says, I was living abroad at the time, and so the naughty leaked early version was a godsend for me to join in the excitement. The irony that I'd also managed to read the original 20th, The Five Doctors, before that transmission too. Oh, so Gary, you did get premature who-lation twice, so you couldn't say it had never happened before. Goodness me, Gary. I did neither. I held out for the Five Doctors. In fact, I didn't see the Five Doctors until the weekend after it had been on because I was away at school, so somebody taped it for me. Rose, I cancelled everything. I saw it go out with everybody else. But my friend Andy Murray, who I mentioned before, he and my friend Mark, both of those guys, watched the bootleg version. And Andy didn't say much. I wonder if I wonder if I've got that text now, because it's several phones ago. But I remember him saying, it's great, Ecclestone's great, but Billy Piper's the amazing thing. But I deliberately said to them, look, I don't want to know anything. I'd seen pictures in SFX and I'd read the previews in Doctor Who magazine. I'd sort of gorged all of the official previewing and cluing and excitement and build-up. But interesting that I didn't mind seeing that. Now I kind of even avoid a lot of that stuff, because I sometimes feel that I'm in danger of getting too close to the show, and I don't want to lose that giddy excitement, because, I mean, even connecting with it, the 20-year-old giddy excitement, and myself at 31, was I 31? Yeah, I was 31. Goodness me, a lifetime ago. David Smith. So I held out. David Smith says, I remember I was an avid Whovian, but I lived in China at the time. No idea that the show would be coming back. I was at home with my girlfriend and saw it on a British TV website. I assumed it was a mistake, downloaded it, and wow, it actually was Doctor Who. My girlfriend said Billy Piper was very pretty. I enjoyed that episode so much. Couldn't stop telling all my Chinese friends about it. Actually, the show developed a cult following in China with the name The Mysterious Doctor, which could also be Doctor of Mystery. Quite a nice translation of the title, absolutely. My girlfriend was a doctor of biochemistry, surname Who, so she was Doctor Who. Ha ha! H.U. Doctor Who. Ha ha! So, brilliant. He went out with Doctor Who whilst watching Doctor Who in China. Isn't that fantastic? See, this is why I'm reading this stuff out. That's a perspective I could never give you. And of course, I always bring my own personal experience to that, to what I say, and hope it chimes, if not exactly, but at least emotionally, or in terms of mirrored experience with everybody else out there. That is, that is why one makes this stuff sort of so tied in with personal experience. I'm not trying to say, oh, listen to me. I'm trying to go, this is how I felt. This is what I did. And you go, oh, yeah, that's how I did. Oh, no. Oh, I wish I'd done it like that. I did that like this, or whatever. But bringing other people in, bringing their own personal experiences, I think is instructive, but also quite inspiring. And isn't it funny how we all are bonded to this amazing thing, but our entry point or our perspective and our experience is the same yet totally different. John Elledge, very illustrious writer and commentator. He has a Substack, do check it out, and he's got books out. John blesses us with his presence. John says, the Do You Want to Come With Me trailer was great. Oh, wasn't it just? Oh, I videoed it a number of times. Seeing a billboard on the Old Kent Road where I was living at the time suggested that this was a thing the BBC were really keen on. But the first inkling I had that maybe this would be huge was when I was at a party with much cooler friends the night before broadcast, and one of them quoted the "Lots of planets have a north line." Again, this was the night before broadcast, and people I wouldn't have expected to watch it were quoting it. Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't expect it to become kind of cool, and it kind of did. Joel Aarons back again from Australia. I remember I was teaching in Taiwan at the time. China, Taiwan, Doctor Who's everywhere. This is gorgeous. More than ever, I was around people who had never even heard of Doctor Who. So there was no one who could share my excitement. So watching Rose was a solitary affair. I confess to watching the leaked version. I couldn't help myself. Later, when the scripts were leaked for Capaldi's first season, I was much more controlled, I think, because I was used to New Who and I could wait. But in 2005, I couldn't. And now, 20 years later and very close to another new season, I share it with my teenage daughter, who enjoys it just as much as I do, for which I am so very grateful. Oh, Joel, that's made me slightly emotional. My kids, alas, are not massively into Doctor Who. They were when they were younger, but I didn't push it. I've had friends who've sort of, I mean, it's fair to say, Malcolm McDowell, the poor little blighters, and it's done them no harm. But the mother of my children doesn't care about Doctor Who and probably slightly resents it, and not unduly, I think. I think it's time I should have been being kind to her when I was learning how to make video covers for my bootleg Patrick Troughton episodes on our newly acquired family computer. Yeah, I mean, Doctor Who widow, definitely. So, so when we split up, she had no reason to encourage them to watch Doctor Who, and yeah, so my yes, sadly, but then they're not antagonistic to it, and I'm sure if either of them were with me when it was on, we'd all watch it together and we'd have a chat about it. But they're I think the thing that your dad likes is not always the thing that you're going to like, is it? Certainly in our setup, anyway. But I'm pleased for you, Joel, and I think that's lovely. And it's funny that in 2005 I resisted, but I think I felt I'd waited long enough, and I wanted to do it properly. I think that was, I wanted to build up to the moment. I actually got some champagne in. I think I got some crisps in and everything as well. And I wanted to do it. And weirdly, and I associate this now much more with today, particularly post-lockdown, I wanted to feel I was doing it at the same time as everyone else. I think that's the vibe I wanted. Steve O'Brien, something I've certainly started doing the past 20 years, which I never did then, and I'm slightly alarmed about, is the amount of... the amount I use the word vibe, and I'm not over the mood about that. Steve O'Brien, who was, well, to me then was just the name of that cool guy who was in SFX magazine, and they did Couch Potato, and they all seemed like they were sort of rock and rolly sci-fi types, and I've since sat on Steve's couch. I've been a potato on Steve's couch. I haven't seen Steve in the flesh for ages, but I'm enormously fond of him and very grateful to him, because I always liked his writing, and he was I think the person I sent the details of Moths Ate My Doctor Who scarf to, and he didn't know me from Adam. I had walked past him on the street in Bath a couple of times, but not when I'd been there for various other reasons, and not plucked up the courage to say anything. And he was really open and easy and nice, and put a little piece in SFX magazine, which was really, because as I said, I'd never really been part of that. Nobody knew me from Adam, so yeah, good old Steve. And now Steve's a pal, even though I don't see him anything like often enough. And we've both gone grey since then, haven't we, Steve? Anyway, Steve says, it was so exciting at the time to watch Doctor Who where the paint was still wet. As someone who always loved Who engaging with the real world, of which there's too little in the classic show, it was great to see the programme embracing the world of town centres and council estates and popular culture. Heat magazine, exactly the kind of images that helped me sell this show to my Who sceptical friends. That is a really good point, actually. The fact that Russell T Davies very lightly, I think, plugged it into things that would have seemed a little bit incongruous in the old series, but the new series absolutely had to do sort of and did it effortlessly without seeming like the geography teacher trying to be cool at the school disco. It actually seemed part of that whole setup, which, as you say, is what helps to make it mainstream, and Doctor Who only works when it is a mainstream success. But yeah, it is absolutely the sort of standard bearer of 2005 popular culture, isn't it? Whereas it could have seemed like this strange sort of left field anomaly. Thanks, Steve. Andy Kitching. Hello, Andy. Andy says, that leaked early version that was available on the sharing sites with the original theme, and I think some FX missing. Patiently waiting for the download to complete, convinced it would actually be a copy of Dimensions in Time. Oh, were you watching it ticking? I've just got a smart meter, Andy, and that's like watching your life ticking away, and that goes far quicker than I suspect the kilobytes and the tetrabytes did, downloading to probably a home PC, one of those 3-piece suites of technology. He says now watching on a very slim MacBook that I will be able to put in my bag when I go to Chester later. Joe McLachlan, cult photographer and Kool-Aid. His name runs out on the avatar. Anyway, Joe McLachlan says, there's so little I can say about Rose that hasn't been said a million times. Oh, God, Joe, sorry, I'm about to do a podcast on it. But I love it. It was my introduction to the show, if you don't count Curse of the Fatal Death when I was 9, which I sort of do, but that's not why we're here. And my parents sat our whole family down in front of it while staying in a caravan somewhere. I don't remember the campsite, but I remember Rose. It's a glorious bit of telly. I was 15, eldest of 4, so probably slightly outside the target audience, but it became a regular family fixture for years. What a journey it started me on. I sometimes wonder if my parents ever regret introducing me to it. Sorry, that's not really about Rose, is it? But it's just so good, and repeating that over and over again would be dull. But it's just so good, and repeating that over and over again would be dull. Happy 20 years of new times and new places, everyone. No, Joe, that's exactly the sort of story I want. I'll be talking about the episode in detail. I think as fascinating is where we are, what it means to us, what memories we have of that day. I'm sitting here, a 3 minutes walk actually away from the house that I was in when I watched Rose. I'm not in the same house, and I've been to a lot of different. I've lived in a lot of different places since, and yet, the TARDIS brought me home. And outside my front door is the billboard that I was amazed that Doctor Who was staring out at. That was what made me realise that this thing is I would have expected to read about it in Doctor Who magazine and SFX, and that was amazing and special and great. But I read about Buffy in those, and I read in SFX and other shows. But actually to see it staring out of a billboard in Chorlton, amazing. Paul Goodridge. I'm feeling rather proud that the suggestion I made during the War Games to add a trailer for upcoming releases is working out so well. Yes, it was Paul's idea that we have this, and if you're going the War Games, well, the War Games has only been heard by a small number of people. It will get a general release later. But yes, the War Games was such a great communal viewing experience with the listeners who feed back that Paul suggested for the modern Who episodes, which of course people only listen to and then they're gone, and so I can't put their thoughts on. Yes, a few people have had a preview of what is to come, and so they are feeding back in advance. And that was Paul's suggestion. So yes, good thinking, Paul. I feel like I've had a small influence on the podcasts I enjoy listening to so much. Thanks, as ever, for the great content, Toby. Oh, well, thank you, Paul. That's very kind. My main memory of the creation of Doctor Who was the day of the announcement, some 18 months or so before Rose aired, when I was literally crying with joy at my desk when it appeared on the newsfeed that morning. But Rose itself didn't disappoint. After weeks of trailers, photos, and a few pre-release documentaries on the BBC, it seemed the whole world was interested in Doctor Who again. Then it managed to be great as well. As an episode, Rose has some flaws. It has great confidence, but some of the tone is off, burping bin, Mickey being played too broadly, and the plot is a bit thin. But as a relaunch, it's amazing. Pacey, exciting, and the two leads shine. It got everyone watching again and proved I wasn't completely mad for insisting this was the best TV show ever for the previous 16 years. Well, I'll talk about the bin and Mickey and all of that when we do the episode, I'm sure. But it's wonderful, actually, the amount of pre-publicity and events there were that I'm sure we all absolutely devoured. Simon Farker, writer, and playwright, writes for the Guardian and lots of newspapers, and had a book out recently, not his first book, about the murder of Muriel Mackay, which got a lot of traction. Hi, Simon. In fact, Simon, haven't we threatened to Zoom call each other several times and never have? That's another thing that we didn't have 20 years ago. Potential Zoom calls that you never quite get round to fulfilling. But Simon's Simon's Muriel Mackay book has is tangentially involves an actor from Evil of the Daleks, but let's not get into that right now. Simon, one of those many people with whom I correspond that I feel like I know, but we've not properly spoken, have we? Anyway, Simon says, my key memory of the return was that it was the same week that Radio 4 broadcast my first radio play. So when I went to buy the Radio Times with it in the listings, knowing I'd treasure it forever and a dream had been fulfilled, I saw to my delight that it had a Doctor Who cover, and so would become a treasured item, not just for me, but for Doctor Who collectors for years to come. It's up there in my office, Simon. So that's my bid for immortality. I think I got a better deal than Barusa. Ha! Adam Parkin. Hi, Adam. So Adam says, I was at university in halls and had no TV to watch it when it went out. I saw Rose, along with the rest of the series, when I got home for the summer holidays. My mum had taped them all for me. This also sounds so wonderfully dated compared to what a uni student might have done to watch season 1 last year. Absolutely. I did record this season on VHS. I didn't have a recordable DVD player. I didn't get a DVD player with a hard drive until Series 3, until Martha Jones. So that Martha Jones trailer, I think, was the first thing I recorded on a DVD hard drive, and started to make my own DVDs. And I was doing pretty well with it, but then I fell in love, and going to London to kiss a lady was much more important than choosing the fonts for my and the screen grabs for DVDs. Anyway, let's not get into that. That there's lots to happen in the next 20 years that Toby doesn't know about when he's watching Rose. Oh dear, some of it good, some of it bad, some of it good for a bit and then bad. But that's life, isn't it? But yes, it was a different time, and if you missed, I pretty much cleared the decks. I think Boomtown was the first time I had to be out, and the episode had to be recorded for me, and I watched it. No, it wasn't Boomtown. No, it wasn't. Why am I thinking it was Boomtown? It wasn't. It was because it's the same episode from the following year. It was Utopia. No. So actually, the first episode I gigged during was Rise of the Cybermen, because I had a well-paid comedy gig that I couldn't miss, and I got back that evening to watch it. But no, Utopia was the first episode I actually missed a few minutes of because my partner had mucked up the taping of it, and I had to sort of piece it together because Blue Peter had shown, I think, the first couple of minutes, so I had that, and I managed to marry that with the episode that she taped but that she'd missed some of, and then I got the repeat in the evening, but they shrank the titles of that, so I didn't. So yeah, I was a bit angsty about Utopia, but anyway, that also is to come. But yeah, it was it wasn't I think what you're saying, Adam, is it wasn't available at the touch of a button. It certainly wasn't available at the touch of a button before it had been on BBC One. Andy Parkinson says, I remember sitting down to watch with some trepidation. I hadn't heard much about it, but I had heard Billy was going to be in it, and worrying she couldn't possibly be any good. Oh, I think you'll find that wasn't the case with me, and that's a lie. From the moment Nine grabbed her hand and said, "Run," all my fears evaporated. I punched the air with delight. Doctor Who was back. I was absorbed from the first minute to the last. It's a wonderful episode to bring the show back. It's got the right balance of scares and humour. I remember thinking Eccleston was so good he could have a run as long as Tom Baker. Oh, little did I know. Well, yes, and I am doing a related podcast to this for the Indefinable Magic Strand about the sort of build-up and time since that first episode, the return of Doctor Who, that covers some of those things that we thought and expected and that didn't happen. But I don't want to assume everyone is familiar with my show, Moths Ate My Doctor Who Scarf, but the biggest laugh generally came from my reaction in it to the news that Billie Piper was going to be playing the companion, because I was absolutely furious, and I think a lot of laughter came from the fact that everybody recognised that a lot of people felt that, and of course she turned out to be pretty much the headline news, and is actually an aspect of Doctor Who that the sort of not we still talk about. I remember my consultant saying, is she going to play Doctor Who, because they associate her so closely with Doctor Who. But yes, I'm not afraid to say that because I'm a Doctor Who fan arsehole type, my goodness, I allowed myself to be absolutely incandescent with rage. But I won't repeat what some of you may have heard already in Moths Ate My Doctor Who Scarf. But I also I'm not going to assume that everybody has heard that or even knows what it is. When Rose was broadcast, says Peter Adamson, who I was going to say, who is a tiny child, because he's gonna prove that now by saying I was 4 years old, and it was the most amazing thing ever. I'd already seen bits and bobs of the classic series through my dad, who was a massive Whovian, even buying Big Finish, DWM, and going to conventions. But finally, I had my own Doctor. No series of Doctor Who before or since has lived up to that first series for me, and Eccleston rules supreme. I'm now 24. Doesn't that make you feel old, Toby? Yes, it does, Pete. I first met Pete when he was a young sort of student college, making documentaries and stuff. A lovely, enthusiastic young man he is, but now not quite so young. But the 4-year-old inside me is still on the trip of a lifetime. Yeah, nicely put, Pete. Tony Amos says, "Hi, Tony. Toby, I was at Butlin's Skegness on the Saturday that Rose was transmitted, so I watched it on a 14-inch black and white telly in one of the chalets. How very 1963 of me. It wasn't the best episode ever, but it was tonally what I think I was hoping for. Special moments like the universe turning, planets having a north, and Rose's reaction to the TARDIS all helped it land. The trailer the previous week was an infectious teaser, and Russell and the team delivered." Indeed, Tony, indeed. Richard Smith, podcaster. Hi, Richard. "Like many others, I downloaded the episode when it leaked online. I knew nothing about BitTorrent at the time, but it's amazing what you can find out when you have the motivation. Haha, I was desperate to see it, even if it slightly spoilt the moment of the return, but not really. So I still watched on the day and remember cringing a bit when you could hear Graham Norton inadvertently talking over the episode. For me, the key moment, and the bit that convinced me that this really was Doctor Who, was Chris Eccleston's long dialogue about the rotation of the Earth. It's not the sort of thing you'd have got in any other drama. I wasn't thrilled with some of the moments of broad comedy, mainly because I thought they weren't really sharp enough rather than any dislike of comedy in Doctor Who generally. Also, perhaps the denouement was a bit quick and easy, anti-plastic, but in all, I thought it was a triumph and couldn't wait for more. Yeah, I'll cover some of that in the commentary, I'm sure, Richard. Nick Mellish. Oh, Nick Mellish, whose name I don't think we've met, have we, Nick? But your name I've read many years saying wise things about Doctor Who in various different organs. I had just started university the year before and found living away from home the first time really hard. So like many people, I found myself burying my head in the sand somewhat and going all in to channel my energies elsewhere, in this case, into Doctor Who. I mean, of course I did. It was my comfort go-to and remains that way even now, I guess. So I devoured everything on the run-up, DWM, SFX, Project 2 on the radio. I rushed home early from a social night out to see the first teaser on BBC One. I secretly kept my phone on in a seminar in case I won a ticket to the premiere via a DWM competition. I did not. I avoided the leaked episode and all spoilers as far as possible. I downloaded the screensaver that counted down to transmission day. And then it came. Rose. Doctor Who. The first episode I'd seen on transmission since McGann's One Night Stand. I was 3 years old when Survival went out. It was blissful, funny, energetic, silly, daring. Oh, it was good. The years have maybe not been kind to this episode. The CG tube at the end looked ropey at the time and still does now. Some of the editing is a continuity nightmare. Some of Eccleston's choices are maybe a bit too CBBC. But sod it, it's still a winner for me, and always will be. University got better, living away got easier, and Doctor Who grew to be less of a crutch, whilst also being a steadfast support still, and remains so. The show was back, and I was getting my life on track. A trip of a lifetime on and off screen for me. Rose couldn't have come at a better time. I'm loving this. See, it is a silly TV programme. But I can't imagine my life without it, and I'm glad I'm not the only one. If nothing else, everybody, you're making me feel like less of a Burke for this show being so special to me. Ha ha ha! Lisa Gledhill. Oh, Lisa. Lisa, when did I first meet Lisa? It doesn't matter, but she's great and is a very sharp person when it comes to history and being clever about it. Lisa says, "Oh God, the anxiety combined with the anticipation was unbearable. I was overjoyed that it was back, but terrified that if it was shit, that would be the final end of it. It aired on the Easter weekend, and I was visiting my parents, so by chance I ended up watching Rose from the exact same spot that I'd first watched so many episodes from the classic series. My chair was slightly closer to the screen than everyone else's, so I couldn't see the rest of my family in my peripheral vision. When the channel noise of Graham Norton broke through during that crucial scene of the Doctor's first meeting with Rose, my heart sank. I thought that was it. I thought that once the suspension of disbelief was broken, the casual audience, including my family, would drift away. I didn't dare turn around. When it was over, I did turn around, and to my relief, everyone was still there, and they were smiling. And that's when I knew it was all going to be okay. Oh, I'm so glad that everybody has sent in their thoughts. This is great. And Lisa, I too, when Graham, I thought that was going to ruin it. I thought it's going so well, and an accident has meant that the whole thing has been wrecked. Now Jasper has come in, and I know Jasper is a relatively newer hooah. So what has Jasper got to say from, I'm sure, a very different perspective? I didn't see Rose until later because I was too scared at the time, but somehow watching it at 21, it still felt nostalgic because it was so clearly 2005, and therefore it felt like my childhood anyway. Obviously, it looked quite a bit like 2007 Doctor Who energy anyway, which I did see. Oh, okay, Jasper, I thought you were more recent than that. My apologies. But it felt as though I was watching something very homey and warm, even though I'd never seen it at all. I watched it again last year, and it's fun. The pace, the tone, the real life of the Tylers, the scene where the Doctor gets strangled by the mannequin hand while Jackie rambles on. Great stuff. Thanks, Jasper. Roland Moore says, Roland Moore, right? Roland Moore. Hello, Roland. Somehow I missed the build-up and just found out Doctor Who was coming back a few weeks before Rose. I loved the style that seemed to have skillfully updated the classic series with modern, more emotional storytelling, and a genius move for new viewers to meet the Doctor through Rose's eyes. Yes, indeed. I'm sure we'll cover that. David Green. Hi, David. David says, I remember I was working that evening, so missed the live transmission. I know. Handed my diamond logo badge in shame and caught up the next day. Rose might have been a bit flawed in places, but by Jiminy it was Doctor Bloody Who back on TV with actual money spent on it. And Christopher Blinken Eccleston. Even not we people liked it. I felt vindicated at last. Sort of vindication, isn't there? Steve Phillips. Hi, Steve. Steve says, I'd cancelled all arrangements, so it was just me and the TV. Set the video, or maybe DVD, to record. Written the label. So strange how 16 years didn't make a difference. Just slipped back into the old routine. Except with beer. Oh, Steve, I had champagne. I remember having all the hope that it would be a ratings buster and show the world again how amazing the show is. Well, that did happen, didn't it, Steve? John Arnold. Hi, John. The thrill of walking home from work in the late summer of 2004, looking to my left and seeing Chris and Billy quietly running through their scripts and realising the Doctor Who studios were 5 minutes from my front door. Walking through Victoria Station a couple of weeks before the show came back, seeing a massive billboard and thinking, blimey, they're really behind Who again. Do you want to come with me? With so many locations I could recognise from my hometown, Doctor Who playing in my childhood haunts. Oh, John, not only was Doctor Who back, it was back and being filmed in your town. Watching the episode and realising this isn't just good Doctor Who, this is flat out great television. Idly chatting online to a mate on Sunday morning, seeing the overnights and casually saying to him that he should take a look. Beyond our wildest dreams. And across that series, the show that seemed so unloved since 1989, coming back as something vital, alive and modern, to the point it was water cooler conversation in work and more than one colleague desperately Googling, trying to find out what Bad Wolf was and how cliffhangers would sort themselves out. And personally, writing the black archive on it, watching it over and over and falling in love with it all over again. I watch it every year on the 26th, and for me, it's got the same magic as an unearthly child. Who wouldn't fall in love with this? And you fell in love with it so much, John, you wrote the Black Archive. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, the Black Archive books are great. So get John's and everybody else's. I've got a few that I still haven't read yet as well, actually. It's on my to-do list so much. Ian Key, who's just writing a book about Billy Bragg. In fact, Ian Key is going to be on an adjacent Happy Times and Places, and we'll be plugging your book on that, shall we, Ian? Yeah, Ian's got a book coming out soon, not about Doctor Who. We're not all blinkered and one-track minded, are we? Ian, working on nights at the time on the BT Internet Help Desk, sadly scheduled to work that Saturday night. Had downloaded the leaked copy and watched that in advance, so didn't feel the need to book that shift off. Oh, Ian. I recorded, though, and watched it slightly dazed after a 12-hour shift, and then again after a few hours sleep. That became the norm for the next couple of seasons. Oh, mine too. I watched again that night. I watched my recording again that night, and then it was the first thing I did on the Sunday morning. And then I probably watched the episode on the Wednesday, and then maybe the Friday, and then maybe once again on the Saturday as well. So I'd usually watch the episode 6 times before the next episode. Isn't that extraordinary? Ha ha ha! I have seen In the Forest at the End of the Night but once. Anyway, let's not get into that. I soaked it all up at the time, despite being mid-30s. I was thrilled my favourite show was back. And cool. I got a remote-control Dalek that year for Christmas. What a time to be alive. My mate, Paul Fox, told me about his friend Toby, who was also a mad Doctor Who fan, and suggested he and I should meet up. That only took 15 years. Yeah, indeed. And in fact, I was with Foxy this week. He acts under a different name. But Foxy and I knew each other then, know each other now. He's currently touring in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And he then was not a massive star in Emmerdale, which he became for many, many, many years. So yes, how funny that Foxy introduced the concept of me to Ian. But Ian and I have since met, and what a pleasure. Peter the Speaker. Hi, Peter. I tried to stay spoiler-free, a difficult task even in 2005. I was pleased that the few photos I'd seen of the new Doctor didn't actually show him in costume. Peter, thank you, Peter. Peter has taken to the stage. There is a bit of a stand-up Doctor Who crossover. It's only now that I realise how lucky I was getting in with my show when I did. I've got a feeling in 2007 there might have been a plethora of Doctor Who-related shows. And, well, I wouldn't be talking to you now, probably. David Gillespie Pratt, whose YouTube channel and Twitter feed and social media I recommend to everybody too. He's good at doing a deep dive into Arcana, as well as being a lovely fellow. David says, being a Doctor Who fan, the return of the series in 2005 was peppered with worry. It's what we do. Will it be any good? Will normal people like it? How will it do in the ratings? I watched Rose and I wasn't convinced. Some good bits here and there, but fan me had a long list of reservations. I mean, how could a modern interpretation of the Auton window scene be less effective than the one filmed in 1969? And I couldn't take the more domestic setting and Rose being front and centre. My disquiet lasted into episode 2, as I wanted more aliens and murder mystery rather than Jackie Tyler doing the laundry. Over time, the season won me over, and now looking back I can see and appreciate what Rose was doing. It wasn't for me as a fan. It needed to grab the attention of people who'd never thought of watching Doctor Who. And it worked. Look where we are today. Short version, don't listen to the fans. Oh, amen to that, David. But listen to this one, these ones here now. Paul Murphy. Hey, Paul. Something I remember several weeks down the line was the buzz I was hearing from people I never had pegged down as Who fans. I particularly recall a barbecue round a friend's house on the afternoon before the final episode and having enthusiastic conversations about cliffhangers and flying Daleks with newly converted mates. That felt like a redemption after years of being teased as a Who nerd. Absolutely. Keith Say says, we'll be hearing a bit more from Paul in a bit. Keith Say says, ignoring Mitch Ben's song, Phone Me During Doctor Who and I'll Kill You, my family... That's a great title for a song. In fact, somebody did phone me once at the very beginning of tooth and claw, and I just picked up the phone and said, Doctor Who's on, and put it down again. Ignoring Mitch Benn's song phrase, phone me during Doctor and I'll kill you. Mitch is another of those Doctor Who comedian crossover people. My family decided to visit me that weekend. My niece was very young at the time and was very scared by the Autons, and I thought, this revival is going to be okay. Yep, a scared niece is a good barometer. Ha ha. Who have we got here? It's Paul. Right, it's Paul. I think Paul had replied to that message of David's before. I knew Paul had given us a lengthy one. So here's Paul saying, okay, strap in. My memories of seeing Rose for the first time are highly vivid, mainly because I was at the launch in Cardiff. This is brilliant. First-hand view from the eye of the storm. My job used to take me to various TV show launches, says Paul, and although Doctor Who was not technically part of my work remit, it was well known around the office that I was the resident Doctor Who geek, and so it was suggested I go along, an offer I accepted within a nano-rel, shall we say. Haha, very good. So we all piled into a coach to make the journey from London to Cardiff. BBC had clearly spent money on the launch and not the logistics of transporting the journalists, much less put them up for the night. We also had a homebound coach laid on, which, if I recall, dropped me off at London Bridge at around 3 a.m. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At least you had some incidental music to buzz around your head on London Bridge, though, Paul. So, where to begin with what turned out to be a night of Doctor Who lore from all eras, gathered together in a conference hall in delightful, dizzying collision. There was a whirlwind of brief encounters. First up was meeting Billie Piper, who, let us not forget, was considered to be stunt casting, an ex-pop star whose main claim to fame at the time, arguably, was being the ex-Mrs. Chris Evans. How all that faded away in the coming weeks. She was joyous and excited, and hung on to Camille Cuduri, whom I recognised but did not realise would be so firmly and brilliantly involved in the revival. I had a brief but cheerful chat with Mark Gatiss, during which I learned how to pronounce his surname. It's Gatiss, but he didn't mind Gattis, as he said it reminded him of Gatti, Italian for cats. And B, a brief chat about Ray Harryhausen, as he mentioned that the soon-to-be-released League of Gentlemen film featured stop-motion animation. I liked him a lot. Well, that's good, Paul, because you might be hearing from him at some point, maybe. I like Mark Gatiss a lot too. I saw Terence Dix at the bar, red wine in hand, stood slightly away from the throng. He expressed surprise that anyone recognised him, and I burbled some alcohol-fuelled guff about how he and Barry Letts were the architects of my childhood, a statement he played down with a magnificently dismissive hand-wave. Then, as if we'd summoned him by using his name, there stood only Barry bloody Letts, who told Terence they were wanted for a quick interview elsewhere. I took the hint, shook hands, and left them to it. Amazing! Watching the actual episode was a bit of a blur. You know how it is, living as we do in an age of eminently retrievable information, and having the luxury to do so at will means the first viewing, I find, is more for assimilating the essential data of the story than for soaking in the drama of the piece. Isn't that interesting? So I noticed, say, the Auton guns made the same noises as in Spearhead, when perhaps I should have enjoyed the actual performances. But I certainly thought Billy made an excellent contribution, far exceeding my expectations. After the screening, I briefly filed past Christopher Eccleston, shook his hands and said something awfully gauche-like, "Well done," to which he gamely looked me in the eye and said, "Thank you," most sincerely. I remember this Q&A afterwards, where Eccleston admitted to not watching Who that much as a child, seeing as he lived in an ITV household, and that there was much laughter when asked if he was only going to do one series and thus run the risk of becoming the George Lazenby of Doctor Who. His reply, I remember vividly. He pointed out that with a series of 13 50-minute episodes, and the Doctor being on screen for practically all of that time, he had effectively put in as many hours as Colin Baker. It was a clever and, dare I say it, well-rehearsed response that simultaneously gave good copy, yet swerved what almost none of us knew then, that he was already done with the role. Yeah, and it's to his credit that he did all of those personal appearances in the way that he did them. I've wanged on for long enough now, so I might leave it there for the time being, although I might chip in with a few more reminiscences as they float up to the surface. I'd be fascinated if anyone else here was there too. I wonder. Paul also adds, I should add that I watched the show on transmission day as well and had the double joy of watching my then wife experiencing it. She loved it. It converted her from a casually interested party into a confirmed fan. And being able to watch it unfold again with the more languid anticipation that comes of having seen it before. Oh, and for the record, I'm in the pro burping bin camp. Oh, Paul, that is very interesting. A really worthwhile contribution. That, thank you, Paul. That's fascinating insight. And we're almost an hour into this podcast, and I still haven't started watching the episode. I make no apologies. I think this is interesting. And all of these people are interesting people who are Doctor Who fans and are giving us a window into experiences that compare interestingly to our own. Trevor Smith, hi Trevor, says, after the TV movie never led to a series, I was, to be honest, slightly nervous and hesitant about this latest reboot. Nothing to do with RTD or having Chris Eccleston as the Doctor. More, this seemed like the last chance saloon. I watched it with my GLW, a not we. I don't know what that is, but I assume it's your other half. GLW. I'm very old. After 10 minutes, she said, this is really good. All my worries evaporated. I knew the show I loved was back. Yes. Good lady wife. Got it. See, I am down with the kids. Good lady wife. I'm sorry, my puzzlement there, I think, slightly took away from your coda, Trevor, which I love. The show was back, and it certainly was, Trevor. Good lady wife, eh? Jason Thompson. I'm not an acronym sort of fellow. Jason Thompson. Oh, what a different time it was. Jason is an eminent podcaster who is one of the few people I have beaten in happy times and places. What a different time it was, says Jason. Back before we all had smartphones with the internet in our pockets, I used to log on through public internet phone box on the concourse at Victoria Station, as I regularly had long connection times between trains at that stage in my life. So that's where I saw the announcement of Doctor Who's return, thanks to an email from an internet forum admin directing me to a post that linked to a news article. The convoluted ways we used to get information back then. I remember the excitement building. The newspaper articles, the trailers, the leaked pic of the bronze Dalek, the huge billboards everywhere. It really felt like a big deal, and quite rightly so. And then sitting down to watch Rose. Was I blown away by it? No. There were plenty of bits that didn't land for me at the time. The opening titles made me feel dizzy, and the stop and pivot around the TARDIS, like something out of The Matrix, felt cliched even then. The burping bin, Mickey being a bit too caricatured, and the Auton Mickey being so obviously done that Rose looks like an idiot for failing to notice. But in general, it was a strong opening, and I believed that this could be big. Back then, I thought we'd get a few seasons out of it, and that would be it. I couldn't have imagined that we would be celebrating 20 years of its return, looking forward to a new series in a few weeks. But for me, the biggest thing about all of it, then and in the years to come, was that Doctor Who was big again, that it was in the papers. There were books and DVDs and toys in all the shops, and the attitude was generally positive. While I'd always been fortunate to have fan friends, as a teen who was often picked on for being this is the problem with when you're reading about Doctor Who, that he hasn't got a capital W on his Who, but that sometimes happens. So part of you is going, oh, he's meaning Who as in the Doctor, not, but no, he means as a teen who was often picked on for being a fan of that crappy show that's not even on anymore because it was so crap they cancelled it. It was euphoric to feel I was a fan of something loved not just by a few loyal fans scattered about the place clinging on to the memories, but by people everywhere. 20 years. Who'd have thunk? It's interesting, isn't it? Because I feel like I belong in this community here, and all of these people, some of whom I've met, some of whom I haven't, all of whom I'm delighted to hear from at any point, all of whom I have a connection with, even though our life experiences are different. It's odd, isn't it, how I definitely felt the need, not less of the need to belong to a fan community than for my thing to belong to everybody, for the outside world. I think it wasn't just that I wanted the outside world to like it. I wanted to prove that the outside world had been wrong for all these years. All of this, all of the joy of Doctor Who coming back, there was an element of righting a wrong. So it wasn't just that Doctor Who wasn't on. That was bad. But it was the fact that the public and media perception of Doctor Who was so damning and patronising. That was the step too far to me in a way. I could probably have lived with it not being on and people fondly remembering it. What the problem was that it was on and its disappearance and its subsequent coverage seemed to me to be a collusion of the ignorant to sully the memory of something in a way that not only didn't chime with my personal taste, but I felt was historically inaccurate, and I don't like inaccuracy as well because I'm a Doctor Who fan. Paula Reynolds, hi Paula. That moment of sitting down to watch it and hearing the theme tune, just so good, and everyone was talking about it again. Ronan, this is Dr. Tom Atta. Hi, Tom. It was everything I wanted. The Doctor's character was Tom. You can see, by the way, on the Blu-ray documentary on the animated version of The Savages, and Tom is a really smart guy who I'm delighted that when he came to see Marseille, my Doctor Who scarf years and years ago, we just hit it off, and he's been a great contributor to the a recent contributor to the Who range, but is also just a top guy, really interesting too. Academia and music all in one guy? Yes, please. And Who fandom. It was everything I wanted, says Tom. The Doctor's character was so different that I was guarded, but everything else about the show was as I remembered it, but just new, faster, evolved. There was just enough of the old school there, lit by the glow of newness and the possibility for growth. It was like seeing your favourite football team win 5-0 in the Premier League after years of relegation. Oh, and there were black people in it. Not hidden, not bit parts. They were there. I loved it. For context, in case you don't know Tom is black. So that's not just come out of nowhere. I've done a podcast with Tom where we talk about issues of representation and stuff as part of my 2-part Indefinable Magic called Race and Time and Race. And he talks really eloquently and insightfully about that element of the programme. David Trainier, hi David, says, a friend of mine sent me the DVD screener about a week before broadcast. You naughty boy, David. And I was quite annoyed at the temptation. Brilliant. Somebody sends you a present, you go, ah! I ended up sneaking little peeks like a kid with their Christmas presents, a few seconds here and there, but otherwise saved myself for the big day. That's a good way of doing it. I love it, just getting a random second or two. I remember being very pissed off at the first of two great Norton intrusions. Oh yes, well, let's not talk about the one in Flesh and Stone. I've screamed about that at length, but I enjoyed the episode very much. It wasn't until The Unquiet Dead that I felt Who was truly back, but that first series, with all its mystery and possibility and potential, is still the most excited I've ever felt by a season of Who. Yeah, I think me too, probably, I have to say. I don't think I've been... It's impossible, I think, to have been more excited because of the sheer length of time and the sheer unknownness about, Rose was going to answer so many questions that even though there was new stuff in all the subsequent episodes, the sheer amount of new things, just by being it, what a time, which is why, where else would I be on the morning of the 20th anniversary than soaking up all these memories and thoughts about it before watching the episode itself. Several hours after I planned to, if I'm honest. This has taken a while. And if you're still listening, thank you. And I hope this is how an enjoyable way of celebrating this illustrious milestone. Frank Shales says, what an amazing time. We had a house party up in Sheffield. Bit of a trek for me, with ex-local group members, friends, family and hangers-on. The host recorded a live commentary with everyone in the room as it went out, which is nice to revisit. God, I wouldn't want to be watching it with people talking. Good Lord. Everyone agreed it packed as much in 45 minutes as a 4 or 6-parter in the old days, and the room gave it a 9 out of 10, I think. Even Graham Norton's intrusion couldn't spoil things. We thought Eccleston was here to stay, if only, and foresaw a great future for the programme. So we were half right. John Hall. Hi, John. After having endured so many rumours, false starts and disappointments since 1989, That night in May 1996 accepted, I met the news of Doctor Who's return with considerable scepticism. However, the more I learned about the person in charge, one Russell T Davies, I began to let myself hope. After all, he'd written the controversial new adventure novel Damaged Goods and made Doctor Who a central thread through his groundbreaking Queer as Folk, so he was one of us. But then again, so was Philip Seagal, and arguably the info dumps in the McGann TV movie were the clunkiest part of it. To try to get a better handle of RTD's work, I tracked down some of his post-Queer as Folk work. Not an easy task for an American fan in the early noughties. Yes, sorry, I should point out John, with whom I correspond a lot on social media, and is a good guy, is from across the pond, is an American, and settled on The Second Coming. I'd yet to watch Bob and Rose. As I watched this singular drama and its intense main actor, a thought came into my head that said, with absolute clarity, Christopher Eccleston was going to be the new Doctor. So imagine my utter surprise when days later this precise news was announced to the world. Unlike many fans, I had to wait until after Rose aired to see it. Such was the lot of American fans back then. However, thanks to the electricery known as BitTorrents, I was finally able to watch it with my clutch of fellow fan friends, and it was, to coin a phrase, fantastic. In many ways, Rose is a pared-down 21st century version of Spearhead from Space, starting with a zoom-in on Earth and ending with an Auton invasion. It wasn't perfect in many long-time fans' eyes, but it was captivating enough to the general audience, over 10 million of them, to ensure our show's triumphant return. And here we are, 2 decades later. Where, oh where did that time go? Still talking about Doctor Who as its fortunes have waxed and waned, and as it continues to defy the odds and remain a fixture on our screens. Long may it continue to do so. By the way, isn't it curious that on the 20th anniversary of Doctor Who's return, Russell T Davies is once again showrunner, and both Christopher Eccleston and Billy Piper will once again be the Doctor and Rose, only this time for Big Finish. Someone go tell Demeter. It's a autocorrect. Someone go tell Dexeter. We've come full circle. We have indeed, isn't that funny? Fraser Gregory. Oh, but I love the bin, me. Fraser's going to... For those of you who don't know, Fraser is a wonderful podcaster and a lovely, warm-hearted chap who is a self-styled champion of the damned. If you think a story is rubbish, be advised. Be assured there is a podcast somewhere where Fraser Gregory says it's the best episode or the best story ever. But he's a good guy, and I rip him only out of affection. 20 years ago, says Fraser, no, it was only a few weeks, I'm sure. In the run-up to this, I was thinking what I'm sure a lot of people were. Please don't be bad. Please don't be bad. Because if it was, that was it. Doctor Who would not come back again. It would be over. So yeah, there was excitement. There was anticipation. But there was also fear. And then those credits rolled and Murray Gold's theme arrangement kicked in. And then I started to feel, you know what? This might just be okay. And then Graham Norton whispered to Rose, and then so did the Doctor. Run! And she did, and didn't stop until she was in the TARDIS. This was Doctor Who like nothing I'd seen before, dragged into the modern world with a new Doctor who stood proud and defiant and decidedly energetic, just like the show itself, but unmistakably, unapologetically, undeniably Doctor Who. It took a good few weeks for the nerves to fully go, but yeah, this wasn't bad. It was good. We were good. It was going to stay. The trip of a lifetime was just starting. P. Baker says, the day Rose was transmitted, myself and Jim Bob had a pub crawl around Rickmansworth and Watford to celebrate Monkey's birthday. We made sure we stopped to watch Rose before heading off to the usual clubbing disappointments. I was 24 years old. Looking forward to watching along with you. You were 24. I'm still older than you, I'm afraid. Jace Mayo says, oof. Well, I was extremely nervous and worried. This feeling ramped up whilst watching the Tennant-narrated programme before the story started. It began. My initial first reaction? Just a bit sort of meh. Like I was out of phase. It reminded me of the McGann movie. To this day, I'm not sure why, but it did. Then there was that lovely speech the Doctor gives that most of us love, and I felt those disquiet whispers fritter away. However, it wasn't until the opening pre-credit sequence of The Unquiet Dead that it finally hit me that Doctor Who was back. Bravo! Angus Gulliver, hi Angus, says, I watched Rose where I'd left off with Survival and the TV movie. as it was over Easter, I was visiting my parents and watched on their big Grundig telly, but this time with the addition of my wife. Right, so you'd watch Survival in the TV movie in your parents' house on their big Grundig telly, and you were visiting them, and you watched Rose on the same telly. That's amazing. As usual, my dad was enthusiastic. My mum's verdict 1 minute in was, "This is stupid," and she disappeared to do the dishes. Never mind, that's how she's reacted since John Pertwee became Tom Baker. Myself, my wife and my dad all watched, hoping it wouldn't be crap, hoping it would be exciting, because Doctor Who was in the Last Chance Saloon. It's amazing how many people are saying that. And while not perfect, it was high quality, exciting, and the two leads showed great promise. Even Graham Norton interrupting at the start is etched into my memory. Rose was a stonkingly good reintroduction episode. When I went online the following day and read the overnight rating, I wept tears of joy. Doctor Who was back, bigger than we dared hope. There was such a buzz too at work, people anxious to see what happened next week. Rose did everything it set out to do. Anti-plastic may be too simple a resolution to the plot, but it worked well enough. The Autons looked as good as ever. Chris Eccleston gave us a doctor for the 21st century, and Billie Piper instantly dismissed any doubts as to her acting ability. Frank Shells dips in here and says, yes, Anti-Plastic at least has a kind of Adam West Batman's type smart alecky humour to it. It's no cheesier than the Master suddenly realising the Nestines have it in for him and switching sides as a resolution. That's Terror of the Autons, which, yeah. But, I mean, you have chosen one of the worst endings in Doctor Who there, Frank. But, that's fair. Doctor Who is sometimes about clever solutions, but sometimes it's about goofy ones, or both, in the case of something like State of Decay. But sometimes it's just about the journey. Well, yeah, absolutely, and that I'm sure I'll talk about that. But that's my argument with the anti-plastic, is that the story is not about the Auton invasion, it's about the Doctor meeting Rose. So I can absolutely forgive the fact that you dispense with that fairly quickly. It just shows that this is the person, the Doctor's, the adventure where he works out or makes or discovers the anti-plastic and all of that is part of the noises off of this story, because the story is called Rose. It's not called the Auton invasion. And I think that's, I think that's fine. It would have been a shame to have lost 5 episodes of the Doctor and Rose because of some baffle-gabbon mechanics about how the Nestine was to be defeated. Rob Davies, I'm getting ahead of myself though. We're nearly there. We've only got about another 10 comments. Rob Davidson says, at the time it seemed scarcely believable that Who was coming back, and on Saturday nights, and with a serious heavyweight actor in the lead role. I was sceptical about Christopher Eccleston, as I'd only seen him in very dour, serious roles, but my best mate Tom had recently worked with him on Hamlet at Leeds Playhouse, and reassured me that, awkward and intense as he was, Chris had a fun side to him. He was, of course, superb. When I saw Rose, the leaked version, a bit torrented by my tech-savvy flatmate, my immediate thought was that it looked like Hollyoaks, but that was actually fine because it looked like modern telly, and that would appeal to a young audience. After the initial shock of the production style, I quickly realised that it got everything right. No laboured continuity, a wonderfully mysterious introduction to the Doctor, a perfect TARDIS set, thrills, humour, and those breathtaking opening credits and music that have never been bettered. 2 things I absolutely loved: that there was no mention of the Doctor ever having been anyone else than this one we were looking at, and that it was being made for children first and foremost. The latter was the crucial element that made Season 1 work so well. Heady days and such exciting times. Yeah, and I'm sure I'll discuss some of that in the episode itself, which I'm conscious I need to get to, Rob, so I'm gonna fly through these now, I think. Christopher Meredith says, I watched Rose at my grandma's bungalow. Even though it was a bungalow, I watched it in her upstairs bedroom, which was right next to the attic. I watched it on an old TV with my dad and older brother, while Grandma watched something else downstairs on the main TV. Grandma! I found it pleasingly quaint that I was using an old TV to watch something which was brand new yet old at the same time, if that makes sense. Anyway, I sat in awe watching something I couldn't believe I was watching. Brand new Doctor Who. Christopher Eccleston and Billie Piper immediately enchanted me, and I was delighted to go along for the ride. I laughed at the funny moments, though now, or for whatever dumb reason, the burping bin annoys me, and I got weepy-eyed at the sad moments. But whatever the pluses and minuses of making the show more emotional, I knew in my heart that Doctor Who was back. Rose isn't among my favourite episodes of New Who, but it was the perfect start of the modern era of the show. 20 years seem to have flown by. Sadly, my grandma hasn't been well lately, and I've been thinking back to the good times I had in her bungalow, and that was one of them. She also used to buy me lots of Doctor Who books and calendars and whatnot. She may have also got me an old copy of the infamous issue of DWM that had Peter Davidson imprinted on the cover. I just hope that when the sad day of her passing comes, she'll go to the great TARDIS in the sky and be happy. Or, after all, lots of planets have a north. Oh, Christopher. And Christopher and I follow Christopher on Twitter, and I think, in fact, I'm going to scroll up because I think since he put that, his grandma, yeah, here he is, look, me again. Just mere hours after I posted my comments, sadly my dad told me that grandma had passed away. She was in her 90s, so she'd had a good run, and now she's free from any more pain. At some point I'll dig out the Who books she got me and hold on to my memories of her. I've almost had a sensory memory of the time 20 years I saw Rose at her bungalow, and now even more so. Sometimes we don't need a TARDIS to transport us back, as long as we have our memories. Oh, Christopher, yes, I guess. I mean, isn't that what it's sort of... I measure my life with Doctor Who. I remember when my grandfather died, actually, Chris, and I'm so sorry to hear your news, and I hope you're doing okay. My granddad died before episode 3 of Remembrance of the Daleks, so I watched episode 3 at his house, I think the day before his funeral, where there's a grave digging scene, for God's sake. And of course there is a funeral in episode 4 when I was back home, back into the swing of it. But that obviously that was heavy on my mind, and I remember that. And my granddad was a really important part of my life. But even he, in death, cannot escape being linked to what was going on at Doctor Who at the time, or maybe I remember what was on a Doctor Who at the time because it was my anchor. He was the first grandparent I lost, so he was an anchor at a key part of my life. Doctor Who was, and always is, and always will be. And a plug for the Indefinable Magic podcast, which is coming out either before or after this, where I will muse on the way that Doctor Who and its anniversaries feed into our lives, and I talk a lot from a personal point of view about the series coming back. Joe Llewellyn, a friend from the States. Joe, good man. I've never met Joe, but I'm always fascinated by his outlook and his perspective on the show. Joe says, okay, a bit late, but I was late watching Rose. I saw it in 2010, and it was the first Doctor Who not featuring the 11th Doctor for me. I think I watched it between the Angel two-parter and Vampires of Venice. I liked it. Very Buffy, and that's a good thing. Eccleston and Piper were an excellent team. Matt Foy says, firstly, how on earth is this 20 years ago? 2005 was coming to the end of my own personal wilderness years. Okay, part 1. I had finished university and was working in a pub whilst applying for other jobs and managing to not to get any of them. Pub work meant I missed live transmission for all of that season and had to record the episode and watch it when I got in. As I was cooking myself something to eat, my mum, very much not we, said to me, you can relax. It's good. Minutes later, I was sat in the same room and position 7-year-old me had watched Remembrance of the Daleks in the previous century. It was Run that brought home It Was Back, and that wonderful shot of the TARDIS on the street corner. Eccleston's speech about the world turning sealed the deal. He was the Doctor, and yet different from everything that had gone before. The trip of a lifetime had begun, or resumed. Beautifully put, Matt. Paul Cook, my abiding memory of the return, was going to the bus stop about 2 weeks before to go to work one morning, and the advertising hoarding on the side of the shops had a massive poster of Chris and Billy. I suddenly realised that this was real and was going to be fantastic. Frank Shales is back, saying, I was niggled by the TARDIS doors on the billboard adverts, opening outwards, though. Of course you were, Frank. Ha ha ha. Oh, Doctor Who fans, don't we just love ourselves and all the bad things about us? Shane Plays, another of our American friends. Shane says, I missed out on the Who Is Back nervous heebie-jeebies because for some reason I thought this was a reboot and not a continuation of the series. I have a dim memory of thinking it had something to do with why do they have the Doctor in a leather jacket trying to look cool. So I passed on it for a while. I liked to, but wasn't near the fan then that I am now. Eventually, someone straightened me out, and I got into New Who. Anyway, most of my nostalgia for this episode is a girl I like once gave me a kiss on that fountain in Piccadilly Circus, where Rose meets up with Mickey on her lunch break, and I always have nice memories when I watch that scene. I'm in the USA, but lived in England for a couple of years in the early 90s. I'm glad you added that, Shane, because I suddenly had a moment of self-doubt going, I'm sure Shane's an American. Why is he kissing girls in Piccadilly Circus? That explains it. Thank you, because I would have worried that I'd misplaced you there. Good. Thanks, Shane. But the girls in Piccadilly Circus are ours. Keith Adams says, I remember nervously sitting down to watch Rose when it first aired. I worried a lot that the BBC would not do it right or somehow change everything, and was very excited and relieved with what we got. Chris Eccleston remains one of my favourite actors to play the Doctor in the modern series. He was in Cracker, Gone in 60 Seconds and 28 Days Later. Never believed we would get an actor with a household name of such calibre in our little show. Yeah, it was. The casting of Eccleston is an extraordinary thing. Frank Shales, Julian Glover on the Lost in Time DVD commentary for The Crusade, is really excited by the audacious casting of Eccleston, recorded after he was announced, but before the series was broadcast. It was encouraging to hear such a renowned actor, who loved Tom Baker, rating Eccleston so highly, and looking forward to the series restarting. The mighty Julian Glover. And I remember that Lost in Time box set. That's exciting too. And now let's get to the sharp end. Jack Sharp. Hi, Jack. Jack says, I didn't get into Doctor Who until 2010, so my first experience of Eccleston was on DVD. While this is far from my favourite story of this era, I do think it's an excellent first episode for a revival. A classic monster to bring in the old fans, while also plenty of exciting location work and visual effects to attract the new fans. I just wish it was named something more interesting than Rose. Oh, controversial, Jack. Christopher Meredith. Oh, that was Christopher I'd leapt to. So now Chris Williams, the last of the comments, and then we will get on with the business of commentating from me and watching the episode. But Chris Williams. Hi, Chris. Last but by no means least, I remember a few months before it was announced, my wife came home and said, guess what? I've just been in a taxi and the driver started talking about Doctor Who and said it was coming back. Nah, there's no chance, I said, after 14 years of wilderness. Jump forward with me with jaw dropped, seeing an animated GIF on the BBC Cult Doctor Who website proclaiming its return. Did anyone save that GIF? Oh no, the missing GIFs, the lost GIFs of Doctor Who. There'll be a book in it one day. How many lost websites and things are there? From then on, it's a series of stepping stone vivid memories of cooking Sunday breakfast with the radio news. And the radio news says Eccleston has been cast as the Doctor. Wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. Thumbing a magazine in Smith's and reading an RTD confirmation that it's not a reboot, that this is the same Doctor who regenerated. This is the same Doctor who regenerated. It's that Who word again. That could have been Doctor Who, but no, it's his punctuation is good and correct. This is the same Doctor who regenerated in San Francisco in 1999. Phew. Seeing location photos and the first cast shoot. They look great. Not sure about those windows. A massive billboard poster above the departures at Lime Street Station. God, they aren't messing about with this, are they? First sight of trailers with spaceships crashing into Big Ben. That doesn't look like a CBBC budget. A slightly giddy Matthew Sweet coming out of a screening on the Culture Show. I'm almost excited as him at this point. The big day finally arrived. Dinner plans rearranged, I know. Toddlers kept busy in another room. Curtains down. The music and titles start, and it's almost like a roller coaster rush. Finally, it's back. And you know what? We were right all along. All those years keeping the faith. We just had to wait for the rest of the world to catch up with us and realise, Doctor Who, it's not just good, it's fantastic. Well, thank you to everybody who has given me an hour and 22 minutes or so worth of memories. But hey, why not indulge us? And I reiterate, Doctor Who is not just about the show, and it's not just about the people who are key to making it, although we will be hearing from some of those later, and I am extremely grateful for their presence on this podcast. But I think one must always remind oneself that that this show introduces you to friends from all sorts of different places and walks of life, and with all sorts of different experiences. And although we're united by the same things and have a lot of the same touchstones here within this episode, as I'm sure will have become apparent as you listen to that, we might have different politics and different backgrounds and different references and be different ages and have different tastes. But there is more that unites us than divides us. And sometimes when things are rubbish, and things are a bit, the world is, I was speaking to my son the other day, who was, 5 when Rose was broadcast. I've not remembered a time where international politics and a few things going on in the world and just the general tenor of conversations have been so sort of distressing and bad and hard. And life is, I think, tricky at the moment. And I'm 50. I'm going through probably a second midlife crisis. I have to say, I do find myself wondering about my life and the things I've done and the choices I've made and all of those things. And it's nice to have something that is a reminder, that puts things in perspective, that is at once disposable and trivial and silly and a mere distraction, and also important and life-affirming, and a reminder of all the good things that have been and gone and all the bad things that have been and gone, because both of those things are true and have different outcomes. Good things come, which means that there are more good things. I couldn't have anticipated the amount of good things that have happened to me since Rose, but also a lot of really bad things I thought I'd never get through, that are also now in the past. So any that may be in the present, they too will. Everything passes, doesn't it? And things like anniversaries that put a specific time on things, they are a reminder of the temporary nature, not just of happiness, which can make us wistful, of course, that something wonderful happened and is now gone, or somebody wonderful we knew is now no longer with us. But a wistful, nostalgic feeling is actually a nice one, and pricks some important parts of our synapses and our psyche, and are instructive and important sort of emotional workouts that keep us human. But also a reminder that the bad things, and there will, I'm sure, be bad things to come, but they are conquerable, like an invasion from shop window mannequins. And with that in mind, and there's going to be no pre-titles either, is there? This is straight in. I remember it being a kind of, whoa, it was, straight from was it the basketball-y, dancey type of guys on the BBC, on the BBC ident, and I'm sure, and the fact that the announcer, I think, said Christopher Eccleston is the new Doctor Who. And I remember thinking, oh yeah, no, that's not saying new. This is a new thing, Doctor Who. It kind of is taking the baton from the Doctors that have gone before, which I thought was bold and daring and unexpected. And I'm sure he didn't think anything like about it as hard as I am now. But anyway, I just remembered that. So I am going to press on this. Hey, 20 years ago, Toby, there's going to be this unimaginable thing called a BBC iPlayer, where every episode of Doctor Who that you fastidiously collected, not only on VHS but also now on DVD and in the future on Blu-ray, will be available at the touch of a button on your television, and not just your television, on your phone and on your computer. So here we go. It's the 26th of March, 2025. Do you want to come with me? Well, take my hand and let's go back to the 26th of March, 2005. It's been a long wait. He's back. It's about time. And I'm going to press play on Doctor Who. Brand new Doctor Who. Old new Doctor Who. New old Doctor Who. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, now I'd heard the theme, I'm sure, on the Chris Moyle show on Radio 1, or a friend of mine had told me to listen out for it or sent me a recording of it. I think he sent me a recording of it, and I'm sure it was slightly different to this. I think the opening was a bit more bash, or maybe it was just a glitch of the recording or a symptom of the recording. But I definitely remember the strings were what made me go, oh my goodness, that you can have a new version of the theme tune that is in some ways both old and new, because strings are a classical instrument, but that sort of augmented what we knew. And I love that theme, and I still love that theme. I do adore the original Doctor Who themes because they're so otherworldly. But this seemed to me, the fact that I think it's actually sampled the Ooey-Oos, hasn't it? I think it might be my favourite iteration of the modern theme. Isn't that interesting? You would think they would learn, they would do some things would get better as they learnt from mistakes and blah blah blah, but some things they get right and have never been improved. I remember Sylvester McCoy writing an article, I think it was in The Guardian, where he'd sort of said, if I did have a caveat, it would be the music. I remember me going, oh, this music feels a bit, it does feel a bit people who don't do sci-fi doing sci-fi, and it does look, what people have said about it, looking a bit Hollyoaksy, and the camera filter that's on and the colours that it gives it, odd, don't look like I would expect Doctor Who to look now, but they seem absolutely right for then. So it slightly dates it, but actually I was conscious of this colour palette of the time, and all of this seemed very fresh and modern. I quite like this, the fact that we've got no sort of dialogue, and when we're setting the world, it does feel like they're trying to introduce us to a world, but the that is very self-consciously kind of, we're doing a funky spunky sci-fi show, but actually I really like it. I'm very fond of it and got fond of it very quickly. I think the music is slightly different, isn't it, on the version that we have from the version that was broadcast. All those people who want 60s Doctor Who to be absolutely as broadcast, well, I don't think on home media we've got, have we, the version of Rose we all saw. We certainly don't have the one with Graham Norton in, which was definitely the first version I watched for a very long time, because I taped this on VHS. But it's straight into it. I will probably use the word economy a lot. I'm thinking about the security guard that handed her the bag, though. What's his story? I'm sure I'll meet him one day. But I wonder if it was exciting to him that he was the guy, because the line will have been done in ADR when he gives Rose the bag. But anyway, don't get distracted by it as supporting artiste, Toby, when you could be talking about the bigger picture. Welcome to Happy Times and Places, everyone. I will be talking about economy a lot. You can't have too much economy. We've set the scene. We've set Rose's life, the drudgery of it, the mixture of work and play, the people in her lives, without a word being spoken. Jackie there on the way that Jackie is in this story, I think, is magnificent. And we're straight into the adventure. We are in a dark basement. And we are with our identification character. We are with a normal young woman living a normal life, who's about to have Jane Asher recently described Nigel Neal's work to me as a clash of the rational and the irrational. Well, Doctor Who works with a similar thing, or a clash of the mundane, the everyday, plastic boxes underneath a blooming shop, a department store full of people. This isn't an ancient castle cut off from nowhere. This is this is where you think can't be scary, in the middle of the sort of place we walk past every day. She's not on a spaceship. She's not cut off in a vessel or anything like that. This is the everyday. This is the hardest place. It would have been much easier to do a sort of scary story in somewhere cut off or strange, but the genius of this is to go, no, I'm going to set it in a department store, on a high street, all sorts of places where you'd think there were several places to be safe. And I remember when I don't remember exactly when I first heard the Autons were going to be back, but I was really excited because I've always loved the Autons. Although it's weird to think, isn't it, they were actually only in 2 stories, and they were in 2 stories before I was born. And it's peculiar that they never returned, and then that Russell T Davies decided to use them to relaunch the show, because it's not like he's launching with a classic monster, but it is also a monster that did launch a Doctor. But it's because they're an easy sell to an audience that may not be sort of sci-fi sympathetic. It's shop window dummies come to life. We all know what a shop window dummy is. But if you're a Doctor Who fan, it's a bonus because we know what they are. So it automatically says, oh, we've got an in here that the general public don't have, which is a nice feeling to have. And if you can have that without alienating the public, perfect. Run. The fact that the Doctor's first word is run, well, one, it's very economical. It's better than indubitably, Miss Tyler. But also, it says this is what the Doctor is. He's the man who grabs you by the hand when there's danger and says run. I mean, that is the pitch for the character of the Doctor. And the fact that then after that, drama and the wrestle and the, oh my God, the arms come off, he chucks it at her. That means he's used to this, and he's also quite quirky. And that's great because he said, she's come up with a theory. It's wrong, and he congratulates her. That's that. And then, oh God, he's alien and hasn't got time for niceties. Wilson's dead. Oh, and also people die in this. This is a show where people die, even your mate from work or whatever. I don't know how long it took Russell T Davies to write these opening moments, but if I was to have written it, I wouldn't have done. I'm not good enough. But this would have been about 25 pages long, and I would have had to have slim down, because the real art of this is the way that introduces both of our characters, actually, but also the tone of the show. And I'm the Doctor, by the way. What's your name? Nice to meet you. Run for your life. That is, again, Doctor Who in a nutshell. There are so many moments that are sort of, this is what this show does. Honestly, it's genius. It's deceptive genius because it's done with that trademark lightness of touch and breeziness that is often, a lot of geniuses like to show you how clever they are. I think the genius of this is the efficiency and the breeziness with which it is, with which it is put together. I think it's absolutely extraordinary. I've heard stories about wasn't there supposed to be a sofa landing on the street that almost caused. They're very CGI, those flames. I think we kind of knew at the time they were, but the TARDIS. And do you know what? Now this man doing this voice, I'm sure he interviewed me on local radio when I was doing my Doctor Who scarf. And he said, "Oh, I've been in Doctor Who," or maybe he did the voice of Aliens in London, but he was certainly one of the voices of the news brought. There was no reason why he should have been either, but he just was. It was just one of those weird coincidences. Noel Clarke, I knew who he was because he'd been in the revival of Auf Wiedersehen Pet, which had been a favourite series of mine when I was younger, although I didn't watch the whole of the revival. It seemed a bit too all on film for me or something, some pathetic reason not to watch something. But Russell T Davies is very good at creating these sort of domestic environments, and he likes his characters, even though they are in many ways terrible people. I mean, I always say this about Donna, is I love Donna on television, but in real life I really hate her. He quite likes, and I don't know why, he quite likes people who you could easily make awful. I did think this about Nolly, that wonderful series about Noel Gordon, where you go, oh, he's made, he's really affectionate about this Harridan, and you sort of think, yeah, but I bet if I'd worked with her, she'd have been horrible to me. So why being nice about her? But because it's this joyous generosity about all of us with all of our faults, and of course that is good writing. I was watching One Day recently, which is a beautiful series on Netflix, based on the David Nichols book. And the one thing I thought was particularly beautiful about it was that everybody had their points of view and everybody did not great things sometimes, but it was very generous to those people. The writer had not gone, I'm going to set this character up and give them their just desserts. He was in fact kind to them, and I think that the fact that even the sort of funny characters and the selfish characters and the characters who are sometimes wanting, there's a joy in humanity with this work here, and of course that's what Doctor Who ultimately is, because Doctor Who fights aliens and travels in time. The anchor for us is humanity and is the world in which we live today and are watching from. And Doctor Who shines a light on those things, but also amongst all the craziness, always has a reminder of where we are and where we come from. She looks Greek, even though she is Greek. And he looks Greek, and all the skin like an old Bible, isn't there? All of that. He can tell you everything you need to know about a character, about a passing phrase they make as they deliver you a cup of tea. So you've got the realism. You know you're not just having people sitting around spouting exposition, but the textures are all there. And again, with such economy. And this is a beautiful image, isn't it? Doctor Who, the Doctor sticking his head through the cat flap. And some could say that is a very clever link to Survival, the working title of which was Cat Flap. So Doctor Who ended with a cat flap and began again with a cat flap on accounts to state. I mean, there are links there. I don't think any of it's deliberate, but if you wanted to write an essay about Doctor Who, you could. That light switch was a bit mucky, wasn't it? Look how dirty that light switch is. This is now you see. This is very much for me how Doctor Who and sexuality and things should be dealt with. Is that he doesn't really? It's not really his bag. And I know a lot of quite puritanical people don't like the fact that Jackie gets a bit saucy. People get a bit saucy, and people, and sex is quite an important thing in people's lives. I don't think it should be an important part of Doctor Who, but if a non-Doctor character can exhibit our human foibles and we see it through the lens of Doctor Who, that could be quite funny. But yeah. So that works. That's exactly the right level of sex in Doctor Who for me. I remember there was brilliant pictures of that with the card flying about. Did he really read that book? I don't know. There's a lot of this where you go, is this a suggestion that he did that, or is he being a slightly showy offy Time Lord? But he's not showing off to her because actually she's not really noticing. It's one of those. It's one of those things where you go, are we supposed to believe he's read the book? But this is very funny. This is flirting with being terrible. It's really bad, silly humour, farcical. But Eccleston does it well. It's audacious, and that's the Doctor. The best Doctor Who actually doesn't play it safe and goes, "I am daring you to do what someone's mum might do," and go, "This is silly," and walk out of the room. Because you have to embrace the fact, you have to accept that it's silly. It's very. Now, that doesn't mean you play it silly. That doesn't mean you wink at the audience. That doesn't mean you undermine the drama by overplaying the silly or dicking about. But you also have to embrace the silliness and sort of stare the audience in the eye and go, "We're going to be doing this kind of stuff. And it's you've got to take it. You've got to join us in good faith." And we know, but come on, because it's really hard. I mean, making telly is hard, making drama is hard, telling stories is hard. But to tell stories that sort of dare us to challenge and suspend our disbelief, and to go into a world, and to go into a world that is recognisable as our own, but a version where things that can happen that our rationality tells us can't, is tricky. I love the way he goes, "Hello." He's slightly. I remember talking to my friend Jeff, who has an autistic son, and I was saying I felt that Eccleston, when he's trying to do this sort of humour, I'm not sure he's always brilliantly comfortable with comedy, and that actually gives his comedy a slight sort of awkwardness, which makes him a sort of square peg in a round hole, which kind of fits the Doctor. That I think there's some awkwardness that's maybe not intended, but that's maybe being ungenerous to the actor. But that therefore sort of works in its favour. And I love I love the way that he does all of this, where he's sort of, his mind's racing about and he's not quite looking at her, and he's driving forward, and sort of spiking back at her because she's a human, and he's not communicating with her in a way quite like anybody else. I think it really works. I love these scenes between Rose and the Doctor, and I think Eccleston was a really odd choice at the time, he would not have been on my list. But of course, in terms of his caliber as an actor and his status as an actor, it was like, that's amazing. So I was absolutely intrigued. And he, and it's not a price war. He has a sort of earthy warmth about him as well that we sometimes forget because he's so good at the intensity. I mean, I think there's nobody better at him than the intense stuff, and that was no surprise because I'd seen him do that kind of telly, and his scene in his final scene in Cracker is one of my favourite pieces of television. But here, this is where you get a synthesis of going, okay, this is what Doctor Who is doing today, and this is why these people are making it, and this is why it's got a writer of this caliber and an actor of this caliber, and how this is not just some exercise in nostalgia. This is not just, you know, picking up that show that I used to have, although absolutely Doctor Who had, of the olden days, had good speeches done by good leading men, but this to me seemed to be the thing that you'd use as an example to show unbelievers about Doctor Who and go, no, this show, and look, he looks so hurt as he walks away as well. He's got actually lots of layers to him, and he walks almost like a sort of slightly damaged child in a way. He's a bit like a sort of marionette whose strings need a bit of repairing, but there is something strangely childlike. And I remember saying to Jeffy, he seems slightly. I did remember thinking, is the wind going to blow every time the TARDIS takes off? Surely surely they're going to have to get bored of that. They're not going to do that every time. And Jeff saying that, yeah, he thought that was not a glib assessment of mine, because people throw in mental health related observations all the time in ways that can sometimes be offensive. But I was glad that Jeff reassured me and said, no, there is a sort of a detachment and a slightly sort of spectrumy feeling about the Eccleston Doctor, which means, yes, he doesn't have quite the same communication methods as the sort of more straightforward. Don't read my emails, which I think is lovely. Poor old Mickey. I mean, Mickey gets a redemption arc. I'll be interested to see how I react to Noel Clarke's performance in this, because it was one, and I'd loved the way he was so enthusiastic in press releases and stuff. He obviously knew his Doctor Who and liked Doctor Who, but I did find Mickey a performance style-wise slightly on the edge of what I was hoping for, and I think Noel Clarke has said that since, that he changed his performance as he twigged that they were aiming for a slightly different kind of crowd. Although I did mention that to Russell T Davies when I interviewed him, and he wasn't having any of it. So we can all theorise what we like, but Russell was like, no, this is exactly as it should have been. So and I like that cart. But and so we're about to meet the first guest star, and I remember see, is that man scary? Oh yeah, that man is scary because he's got the killer bin. And I think I'd read, I think there was an SFX magazine preview. Oh, he'll be 100 years old now, that boy. That I think had prepared me that there might be something I didn't like about the bin. Mark Benton, the first sort of guest star of New Who. I remember being quite excited that he was on because I knew his work. In fact, I'd seen him in Accidental Death of an Anarchist at the National Theatre, where he was the constable. That's a play I've been in, and the star was Alan Cumming. Trevor Cooper was that as well, Lorcan Crouch. The Doctor and She's a She. That is a brilliant just reminder of what the mission statement is here, is that for Doctor Who to survive, there needs to be a lot of people who are a she watching the show. And I think that is the greatest achievement of this revival, in that it consciously and adeptly made itself a show that was suddenly acceptable to have a female following, which for some reason had always kind of evaded it. Yes, there are female Doctor Who fans of old, and there were some women and girls who watched classic Doctor Who, but it was largely, and the flag wavers for it were largely, males of a certain age, and a big gay following as well. But it needed very clever here too as well. Bringing JFK into it, because of course JFK is forever associated with Doctor Who because his assassination was, it's the great trivia question. It's the talking point at parties, isn't it? Doctor Who started the day after the assassination of John F. Kennedy. So to tie the Doctor in with that event is artful and clever, and gives another connection for fans, but also the JFK assassination is also tied up with conspiracy theory and the X-Files, and there was a show called Dark Skies that I'd really enjoyed as well. That where big events in world and particularly American history are tied up with sort of aliens and sci-fi and conspiracy. So it lends Doctor Who a little bit of that as well. And this is an important thing, that you've got this funny character who lives in his shed, but he tells you that. Yeah, but remember that this, and what happens to him later, emphasises that as well. This is a show where people die, so it may be quirky and it may be strange, but, a lot of people don't get out of it alive. So for all the lunacy, and because we're making this show light and funny, and the contrast between humour and the madness of it, but it is all of that stuff is in contrast to the very real danger and death, and then you've got the contrast here, is you've got something that turns out to be dangerous and potentially deathly, but it's also a moving bin, which also brings in the everyday. Let's make the everyday weird. Let's make the danger lurking round the street. I'm sure, round the corner in Tooting Bec, there's a Yeti sitting on the loo. And again, it's really deftly and artfully deployed. The Doctor's making house calls. And he's really good, Mark Benton, because he's funny and he's sweet, but he absolutely is selling the fact that this is, dangerous stuff. And of course, the person that knows about the Doctor is a guy who goes on the internet and keeps lots of things in his shed. So there's a sort of meta thing going on there as well. As I talk about this, there is so much about this that is well judged. And the killer bin, this is for the time, I remember thinking this was a pretty neat effect, and was not, we didn't have CGI in old Doctor Who. So this was one of the first sort of major bits of this is how the show is gonna look. The bin burping, I remember that was the giant rap for it. It's almost Doctor Who has to have something in it that disappoints me, that makes me worry and look and go, oh, that's gonna the general audience. Of course, I was always worried about the general audience, and I wasn't a fan of the bin. And again, when I mentioned it to Russell, I said, you didn't do anything like that again. Again, he wasn't having any of it. It's interesting. Someone in the comments, didn't they, said Rose not picking up that Mickey is now obviously some weird alien is slightly stretching it a bit, but I think we accept it because she's not really communicating. It says actually some stuff about their relationship, but also she is now down the foxhole of thinking about the Doctor, who's turned her eye and curiosity. And as somebody that lives with somebody who quite often has conversations with her where I'll go, yeah, and I don't, and she'll say, you haven't listened to a word I've said there, because I've just had a message with somebody saying something about the DVD release or a missing episode or a piece of casting or whatever. So if I have to say, if Sheryl Lee suddenly had a different hairline and was grinning like a lunatic and talking about pizza, I might not notice if somebody had said, have you seen the latest tweet from Film is Fabulous? And Noel Clarke does this well, even though, again, it's probably as on the nose as you get in this of stretching credibility. But it's a great way of having the Doctor come in, and she's so natural, isn't she? The way that she does all of that stuff. Billie Piper is amazing. And the Doctor's here. And that's a great way for the Doctor to come and, do show that he's the guy who knows that there's problems, and to introduce Rose to the danger once again. I love the fact that this is modern Doctor Who, guys, is that in the restaurant it's the guy that screams. I remember being so delighted by that, because it's just, again, another one of those subversions of what we might expect, but that not in a way that's critical of anything, but that is cheeky and fun, and just a nice little moment that needn't be there, but the fact that it is adds to the whole beauty of all of this. And so now we're going to get this is where and again the Doctor Who is about juxtaposition, it's about dissonance, it's about two things clashing often, and there you've got her running for her life as the door's being smashed, and him casually strolling to the police box, and all of that stuff is really compelling, and all of that stuff is kind of what Doctor Who is. It's about two different things that shouldn't go together, somehow creating strange beauty. And I wonder, again, like those first 5 minutes or so, I wonder how long they thought about, so do we see her go in? Do we see it from her point of view? What do we... I suspect it all came from Russell T Davies, but she's been in once, we didn't see what she saw, and now we follow her in. Murray Gold helps as well with the music. I think they call this the Chancellor Flavia, and then you've got this amazing shot. This is not how we've ever seen a TARDIS before, really. I've never wiled about I can see the rationale behind it, the slightly organic element of the TARDIS. I prefer my things to be a bit more Heath Robinson than, it's grown. That just doesn't quite fit with my aesthetic, but that's not a criticism. It's more of a confession. I love the way he basically stands there and goes, well, you're going to have questions. What are they? There's no sort of floweriness about it. You go, you may have noticed my idea. Blah, blah, blah. He's just like, yeah, I'll make this easy for you. And of course, that's a natural question for her to ask as well, and brilliant that he hasn't thought about it. That shows that yes, he's going to be this wise, intelligent, benevolent alien, but he's going to drop the ball sometimes, and he sort of needs her to remind him of that, and that whilst he has all these wonderful things about him, he can also be crazy and strange and difficult, and he can never quite be our best friend, because we are on a slightly different level and or plane from him. It makes the most of the dynamics that are available between Doctor and companion, and there's so many things to negotiate. The age gap, the fact that so many things that he takes in his stride would be absolutely, impossible for us to deal with. The fact that Rose is obviously portrayed as somebody who's got a bit more intuition and a bit more get up and go and is very smart. And I love the way she kind of chastises him, and that it's not just, oh my gosh, you've got a spaceship, this is marvelous. That the fact it gives her, something to reject, because again, it would be a bit too sort of easy, wouldn't it, to just go, oh wow, you've got a spaceship and you like aliens. She really sort of resists this and him. And also the fact that, yes, I love the way he goes, it's a disguise, when it's not. It's a terrible disguise now because we don't have police boxes. That's a brilliant choice from Eccleston there. I love the way he says it's a disguise. And we're getting bits of exposition here, but he's making it he's boiling it down to his essentials, Rose. Again, he's not showing off. And that helps the fact that we've got this Doctor who's a bit more down to earth and a bit more blunt. It means that the temptation to be sort of flowery about it all is resisted. This and this is quite funny. I mean, it's silly, but it's quite funny, isn't it? And of course you have to show that the Doctor is not Captain Kirk or Captain Picard or a Marvel superhero. He is he does miss the obvious, or he is slightly askew. The Doctor is slightly askew. Oh, like that camera angle, which is beautiful because we've got the recognisable Big Ben, but at that side, and there's nothing more thrilling for me than watching these two run across. And this piece of music is called, isn't it, Westminster Bridge, and the Big Ben, the Houses of Parliament, red buses. Sometimes, when American things do British things, they'll have a red police box and a bobby and all of that, and you go, oh, you're just grabbing things that you've seen in a breast implants, good gag, that you've seen in a London gift shop to say that is what Britain is like. But actually having that bridge, that clock, those buses, because Doctor Who is a British institution, and I needed that. I'm not very good at geography, so I don't think I'm looking at London. Cardiff pretending to be London. I'm convinced that that's London, but when they're in those streets, because I don't really pick up on geography. I'm too busy trying to spot character actors at 20 paces. But having those, because it harks back to the Daleks on Westminster Bridge, and having and the Cybermen and St Paul's Cathedral, it's a very Doctor Who-y thing to go, let's put us in front of some things that are instantly recognisable as British, and that gives Doctor Who a feel all its own. This is a magnificent location, isn't it? This feels like the place a Doctor Who story should be said. And a note about Ernest Vins, the cinematographer who was responsible for a lot of the look of Doctor Who when it came back, who died last year but worked on more episodes of Doctor Who than many, many, many people. And I love the lighting here. The lighting in this is fantastic. And so we get the Nestine, who's a bit of a sort of straightforward-y CGI blob. But again, I mean, the whole alien threat in this is... It's called Rose. Jack Sharp mentioned he wished they'd gone for a more interesting title. But Rose is the title because Rose is our conduit to not only Doctor Who, but to the Doctor... not only to the Doctor, but to Doctor Who, the series. We need Rose. Without Rose, this series wouldn't have worked. Rose stops us getting the bends when we're thrown into the heady atmosphere of Doctor Who, and this alien invasion story is not really what this episode is about, but it's funny hearing stuff about the Shadow Proclamation and all of that, and dropping things in that I just thought it was kind of it was the Doctor just sort of boasting and being a bit alien-y, but a lot of this sort of stuff comes back, doesn't it? And I remember listening to the commentary of this. Is it on the DVD? Yeah, where I think that they were slightly lamenting, weren't they, that a lot of the episode, or some of the episode, is now spent with the Doctor sort of poised over the edge, and they've nicked the TARDIS as well. But the anti-plastic, as of course, is controversial as well. He's got the resolution to the adventure. Oh yeah, I fought in the war. You think, is this just colour? I don't think we'd conceived about the saving of the world. I thought that was just maybe there to suggest that he's the Doctor. He travels through time. There's a bit of a backstory. I didn't realise that a lot of what was being seeded was going to be part of this arc, because I don't think at this point I'd anticipated the being an arc. I knew, there was going to be continuation of Rose and her family probably, and we'd see these characters again. But I didn't think there'd be a sort of story arc involving, a time war and continuity of something that we might hear a reference to in a speech that actually resonates all through the season to the final episode, because this was a new way of doing Doctor Who, and yet it seems so obvious now, and that without those linking arcs, which have to be deployed very carefully, because you don't want to alienate people who are just popping in every now and again, but you do want to reward people who are poring over the minutiae. I like Clive's little speech about the doing spreadsheets and stuff like that. But yes, the anti-plastic is, is a, we know how to defeat them already, but that's because that's not what the story is. In another story about an Auton invasion, I'd want him to come up with a cleverer solution, but he's come up with that off stage. But poor old Clive, and this is where, we've got the same sound effect, and the look on his face, he knows he's going to die, it's horrible, and they've just watched lovely Clive get gunned down, and it makes me really sad, and that's partially because Mark Benton is so good there, but also it's horribly shot in the face at point-blank range. But also that he was a sort of cuddly, nice, kind of unkillable character. See also Linda with a Y. So Russell T Davies, for all his marvellous and the joyousness of the adventuring that he portrays, that's the family of a man we liked, who was really sweet, who's just been killed. So that makes you not unconvinced that Jackie Tyler, who's been this funny, crazy woman, will be killed. She is genuinely under threat, even though she's a humorous character, which means that we have these scenes going on, which aren't just, a load of extras that we don't know. I mean, we've got Clive's family there as well, but it gives us a stake in the invasion that is happening, because we're anchored to one of the characters who's caught up in it, whilst the Doctor and Rose can be doing their business sort of at the sharp end of it, if you like. And things like having them as brides, I thought was clever. And I remember a friend of mine had seen a picture or something and said, and one of them's, a child Auton, which is again we go, yeah, okay, well we'll do the shop windows dummy thing that they did in 1969, 1970, but let's have some of them dressed as brides, because that's a wonderful thing that we've perverted to create threatening, and also a child, a smaller one. I like this wall of music. I'm a big Murray Gold fan. I know some people think the music's full on, but this is really building it up to a climax. We are being slightly distracted from the fact that the Doctor has now been standing on the edge of this sledge for approximately 100 years, but it's okay. But I think this is brilliant. This is paced so well. Keith Burke gets a bit of stick for his direction, and I think they were learning so much, weren't they? But I think the pacing of this is great, and the way it cuts between the different points in the action, and you've got Jackie under threat, and the guns coming from our hands, the Doctor there, and I love that build-up. I love Rose's speech about going, because it's very important to me, that it says to you, you're not, this is not somebody who's, did the best exam in Starfleet. This is somebody who wasn't great at this and wasn't great at that, but suddenly remembered she got the bronze. She didn't get the gold, she got the bronze. And that's just enough. That's all you've got. But all you've got is just enough. And I think Doctor Who teaches that as a very important lesson. All you've got is just enough to save the world, and certainly to get through whatever it is that you're going through. I get quite emotional about it. It is. Doctor Who is disposable, and it's trivial, and it's not important, but by God, I don't think I'd be here without it. And I'm not special in that either. That's the point. Nobody's special, and yet that the very fact that nobody's special makes everything a little bit special. Now, that doesn't mean you then have to impose your specialness on everybody else and go, pay attention to me, I'm special. Your own specialness should be enough. What you have within you, not the validation of other people, should give you enough, the wherewithal to overcome that loss, that death, that setback, that invasion by alien shop window dummies. And they killed Clive. But my worry was that you didn't see him die. And I thought, oh God, because we don't really have programs like this anymore. Because most sort of sci-fi and stuff like that had either been adult sci-fi, something like Invasion Earth, which was a bit sort of po-faced, and or you had stuff that was sort of children-y stuff from the UK anyway, where you wouldn't show some of the things you'd showed in old Doctor Who, like people getting stabbed and shot and blown up and all that. So I did think, oh, are we not going to see people die? Because we don't actually see people killed. Of course, that soon changes, and there was lots of lovely people who die over the course of the next 12 episodes. But it was an unresolved thing for me. Come the end of this episode, was is that going to be one of the things I've got to get used to, like 50-minute self-contained episodes? And I think I did feel, the climax of this was a bit hasty. I hope that the anti-plastic was just a thing typical to this episode. Poor old Mickey, he's not invited. But and of course I'm sure Russell T Davies put the production documents or something in one of the specials in one of the magazines, and of course he says it's when he says it travels in time and she runs, and that of course is emphasized by the way that they treat the picture, and it's slightly in slow motion, isn't it? But you and look at his face. He is such a good actor. There's so much in that. He was being a bit blasé about it, but he's slightly hurt. He's slightly wounded. And I think he sees in her, even though he's acting all superior to her, because he knows more than her, he's experienced more than her, he's fought more than her, he's done more than her, and yet she has something, a spark, a gusto, an intuition that hasn't been soiled by centuries of intellectualism and perhaps being ground down by experience and cynicism and loss and all of that. That is vital. She is a spark to him, to sort of get his old engine going again. But that means it's a sort of two-way relationship. I hate the idea that the Doctor absolutely has to have one of us, otherwise he's rubbish. We don't want that. That's elevating humanity above its station. But this is very much a two-way thing. He will survive being lonely and doing brilliant things without her. But somehow the alchemy between them brings out the best in both of those characters. And that is why, for all, the brilliance of the alien invasion and the fine work of the special effects people and the budget defying stuff that they did, the relationship between the Doctor and Rose powers this season and really does kickstart the revival. And actually these next time trailers are really important. These become the cliffhangers. And they became as exciting a part of the episode as the episode themselves. And look at this. I could read these credits, every single one of them, and I put all those names to memory. Even the crew. Now the credits would be over, and I think that's something where television should be ashamed of itself over the past 20 years, sending names flying past and shrinking credits and talking over them, and it's just like stripping the covers off a leather-bound book. But anyway, let's accentuate the positive. The fact that the cliffhanger became replaced by the next time trailer, and I thought that was a brilliant way of conjuring that excitement for next week that was usually done by the cliffhanger, and replicating, not exactly, but giving a replacement to that in the form of the teaser for next week. I know a couple of people who switch off and don't like watching the next time trailer. I take the point with the two-parters, and I'm sure when I talk about Aliens of London that there is an issue there where the cliffhanger is seen to be resolved almost immediately. But and especially because those first three episodes are all so different, and that's again another piece of brilliance. Present day Earth, then we have the future of the end of the world, as far forward as you go, and then we have the episode in the past. So each episode has within it, in the form of the Next Time trailer, another example of what the show that would be like, saying, you're not going to see another invasion of Earth next week. No, we're going to be on a mad, colourful spaceship full of aliens. You go, oh right, okay, I still don't know what I've got. There's still a bit of a mystery. There's still the unknown quantity. So I am anticipatory and I am excited. And that is what, of course, keeps Doctor Who going, and is another of the reasons there is still anticipation and excitement 20 years later. But I am excited and anticipating what my guests will have chosen about as their 5 favourite things of Rose. And I thought long and hard about who to ask to be on this. And I had a plethora of guests for the 60th anniversary talking about An Unearthly Child. And I could have just done the same. But that would have been lazy. And I had a couple of prime scalps who I wanted who haven't contributed to the show. So it's balancing people from the show, but also people, the Roses, if you like. So they're the Doctor, but then equally important is Rose, the person not from that background, but who is an equally important part of the journey and the adventure. I hate to say ordinary people because that sounds slightly patronising and pejorative, but I mean the sort of people, mates, do you know what I mean? But people who aren't necessarily ever going to be writing or performing in Doctor Who and have no desire so to do, but enjoy the show and the impact it has on their lives that are outside of the workings of television, if you like. Although actually, everybody here is somebody that, thanks to Doctor Who, does is involved in creative processes, some closer than others to the actual business of Doctor Who itself. But that's partially a coincidence because this is the 100th story I am considering for this podcast. This will be episode 100. And so I wanted to also mark the fact that I wouldn't have got here without the people that helped me with this podcast, which is a child of the pandemic, but that's another story as well. So I had to ask the very first person who did the very first episode of this, and that is my friend Chris Boyle, who is he works in teaching, but he's also done comedy and writes. And Chris was somebody that I spoke to a lot when I was experimenting with these podcasts, and gave me sage advice and was really, really helpful as I was developing these unknown quantities that I wasn't sure how to do. And I really value Chris's contributions in the early days, and I'm slightly ashamed that actually Chris and I haven't seen each other as much as I would like in recent years, because we're at the other end of a text and a phone and a message. I think sometimes it's easy to take people for granted, and so I also wanted to ask Chris to show that there are some people who are important in my lives, even if I haven't spoken to them a lot recently. Now, that's partially due to circumstance. I don't see Chris at stand-up gigs so much anymore, and I don't go out that much anymore, and we don't have the house parties. Chris has been to house parties here because I don't drink anymore, and that my life has slightly changed there. So I'm not taking 100% of the blame. Circumstance is there too, but when you look back over 20 years of a programme, you do think about the people that you've got to know since. You don't know anymore, people who've died, people who've died, and it makes you assess where you are. And of course, one of the things you think about is how important friendships are. So I would like to mark that, and not only on a personal level, but also on the level of what these podcasts are, that Chris Boyle, who we're about to hear from, was the first guest for many, many, many reasons. And so it seemed a no-brainer that he should be the first person I ask for their 5 favourite things about Doctor Who. But of course, before I do that, I have to choose my own. The rules of the game are, for anybody that's forgotten or is listening to one of these for the first time, boy, this will probably not be what you've expected. The rules are, I have to choose my 5 favourite things. A thing can be anything: a performance, a line, a scene, a moment, an actor, a hat. But the rules I've imposed for this one, because I thought everybody would choose Christopher Eccleston, Billy Piper, and Russell T Davies, I've said you can't choose those things. You can choose examples that show or shine a light on why those three individuals might be, key aspects of the success of this episode, but you can't choose them, because I thought then it would just end up being everybody just saying those names, and so I need an illustration of why those people are brilliant, because that will give us more talking points and maybe a light upon one of your favourite things that isn't Christopher Eccleston, Billy Piper or Russell T Davies, even though they might be influenced or contain them. So I also cannot choose Christopher Eccleston, Billy Piper or Russell T Davies. I need to choose 5 favourite things about Rose. There are so many. I think the first thing I have to choose is the economy with which Russell T Davies has written this episode. It's a masterclass in economy. The deployment of little nods to the classic series that obviously lovely bonuses, could have done without any. I'd have happily had none. But the but the fact that there are so many nods to reassure me, who was terrified, and all the talk that I had before this episode from the correspondents was how frightened and terrified we were that it would be rubbish, or it wouldn't be our show, that we wouldn't like it. The deployment of little things to say, oh, this is the show. But more that actually, but maybe that's a different thing. When I'm talking about the economy, I'm talking about the way that Rose is set up. I'm talking about the dialogue that the Rose and the Doctor have in the lift. I'm talking about the fact that our introduction to the Doctor is not some big flowery speech. It's grabs her hand and says, "Run." That is economy writ large. Can you have such a thing? Too much perspective. It's and the episode is full of things like the writing of Jackie Tyler is very economical. As I say, that's skin like an old Bible, and she would say that, and all of those deft little character touches, and economy, and in terms of having to sum up what Doctor Who is in 50 minutes, I think is done in a series of deft, economical, smart, really artfully wrought, but deceptive, because it has an attitude of breeziness about it, and fun and zest and adventure is key. The economy with which Rose is put together is, I think, number 1. Number 2, let me think. Now, my worry is here that I've just now wiped out a load of things that could have been my choices, because, of course, that economy also brings with it, I think, I love that exchange, what's your name, by the way? Rose Tyler. Nice to meet you, Rose Tyler. Run for your life. That clip was shown before, wasn't it? Before the episode, and I think, again, is a pretty neat summary of what the show is. So it might force me to be more imaginative in my next 4 choices, because a lot of the things I would have chosen, I think, have all been are all subcategories of the economy. So the next thing I will choose will be, well, I suppose I'll have to choose Clive, played by Mark Benton, because Doctor Who has always, to me, been about the guest characters. In a way, I sometimes think the show suffers when it gets too interested in its leads, who, much like the format, to me, I think work best when they're a conduit to tell the stories of the people that they meet. And I'm always intrigued with Doctor Who to find out who the new characters are in the new worlds, and particularly for me, because it's my kind of thing, who the guest actors are who will be playing them. And I remember thinking, well, Mark Benton was a big enough name to be lending kudos to Doctor Who, and that was very important to me. It's definitely a barometer that I use. I remember stupidly as a teenager thinking, well, if I can tell. If I can tell the people at school that T.P. McKenna's going to be in Doctor Who, they'll start to take it seriously, because an actor of his calibre, frankly, wouldn't be doing a show that was on its last legs or whatever. And, of course, realising that the currency I spend is only acceptable in very few niche establishments. But Mark Benton, I think, was enough of a person for people to go, oh, yeah, Mark, get that guy. And I think he judges it perfectly. And I do like the fact that he's sort of playing a Doctor Who fan. I wouldn't have needed that. I wouldn't have expected that. I'm a self-loathing fan. I was sort of the further away Doctor Who fans from Doctor Who sometimes, I think, the better. And yet, obviously, the fact that this first season was written by all people who were Doctor Who fans, but professional television artisans first, obviously informed on the show and some of its more successful aspects. But the fact that he's a Doctor Who fan is quite fun, and the fact that he's not, again, there's a kindness about the way that he is treated, and the fact that, yeah, he's there to do the geeky, I know all about the Doctor stuff, but he's a good enough actor and a well-written enough character that even though he's the geeky man in the shed, he underlines the danger. And then the tragic thing, because Doctor Who always does have a, if not a twist at the end, a sting in the tail. He's the guy that gets killed. And you're looking at it now, you go, well, they had to kill someone, and he's the only person, unless they'd introduced a security guard or a policeman who let them in, or somebody who had a bit of a chat with or whatever. But no, it's Clive, and I think the expression on Mark Benton's face is everything. That shows that the policy of getting a good actor to play a part that is a comical character type, but to whom the very worst thing happens that can happen to anybody in a drama like Doctor Who, I think is, again, a great sign of the many things you have to synthesize when you're making an episode of Doctor Who, and judge every note of perfectly in order for it not to be discordant. So Mark Benton as Clive, and particularly that look on his face when he realizes that. And it's a typical thing, isn't it? Everything I've said was true, and that means I'm dead. It has that sort of bittersweet, Doctor Who can be cruelly funny at times as well, and it has that as well. So there's so much of Doctor Who in that and in him. So Mark Benton as Clive. I did meet him briefly at a comedy awards once, but I was drunk, and I'm sure he won't remember me saying whatever it was I said to him, but it was probably something about Doctor Who, because he'd been in it. Yeah, he'd been in it by then. Yeah, I think he had. So that's number 2. Number 3. Now, of course, I have to choose something that illustrates the greatness of Christopher Eccleston. I have to use something that illustrates the brilliance of Billie Piper, and I have to choose something. I suppose I've chosen a thing that suggests the brilliance of Russell T Davies, but he is so key to what this is. I think I'm going to have to, aren't I, choose the turn of the earth speech, aren't I? Because that shows Eccleston at his best. I particularly like the look on his face when he walks away. I think that's amazing. But I think the music's great there as well. But I think that also is a bold statement that says, this is Doctor Who. And you, as I say, you first think, oh, God, this shows Doctor Who being really modern. But then you are reminded of great speeches from great actors in the lead part from the past. It makes you go, oh, hang on, don't dismiss the past. Doctor Who's always done this. But doing this does feel like it's Doctor Who in the present day saying, this is a great program that can have great writing, great acting, is a bit odd, is doing things that no other program can do. You're not going to get a speech like that that's going to work in any other kind of program. So it's a uniquely Doctor Who thing. Written well, scored well, acted well, but that also seemed to be very present and stamping modernity onto Doctor Who, even though if you think about it, it can echo the Doctor Who of the past as well. It seemed to me a bold mission statement that was done well by everybody that did it. So I think it's got to be, you've got to, and it says so much about what the Doctor is, and why this character is the character in the drama that you're going to follow and who's going to intrigue you, and why he doesn't quite fit in, and why he can be slightly sort of loftily disdainful of our shortcomings. And I think Doctor Who is very good at celebrating humanity, but also, trying to kick some of our stupider preoccupations into touch with a deft dismissal that can be deployed by somebody who's lived for thousands of years and seen all of time and space and everything in between. That's the great thing about the character. So, do I choose that? I felt going into it, I didn't want to choose it because it's an obvious one. And I have been drawn to, I do like the way he says it's a disguise, because they're having this kind of, I like the fact that I love that scene outside the TARDIS where, she's cross with him because he hasn't thought about whether Mickey might be dead or not, because he's got his eye on the bigger picture, which shows important alien Olympic detachment. It also shows the importance of the humanity that Rose brings to it. And as I say, I am cautious about the alien learning from people, because people have a lot of shortcomings, and I don't think we should be too easily celebrated. I like it when Doctor Who's reminding us that we need to buck our ideas up sometimes. As in general, it's better that than making cheap political points, I think. But let's not get into that. As it exists as a show, I think it's great at diminishing some of our present day preoccupations. Actually, when it doesn't get too specific, because it says that the universe is, and life and humanity and everything is so much bigger and broader and more exciting than the silly little things that sometimes preoccupy us. But, so I don't, I'm not wild about humans teaching the Doctor a thing or two, but I think it's judged perfectly with the character of Rose, who just shows that that knowledge and experience and perspective the Doctor has comes at a price that he sometimes misses the things that can be hugely important to us, like like our stupid boyfriend who would be sad if they died, or whatever. But I like the fact that in the heat of that sort of argument, when she suddenly notices, oh, why is it a police box? And I think that's so natural as well, that stuff comes in at moments where you might not expect it to, as definitely happens in real life. And again, it's really good writing. And I just love the way he says it's a disguise, because on paper it might look like it was part of the argument, because they're going back and forth, going, you're stupid apes and this, that, or the other. But the pride with which he says it's a disguise, and the fact that we know it's not actually that much of a disguise anymore, it's just it's 3 words, isn't it? But it's really funny, but it also says something about the character, and it also is instructive, if you're looking for these things, of the choice that the actor has made to just twist the line slightly and make it come from a different direction that makes it charming and beguiling and intriguing. So yeah, I'm going to park the Turn of the Earth speech just for now, even though it's amazing, because I'm wondering if everybody will think it's too obvious, or is it because I resist an easy point? I don't know. But I'm choosing it's a disguise. I think I have to choose Rose's entry to the TARDIS. I think there's so much there. I think it's such an important moment in the series, and it's the moment, where you're waiting for your audience at home to go, okay, I've had enough now. And I think doing it from Rose's perspective, and I think this speaks to everything. So it speaks to Billie Piper, who is absolutely key to this episode's success. I don't think Rose is a disappointing title. I think it has to be called Rose. Rose is our conduit into the world of Doctor Who in 2005. Rose is vital to the success, as is Billie Piper. And the fact that we learn it from her point of view, but the fact that when she goes into the TARDIS, she then comes out and she goes all the way around and she goes back in again, and then we follow her in. They could have made so many different choices. And I'll add, actually, the fact that she's running about trying to escape from the yard and he just casually saunters into this box, which has with it what I talked about, those sort of clashing of styles and attitudes that is very Doctor Who-y. Yeah, I think Rose's entrance to the TARDIS, and we continue on to, I think, that brilliant choice of having Eccleston sort of square up and go, okay, give me your questions, in a way that stops it feeling like exposition, because he acknowledges that, this is big for her and this is overwhelming. And again, that very simple. You're right. I think all of that is magnificent. So Rose's entrance to the TARDIS. So what have I got? I've got the economy. I've got Clive. I've got It's a Disguise. I've got Rose's entry into the TARDIS. There are so many other things I could choose. I love the fact that it's the Autons. I love the child Auton. I love the bride Autons. I love the fact it's the guy in the restaurant who screams. One day I'll do a whole podcast about that guy. I love a girl, and it's about the Doctor, and it's a girl. I love Jackie Tyler. I love the fact that we're on a housing estate. I adore the scene where the Doctor's getting strangled and Rose is just chatting away. Again, that clash of style, of focus of the characters, the fact that it's, that's as the show has to be daring and say to the audience, you're going to have to take stuff like this and we're going to have fun with it, but this is the world you need to buy into if you're going to reap the rewards of enjoying this brilliant show. It's confidence, isn't it? There's a confidence about it that I think the show would have been like, you absolutely cannot be apologetic when it comes to Doctor Who. And confidence is hard because confidence can be off-putting. And if you put forward a confident front, you have to, in my job as a comedian, it can make people mistake you for being cocky or conceited. Whereas, of course, it's not. It's to get your message across. You sometimes have to be bold. And so confidence is a risky thing to assume, particularly if you're not, which most of us aren't, deep down that confident a person. And a show to have that confidence, that can put people off now, unless the tone is judged absolutely. And I think they pretty much get it right. So that scene of the strangulation, the Doctor with his head in the cat flap, the show's attitude to affairs of a physical nature, the Doctor just going, nah, not into, no. I love when Jackie Tyler comes on to him. But I think I'm going to choose the turn of the Earth. Because I feel like because I've said a lot about Billie Piper and I wasn't allowed to choose her specifically. I'd have chosen her if I could. I'd have chosen Eccleston, but they're all involved in the bits I love. I mean, I'm wishing now I could choose that lift scene, but I think I count the economy that I chose as choice one as part of that. Whereas the turn of the Earth scene isn't quite so economical. It's where the episode stops for a moment in order to give the characters space for a bit of lyricism and insight and something a bit strange and different. And it's just the two of them, and it features those two key elements of this show, which is Christopher Eccleston and Billie Piper, and indeed Russell T Davies. It's all three of the things I'm not allowed to choose in one moment that I am allowed to choose, which is the Doctor's turn of the Earth scene. So those are my 5 things: the economy of the writing and the presentation and reintroduction of Doctor Who as a series and the characters themselves, particularly the character of the Doctor. Clive, because not every episode, the episodes can't just be about the regular characters and the format. You have to have stuff that's unique to a particular adventure, and Clive is pretty much the only sort of guest character. No disrespect to Ellie Goulding and Adam McCoy as his family, who are both great, but and I'm glad live to see another day. But yeah, Clive, the lovely Doctor Who fan in his shed who dies. It's a Disguise. It just delights me, and never mind how thrilling and funny and exciting Doctor Who is. It has to be delightful. That's delightful, that line. And delivered by an actor who often doesn't go for delightful because he brings with us all that wonderful, intense energy that he has. So it's nice to see Eccleston being delightful. I think it's also good that actually we only had Eccleston for one series. Maybe that's for another thing. In a way, we needed the show to go, yeah, but this is actually, the Doctor is several, can be lots of different people. If we got too wedded to it, if we'd had him for too long, that might have made any transition impossible. So in a way, even though there is loss with that, but that's the whole thing about Doctor Who, isn't it? Is that love and loss come together at once, excitement and danger come together at once. Eccleston, there's the disappointment that he goes, also actually brings with it the facilitation of something that probably ensured its longevity, really. So some things can be good and bad at exactly the same time. That's very Doctor Who, again, the unexpected juxtaposition of extremes. Rose entering the TARDIS and everything around that. But I think that's just an example, and again, because Keith Bowick, I think, does get some stick as a director, and there are some sequences that would probably have been more successfully rendered 6 months down the line or whatever. But you know, I believe they were very much in at the deep end. But I think the way that entry to the TARDIS scene is judged is on point in terms of, you know, what we see, what we don't see, the pacing of it, the atmosphere, everything, and a lot of that is down to the director. But also it's those two actors again, and those. But the three main players, and the sort of showpiece moment, the turn of the earth speech that the Doctor gives Rose, Christopher Eccleston, Billy Piper, written by Russell T Davies. That is my fifth thing. So those are my 5 things, and so I've sort of already introduced him. The first time I did Happy Times and Places, my guest was my friend Chris Boyle. So it is only right that Chris is the first voice we hear when I get my guests to tell me their 5 favourite things about Rose.
My first favourite thing about Rose is a little bit of a cheat, because it's not about the episode itself, it's about where I saw the episode. And I do think, ironically, there's a little bit of a where were you when JFK was shot moment about where you saw Rose. Ironic, of course, because we all know where the Doctor was when JFK was shot. I was actually in London the week that Rose was on TV, which is strange, obviously, because you can tell from my voice that I'm very much a northern person. Every planet has one, apparently. But I was in a small room above a deli in Chiswick, and I watched it on one of the smallest TV screens you could possibly watch it on. I had a very early kind of like widescreen TV at home, but the screen that I saw it on was square and proper old fashioned, and it felt a little bit like I was watching it again in the 1980s in my bedroom, just like I'd watched the very last episode of Doctor Who that I'd ever seen that went out live on BBC One. Not live, you know what I mean. So that's my first kind of like favourite thing, is that I got to watch Doctor Who again, new Doctor Who, like I was watching old Doctor Who, and I really love that.
Well, I think that hits upon a really important element of this 20th anniversary is remembering things that are more than just the contents of the episode, and that has clearly been alluded to in all of the correspondence. Yeah, I'm not far from where I watched Rose, but geographically, but in terms of my place in life and my relationships with some of the people involved, seismic changes, and some of them, you know, tricky ones to negotiate emotionally. And during those tricky times, it was Doctor Who was the thing that kept me going. That is not an overstatement. And JFK, of course, Chris mentions there as well. JFK being artfully deployed is another thing I could have chosen as a favourite thing, and it reminds me that my uncle, who I've always looked up to because he was the only one in our family who had any experience of sort of television and filmmaking and the arts and all that, because he is a film editor. He's an assistant editor on The Life of Brian and The Holy Grail, which always meant he was very exciting. And he once stood in a lift with Tom Baker, which is that was the sort of thing Uncle John did. Do you know what I mean? They were the first people we knew to have pesto. He's pretty, he's from London, Uncle John. My God. And John actually sent me a message afterwards saying, well, why, when they had the Titanic and the JFK thing, why didn't they have the older doctors in that? And I was like, because that's the one way that you would alienate the new audience to say, this guy. Well, there's other. It was being a completely unnecessary distraction, and he wasn't having it. And it's weird because I respect John, and he's written stuff as well, and he's a smart guy, but I suddenly felt confident in going. The thing that I would have wanted, actually, I would have loved Patrick Troughton's face to pop out Tom Baker's, but I knew I had an eye on going, no, there has to be certain things that we do in order to make sure this show lasts, and that is not to please people like me. And for Uncle John, who's not a fan, to be saying that. And I had the confidence to go, no, he's absolutely wrong. And I think older me would have been like, oh, but John works in telly and he's... and I was just like, absolutely, no, he's totally wrong. And he was a bit sort of sceptical about it because he's from London and they're a bit like that. But I remember by mid-David Tennant, that whole household were absolutely hooked on Doctor Who, and any sort of cynicism or dismissiveness or even bad ideas were gone. So, but it was. I remember it feeling a little bit. Oh, I feel Uncle John is wrong, where I would have, I think, in the past deferred, and it made me realise that perhaps some of my ideas might be okay. But I was surprised that John, who is not a fan and is quite TV literate, would make such a bad call. But that is a bad call, and I think one of the correspondents said, didn't it? It was good that they didn't show past incarnations, and absolutely, because it would have introduced a load of baggage that we did not need at that point. Naughty Uncle John. Should have asked him for his 5 favourite things. He's a lovely man. Chris's second thing.
My second favourite thing is that when you watch Rose, it instantly feels like Doctor Who. There was, I think, a little bit of trepidation that would it be Doctor Who, or would it be something new? Would it not be the Doctor Who that I knew? Would it be the same but different enough, if that makes sense? I didn't want it exactly the same. But would it still feel like Doctor Who? And it absolutely does. Within 3 minutes of Rose, you're in a creepy corridor. Within 5 minutes of Rose, the companion and the Doctor are running up that creepy corridor away from things that are chasing them. And you know what? There's nothing more Doctor Who than that. And within the first 5 minutes, I just kind of let out a bit of a sigh and just went, yeah, this is it.
Yeah, good point. And it's true, isn't it, that it seems an odd thing to say about Doctor Who, but of course it was the first episode back, that yes, one of its great strengths is that it is Doctor Who, because there was no guarantee that it would be the Doctor Who that we thought. And of course there was lots of stuff from America, that some of it, and a lot of it very good. I was a big fan of Buffy, but I didn't want Doctor Who to be Buffy, and I certainly didn't want it to be sort of Stargate or Star Trekky. And it could easily have been, and would have been very good, but it wouldn't have quite been Doctor Who. But this was Doctor Who. That's a good point. Seems so obvious when you say it, but yeah, one of the keys to the success of the revival of Doctor Who, that it was actually Doctor Who.
My third favourite thing is the Doctor being attacked by the plastic arm in Rose's kitchen. I just love the fact that there's stuff going on at the front, and then just through that little hatch at the back, we see the Doctor, our hero, being attacked by a plastic arm. Wonderful comedy moment. Little bit of Eric Morecambe going on there for me in the background, and Christopher Eccleston, who you've, up until that point, you've known as this amazing dramatic actor, is absolutely hamming it up and looking like he's having a really good time. I think it made me laugh out loud, and I'm not ashamed of that.
I do like that scene. As I say, I do find Eccleston a little awkward when it comes to comedy, but I've sort of tried to talk my way out of that and turn it into a good thing. But I do like that scene, and I think the him holding it at his throat thing, it is so bold. I think I still did have a slight worry about it in my head, which is maybe why I didn't end up choosing it. But what I forgot to say was that, of course, the genius of that sequence is that you're going, oh yeah, and it's obviously it's the actor holding the thing and blah blah blah. It's the way that it's deployed is that when they sort of put it off and it's in the air and it stops and then starts attacking again, and you suddenly go, oh no, the actor's not holding it now, And I think that's the absolute I think that's the genius of that sequence, is that you kind of think you can see the strings, as it were. You know how that's being done, and then it suddenly becomes its own entity doing its own thing, and then suddenly, what you've been laughing at, what you've been slightly winking at, suddenly becomes plausibly dangerous, and it's the sudden stop in midair, isn't it, that makes you go, oh, hang on, and that there's little bits of moments of things like that where there's a sudden about turn in pace or style that sort of knocks you out of kilter or pulls you up short from your pulls you up from what you thought was going on and makes you reconsider. And that's of course what Doctor Who does so well.
My fourth favourite thing is Mark Benton as Clive. If you're going to reintroduce Doctor Who, why not have one of the characters as this conspiracy theory oddball who's a Doctor obsessive? And there we all are on screen. We've been waiting for God knows how long for the return of Doctor Who, and then Mark Benton shows up, and you sit there and go, oh, right, that's me. And then, of course, can there be a spoiler alert for an episode that's 20 years old? Clive doesn't make it, does he? And it reminds us that people die in Doctor Who. It might be, seen as this, inverted commas, kids show, but there are consequences, and people die. And poor old Clive, he doesn't make it. God bless him.
Yeah, well, I get a point then, because I chose Clive as well. So I get a point with Chris. I wonder who of our guests I will be most simpatico with. But of course, there's so many things that one could have chosen. But yeah, I chose Clive. Chris chose Clive. Wouldn't it be funny if the one thing, because everyone here is, of course, going to be a Doctor Who fan, if the thing people choose more than anything else, more than something the Doctor does, more than something Rose Tyler does, more than Russell T Davies has injected into it, but they all choose the Doctor Who fan. That would be very, very funny. The Doctor Who fan and the fact he gets killed. And Chris's final thing. I've got a point.
And my fifth and final favourite thing about Rose, I think, is how the exposition is dealt with throughout the episode. It's not heavy on old stuff. There's no regeneration to introduce our new Doctor. There's no mention of Gallifrey in that first episode. I think Time Lord's mentioned once, but there's no explanation. It explains some of the things. We get the TARDIS bigger on the inside, and the way that's handled is beautiful. We get what TARDIS stands for, but it doesn't feel shoehorned in. It doesn't feel like I'm sitting and watching something as it's being explained to all the brand new viewers. It's like, here's some old stuff for those of you that have come back to watch this, but yet here's the new stuff for the new viewers. We're starting afresh. There's no, here's loads of old Doctors. It's kind of mentioned, isn't it, that, the Doctor is a title passed from father to son, but there's no photos of old Doctors. It's all Christopher Eccleston's Doctor and the stuff that Clive is showing Rose. It doesn't muddy the waters with the past, and yet introduces probably just enough to whet our appetite and for things to be explained in the future. And again, I just really love that. It's a really great episode. I rewatched it again just to remind myself, and enjoyed it just as much now that I'm 10 years older than Jackie Tyler, than I did back then. So that's it. Those are my 5 favourite things. Thank you, Toby, for asking me to be part of this, and enjoy the rest of the podcast, everyone.
Oh, how lovely to hear Chris's voice. He's such a nice man, and yes, he's 10 years older than Jackie Tyler. Brilliant. I think that's right. And he was kind of saying that Uncle John was wrong there as well, and I didn't ask him to. But yes, the way that the lore is seen in... I was slightly surprised how much there was, actually, because, of course, the Nestine does say Time Lord, which I think was... Some of that was quite late in the day, wasn't it? But... I think it's what I meant when I was talking about the disguise scene. The stuff about the TARDIS being a police box comes in the middle of an argument about something else. And as I say, that's a very clever replication of how that we speak, that we do go off on tangents. But rather than everybody sitting down and having stuff explained to them, it comes out in a very natural way, which is a really good way of getting in a lot of the necessary information that you need. And obviously picking and choosing what was needed and what wasn't must have been a big part of, the plan and how to do it. And I think that stuff is seeded out really nicely. Because, of course, when Doctor Who started, we didn't need to be told much apart from, we have this ship and we're on the run or whatever. And I think they balance the amount of Doctor and the amount of Who quite well, but whilst very well. And so do I get a point for that because I talked about economy? I don't know, because he was really talking about the exposition, which is slightly different. But the exposition is deployed with economy. But the exposition is vital and must have been a bit of a given them a bit of a sore head in terms of it's hard enough to write an episode of Doctor Who, let alone one that has to explain to people who've never seen it before what it's all about, whilst still telling a story and having characters and action and all of that. An exposition, and we've seen subsequently in Doctor Who exposition be handled somewhat less deftly, shall we say, and it really makes a difference. Whatever preferences and dislikes you may have about the work of Russell T Davies, I would argue that there's nobody that is as good at getting the stuff that you need to know out there whilst doing something else. Your stuff is explained to you while they're holding back a door that is being smashed down, or this, that, or the other, or in the middle of an argument, or what have you. I think it's, he can do 2 or 3 jobs at once, all in one scene and in a very small number of lines, whilst keeping the audience engaged. It's not easy, I promise you. Thanks to Chris, the first person to do Happy Times and Places, and so returning for this landmark episode, if you can have such a thing for a podcast. But I didn't ask one person at the same time, so I'm for this I thought I'd ask because they represent. I'd just ask the first 3 because I had 3 people. Well, as you will see, I had 3 people from that first season of Doctor Who contributing. I hoped, and I got there. I thought I'd have 3 people who contributed to the first season. I mean, there's only been 1 season of Happy Times and Places. So we started with number 1. Let's go to number 2, who is my friend Tom Burgess, who does a brilliant comedy character called Peter Fleming. In fact, I worked with him last night. He was trying out some new material at my comedy club, XS Malarkey. Peter Fleming is an old BBC TV producer, and it's something that shouldn't work as stand-up comedy, and it absolutely does. It's delightful. It's beautiful. It could have been created especially for me, and yet he appeals to audiences who don't, know the ins and outs of 1960s television. He's a charming creation, and Tom also has been working on Blue Peter for many, many, many years, and is also an actor, and he was in the stage version of the Quatermass Experiment that I was a part of a couple of years ago. So he's a triple threat, is Tom Burgess. He's also a really nice bloke, and he loves Doctor Who, and I love Tom, and I'm glad that as he was the second person, Chris had done Day of the Daleks, and Tom did the Sontaran Experiment, which was Happy Times and Places number 2. So let's turn to Tom, and I think I released them in a different order when I was doing the videos, but let's not get bogged down in that. Tom Burgess, the second contributor to Happy Times and Places, is the second contributor to our Rosathon, and he is going to tell me now his 5 favourite things about Rose.
Hello, Toby, and Happy Times and Places listeners. This is Tom Burgess, the comedian and creator of Peter Fleming, the comedy character, who you should really check out if you're listening to this sort of thing. My favourite things about Rose, in no particular order, and excluding the obvious things that Toby, you have asked us not to pick, because it'd just be really samey, wouldn't it? So I love the opening montage of this episode. I think it sets up the character so quickly of Rose, but also of this whole new series. It's going to be fast, it's going to be fun, and there's that shot of the Earth at the very start that just hints at the grand scale that's on its way over the next 13 weeks. But there's also one genius moment in the middle of it when the music dips down just a little bit and Rose has a quiet moment to herself in the shop, and it hits you that among all of this fast editing and the laughter and the pacey music, she's really, really bored in this life that she's got. And it's something that I didn't pick up on, I think, at the time. It's only you go back and watch these things and find fresh riches.
Um, No comment. I couldn't have put that better myself. I love that opening montage, but I don't think I would have been so eloquent or perceptive about its strengths, and particularly that quiet moment. Which, yeah, that's a subtle moment of brilliance, isn't it? And I do. And I've grown to love that music too, as well, which does the job absolutely that it needs to do. But yes, everything Tom says about the earth and the pacing, and then that quiet moment. That is I mean, it is. You could say it is economy, Tom. So I could get a point, but I don't think I will, because you've specified that it's the economy and other virtues of that opening montage, and it is a brilliant opening montage, with the way that the digital clock homes interview, and then we get the repetition of that. Yeah, superb. A great way to start, eh? It's almost like they wanted it to prosper. Okay, number 2.
What's the next one I've got? The jokes, yes. And I'm specifically going to pick out 2 here. Rose realizing that the breast implants are going to come to life, and also Clive's wife saying she's read a website about the Doctor. She's a she. I picked those specifically because I watched this with my brother, who is a not we, probably because of me going on about Doctor Who so much during the wilderness years when I was a child. But he watched this, and I think those jokes that were a little bit more grounded than I think this show is used to made him think, oh, this is actually pretty accessible. This is fun. This is good. He didn't stick around after End of the World. Blue Skin, just not for him. He had issues with it. Don't know what that says about him. There are loads of other funny bits in this episode I can pick. Maybe it's the funniest episode of Doctor Who that have been made up to this point. I love when Rose gets into the car with the newly plasticized Mickey, and he's just smiling dead on, and it just makes her look so stupid that she can't see this obvious thing. Also, the really rapid editing of his glitching in the restaurant, and it just cutting to his just sort of gentle smile, and the man screaming in the restaurant when his head's getting pulled off. I love it.
Yes. Well, I mean, the man screaming in the restaurant. I'm glad somebody else chose that because I nearly chose it, but I think it would. It's the sort of thing I would choose in an episode which was slim pickings, maybe. But much as it is, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I think the other things that might have lost out at its expense, but would have had cause to be very cross with me should they be listening, which they won't be. But Tom very cleverly encompassed that in with the jokes. And yes, Doctor Who, there's a lot of discourse about Doctor Who at the moment that is really serious, and everybody's telling each other off about the true and proper message of Doctor Who. The true and proper message of Doctor Who is not to take things too seriously or to use humour to combat the bad things. So if you're wagging your finger at somebody or lecturing somebody, you're doing exactly what Doctor Who doesn't do or shouldn't do and doesn't do at its best. What Doctor Who does its best is it says, this is terrifying. We're not very strong, but we are armed with imagination and a sense of humour. And a sense of humour, as Joan Rivers, I think, said, is sometimes about taking all the bad things in the world and laughing at them and ridiculing them. And actually, there's a reason, dictators and despots crack down on, comedic expression or satire, all those sorts of things, because they know that it's actually a dangerous weapon against them, against their seriousness and po-facedness and evil, and in that laughter, laughter scares dangerous people, actually, and the sense of humour is an essential part to the DNA of Doctor Who, and Rose has humour in abundance, and that's right. And those jokes, I remember thinking the breast implant joke, I was going, this is the sort of joke that real people will like. I'm sure I'd have loved a joke about Latin, but and it's quite right, and I think it is the sort of stuff that's said to people who were perhaps cautious. Oh no, okay, this isn't for stuck-up pricks like Toby.
What else do I love? The music. I think this is still my favourite Murray Gold arrangement of the theme, though the current one also gives it a run for its money. I think there is something about hearing the sounds that Delia Derbyshire created back in 1963. It's just something that leaves you in no doubt that this is the same show, even if it's been brought up to date with all the extra little twiddly bits that Murray Gold adds in. Also, what I love is that this whole series, it's pre-orchestral, so I think there's a lot of MIDI files still being used. So even as it's bringing the show up to date, it crystallizes this series really clearly into its own little era. So you can look back at it as quite a retro thing almost straight away, which I also love, because what's Doctor Who without a bit of nostalgia?
Oh, retro but new through the medium of music. I love it. I don't know what MIDI files means or any of that, but I like the sound of what you said, and it is quite. I mean, as I say, I think Sylvester McCoy slightly spoilt the music for me the first time around, because he'd sort of said that was his caveat, and I remember thinking that that opening music was a bit full on, and a bit naively funky sci-fi, and yet I love it now. But maybe I love it with that nostalgic element that Tom talks about. But I am a big fan of what Murray Gold does. I think there are scores of his later that probably mean more to me. So you will find them being chosen in other episodes of Happy Times and Places. And as I say, maybe Sylvester McCoy had kind of ruined it for me, and I did slightly raise my eyebrows at but there are so many beautiful bits of music in there, and I think Tom's right that I think that version of the theme is the best iteration in the modern era. Just gets it right off the bat. I love those strings. And I love, by the way, the little oohs when we alight upon when the camera alights upon the TARDIS. I mean, I could have chosen one of those moments actually. As I think going into this, I thought I probably would, just the moment where the camera rests on the TARDIS, because I remember when that went out live, and it just. And because it's quite a big TARDIS as well, it kind of hit me like a bus that I was watching my show. Right, Tom.
Rose's entrance into the TARDIS, I think, has not been done better since. And I think it's such a good build-up of that close-up of her face. We don't see fully yet what's inside there. And then she goes back out, looks around, walks around the whole TARDIS on her own, and then runs back in, and then we finally see what's in there. And that amazing shot that comes from behind her, turns round, and then takes in the whole room. And if this is your first Doctor Who, if you know exactly what's coming, I think it works just the same, because it's really all about the character. Even if you've seen that TARDIS in that amazing trailer, or if you've seen it on the cover of the Radio Times that week, it's still just it just stops you in your tracks, I think.
So I get a point with Tom as well. We both chose Rose entering the TARDIS, so yes, Tom and I are in accord, and he pretty much summed that up. And it is, I think it is the best. The other one, the one that runs at a close second, obviously there's the one in the first episode where Barbara and Ian do, and that is brilliantly shot. That's a fantastic sequence. I do have a soft spot for Sergeant Benton taking his hat off and looking slightly wearily resigned to it. I do love that scene in the Three Doctors, and his response when it's pretty obvious in it. That is one of the great Doctor Who moments of the 70s, involving the wonderful Sergeant Benton, who's a favourite of mine. But yeah, Rose entering the TARDIS is among the finest examples of its kind. And in terms of what the job that it has to do, it has an important job to do that it pulls off absolutely perfectly. Which the Benton scene doesn't quite have that. That's just a bit fun. And Tom's final thing. So I'm going to get one with Tom, maybe two. But I'm not going to beat him either. I probably won't beat anyone, but it'll be interesting to see who I am most in accord with.
And my other favourite thing is, well, there's one moment that sums it up particularly, that there's a kind of brutality that's on show here. And I guess that is preparing you for Dalek and the finale this year. But it's not gratuitous and gory like the 80s often feel to me. It's just very direct in how, this is a tough world that we're in. Clive's shot in the face, but you don't see it. But my favourite bit of all on this point is when Christopher Eccleston just very quickly says, Wilson's dead. And I remember at the time, maybe it was in Doctor Who magazine the following month, someone complained about that line, saying it completely missed the opportunity for a bit of Tom Baker-esque black humour. Why couldn't he have said, the manager will find there's a vacancy in the morning? And I remember thinking that even when I was 13, when this episode went out, sorry everyone, and just thinking to myself, reading that letter to Doctor Who magazine, yes, you're absolutely right. If only that dialogue had been worse, the episode would have been improved. I think this episode is just brilliant. And the fact that we're celebrating it 20 years on and Doctor Who is still on the telly, I think says it all. So happy birthday, Rose, and thank you for everything. Bye-bye.
I think you'll find the manager has a vacancy. Oh, God love Doctor Who fans. Oh, Tom, you've made me laugh. I'm sure if I'd been Russell T Davies and I'd read that, I would the roof of my house would have been blown off with the guffaws. Well, I mean, Tom is alluding to the economy because Wilson's dead is economical, but also, alluding to how Doctor Who fans, probably myself included, thought the Doctor should be this sort of and I use long words and I go indubitably, blah, blah. And the fact that they decided to go all against that and yet not lose the essence of the character at all. It wouldn't have been what I'd done, and I would have been wrong, making the Doctor, but without all that those dandified trappings that bad fan writing would always give the character. Is why the show is why the show works. Really, don't listen to the fans, as a correspondent has said, as David Gillespie Pratt said. But yes, the grimness. I don't think Tom invoked a few of the things that I liked there in that final choice, but I don't think the grimness that he was speaking of was what I alighted upon. So I won't get a point for that. So I've got a point from Chris and a point from Tom. And now we go for number 3 in my 3 first people to do Happy Times and Places. And this was the first person to do a new series episode, and it was because I gave it to him. I made him. I wanted to do a new series episode. I don't know what my thinking was at the time. So Johnny, poor old Johnny Candon, didn't choose his episode for Happy Times and Places. It was imposed upon him, and he did turn left. So now I've got in contact with him again. Johnny Candon, who since, by the way, Rose, has become a prolific. He was a stand-up, a colleague. Actually, he was a stand-up who I'd never met, although he and I worked with Robin Ince a lot separately. But who used to work with my soon-to-be wife's flatmate, who moved out when I moved in with my wife. So it's a very funny way that Doctor Who reaches its tentacles round. So I could have known Johnny through stand-up. I could have known Johnny through Doctor Who. But actually, I was first really put in. Oh no, I think I'd exchanged texts with Johnny because I'd read from a Doctor Who book at Robin Ince's book club. So Johnny had asked what target I'd read. So I think we had contacted, but I think we first met when Matt spoke to us. So it just goes to show the funny way that Doctor Who connects us all. And now here's Johnny on the phone. That's who was calling. I got him to call at exactly... No, I'm covering up for the fact that I left my phone on. Johnny, here is Johnny, but he is going to sound like he's down the line because he has sent his contribution in the most difficult to download way possible, or certainly beyond my ken. So if Johnny sounds like he's in a sock that's being buffeted around hyperspace, well, when Rose was on, being able to send a voice message over the computer and put it into an audio file, such things would have seemed like science fiction. So here's over to my good mate, the comedian and now prolific EastEnders scriptwriter, and the third person to take part in Happy Times and Places, but the first to do a new series episode, he did turn left, is Johnny Candon.
Hello, Toby. Thank you so much for asking me to do this. Okay, so Rose, my first favorite thing, and it's quite a simple one, but in many ways the most important thing, is the titles, the opening titles. Doctor Who hadn't been on at that stage since, barring Paul McGann, God bless him, in 1996. And I love Paul McGann. That's not me being sort of facetious or anything. He's a great Doctor. But barring that one film, in 1996, Doctor Who proper, and don't write in, I know it's proper Doctor Who if it's Paul McGann's movie, but you know what I mean. Weekly Doctor Who hadn't been on since 1989. And to see, I guess it was just, and now on BBC One, it's time for Doctor Who. That kind of thing, as if it was part of our television landscape. It was a thing that was there. And, just to have it blare into those new titles with the music. The music was so beautiful as well. It was exciting and great and bombastic, and it just immediately grabbed you. You're going, oh, it's Doctor Who, it's Doctor Who, it's Doctor Who. And then the new opening titles with the TARDIS flipping around down the vortex and being all crazy. We'd seen the TARDIS in titles before, lovely titles, but this was sort of a statement of intent before the show had even, before we'd gotten into the episode. It was like, this is going to be absolutely bananas. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fast. It's going to be exciting. And everything about those opening titles completely sold me. I was gripped. I just am so delighted when it started. And so, yeah, opening titles. Boom, straight in, no pre-title sequence, and I love pre-title sequence, but no pre-title sequence, straight in with that screech, and away we went. So yes, that's my first one. Opening titles, beautiful.
Ah, yes. Well, I hadn't remembered, of course, that one of the first things that struck me about those titles, apart from the fact that it's straight in, is, of course, yes, you get the actors' names. Never before, obviously, the American TV movie, but that therein lies a tale, because that's how, Americans do things. They have the actors' names at the beginning. Now, one of the reasons they do that is because then every other actor, well, particularly the lower you are down the pecking order, the harder it is to see your name. Well, this was certainly the case then. Things have changed now, and credits are in a terrible state these days, where, I mean, they jump away from them on most streamers before you get to the actors' names, and it's, I mean, we've opened the door to the apocalypse, and we just keep ushering it in. But in those days, American shows, tended to have the names at the beginning more than we did, and they actually put their guest actors over the opening action of the episode, which Doctor Who has only done once in The Stolen Earth. But let's not get into that. But yeah, the Doctor and the companion, the Doctor and Rose, Christopher Eccleston and Billie Piper, get their names in the opening titles. That is a part of it. And of course, the opening titles are really important. And I'm really pleased that Doctor Who has persevered with having an opening theme and an opening title sequence, because in this day and age, there's quite often, just a caption or a placeholder or just a moment with the title. And I'm really pleased, actually, that things like Severance and The Morning Show also do, really beautiful title sequences with great music. It is part of the show. I would just forcibly remove the skip option. Sometimes there is something paternalistic about broadcasting. I think it's actually perfectly good to say, no, you will have these bits and they are good for you, and you will watch them whether you like it or not. And hopefully people then grow to appreciate them. That's the point. But anyway, I know that's a losing battle, and the credits and titles and music will actually be a separate option soon, and completely divorced from the program. And I don't think the world's a better place. In fact, I think it's demonstrably worse. Johnny's second choice.
Okay, so favourite thing about Rose, part 2, and I shouldn't really call it a thing because that's rude because of what that thing is, which is Jackie Tyler, Camille Kajuri, absolutely amazing. I think we had companions before where they slightly touched on them having a family outside of shenanigans in space, but Sarah had Aunt Lavinia, Am I saying that right? Yeah, I think it is Lavinia. Ace, that was all becoming a bit of a thing. I hate my bloody mum. Um, grow up, Ace. Mums are lovely. Um, most mums, sorry if yours isn't. But then that was about it really. So we had this world. It completes the world that has been presented to us. We've got the boyfriend Mickey, who's in he grows into himself, Mickey, over time. But at the beginning, you think I'd go into a phone box just to get away from him. But but Jackie Tyler's a lovely mom, and the kind of it's so sad as well. She plays it with such a kind of a wonderful kind of fun and a joy. You definitely go for a pint with Jackie. You might be gone for a few days. She's a menace, but you'd have a great time with her. And but the loneliness that she sort of plays too. It's her and Rose, and then this Burke in a box turns up and steals her away. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant. I mean, it's a show in itself. You could do Lonely Mum on Earth. I'm going to pitch that. But it's she sells it, and so the stakes are raised because we care about we care about Rose, but we care about Jackie caring about Rose, and it's all wrapped up in this lovely bow of their life on the Powell estate. And so Jackie Tyler, all day long, anytime she turned up, I was just joy. I would more power to her. Love Jackie.
Jackie Tyler. Jackie Tyler is a good choice, and a worthy choice. Jackie does get other episodes and will get in the great oeuvre of Happy Times and Places. She will be chosen, but and she is an important part of the makeup of this, and actually everything she gets is kind of gold, and she plays an important part and it's a tricky balance because she has to sort of represent what Rose is wanting to escape from, and Jackie does this later on as well, of course. There is that you don't want to be patronizing to the human race or to, in inverted commas, ordinary people, because that is antithetic to the spirit of Doctor Who, really, whilst also showing the excitement of the lure of the otherworldly. So Jackie has to not be patronized. Jackie has to not be awful. We have to see what Jackie represents, but, and this is the genius, we have to love Jackie for all her faults. Jackie is a bit like Donna. She's somebody that if you met, you quite often find really annoying and a bit selfish. And she is annoying and a bit selfish, but she's also gorgeous and human and kind and empathic. And if you scratch the surface, there's all sorts of beauteous characteristics underneath. It's good writing, good characterization, and beautifully for actors. It's lovely to play because Camille Kajuri gets loads of really good lines and loads of really good moments, and must have thought she'd landed on her feet to be given such a character with such potential, even though there's not much there because it's done with such economy. But it's another equally important part of the show's makeup, I think, in this period, is that although the Doctor and Rose are in the titles, the fact that you have Mickey, who does redeem himself and become a much more likeable character and is played rather better later on, and Jackie, and Pete becomes part of that. I don't think that was the plan, but Sean Dingwall comes in and absolutely earns himself a return. And actually the Doctor Who universe now is made up of more than just the people who were the leads. We have those other sort of extraneous characters who've returned, everybody from Osgood to Trinity Wells to all of these people who make up the landscape of the Whoniverse. And it's not just the stars. And of course I'm always drawn to the people who aren't the stars, because I think I don't feel like a star myself, so I'm always championing the two-scene character who might come in and steal it. I'm always delighted when they come back. One, because it's nice to see the character, but two, because I also know how nice that would be for the actor. Jackie Tyler, great choice. Jackie Tyler is a great creation, and an example of some of one of the superb things that Russell T Davies' writing brings to Doctor Who. Okay, Johnny, number 3.
Right. So the third thing I loved about Rose was the burping bin. Now,
Oh,
for those of you still listening who haven't thrown your listening thing across the room in a fit of pique, going, Doctor Who's a very serious thing. Oh, it's serious out. You should be watching things, squinting and frowning and nodding and going, oh, Doctor Who. All right? You've probably thrown your phone across the room at that, actually. But I didn't like the burping bin when it first came on, and I was a grown up and everything. I was I sort of had that little niggle in the back of my head going, ooh, silly. But, and it's not, people say, oh, it's about a dude in a phone box or a lady in a phone box. It's about a person in a phone box flying around through time and space, fighting monsters. It's inherently silly. Fine. But it doesn't mean you can do anything you want in it. It, I mean, it kind of does, but I mean, it's needs to be good drama. It needs to be exciting. It needs to respect the audience as well, and want them to take what they're being presented with seriously. So I didn't like the burping bin. I thought it's a joke too far. It's kind of winking at the audience a bit. And then I got over myself and I realised Doctor Who isn't just for me. It totally is for me because I adore it and it adores me back. But it's for everybody. Imagine being 6 and watching that happen. And it's the scariest thing ever. It's Mickey stuck to a bin. It's grabbing at him with big kind of plasticky, rubbery fronds. And it's like you can't get away. That's terrifying. You've got a bin at your back garden. What if it does that to you? And then he gets jammed into it. He gets pulled in. Lid slams shut. Burp. That's very funny. That's a 6-year-old going, oh, wait, what? What's happened to Mickey? Blah, laugh, and you carry on watching because I think it's sort of perfect in that way. People say it's, the Doctor Who, the show for people aged 8 to 80. It's not for you 7-year-olds or 81-year-olds, just that exact grouping. But it should be having burping bins. It should also be having faceless grandmas. It should also be having I am the master. It should have very scary things. It should have weeping angels. It should have families of blood. But it should also have burping bins and farting Slitheenes and everything in between. So I love the burping bin. I think it's basically saying, Rose had an awful lot of work to do. Rose had to say to Doctor Who fans, this is still your show. This is still the show we've always loved. And had to say to new fans, this is what Doctor Who is. And I had to say that to all of them, everybody from all ages. And I think it does that perfectly. It's such a rollicking banana bread episode where it's everything to everyone, and it's pulled off beautifully. So burping bins all day long. Burping bins. Trying to think of something. Weeping. No, that's done. All right. Yeah. Long live the burping bin.
Oh, so not only was Uncle John wrong, but Uncle Johnny is wrong. Ha ha ha! I'm gonna fight you, Johnny. Well, isn't that fun though? That one of the things I still the dubious about. One of my I think you'll find, or yes, but I mean, I've just been going through forums reacting to various documentaries that have just come out on Blu-ray, and you know how hard won these things are, and somebody will just glibly fly off it's a shame they didn't do that, and I know I've given them that tone of voice for several reasons, and you should hardly say, but yes, so my is still a bin, but Johnny likes it, and Johnny is no fool. And I totally take the point. Shop window dummies don't come to life. All of those things don't happen. I'm accepting a ridiculous premise. But for some reason, I accept a burping bin less than I accept shop window dummies coming to life, or murderous pepper pots, or a telephone flex that strangles you. All of the different things that Doctor Who has thrown up over the years, and yet a burping bin, I think because it's there for comic relief and only comic relief, but also I think I don't buy the logic of it in a way that I can buy the logic of other stuff, and maybe because other stuff is more to my taste, so I allow my mental gymnastics to twist them into a shape that I find traversable, in a way that my mental gymnastics are less inclined to shape a burping bin. it's all about taste, isn't it, really? And then all of the other stuff we say is justifying why our taste makes us either right or clever. I'm glad you like the burping bin, Johnny, you idiot.
Favourite thing number 4 from Rose. Time Lord. Right. So not only do I like hearing that in Rose, I like doing that frequently. You know, if I'm driving in my car and at least once a week I don't go, we play the contest again, Time Lord, when the lights go red, then I've sort of let everybody down. You know, my family, my friends, people who had any kind of hope for me, I've not served them well. So once a week, any kind of obstruction in my life, like if I've run out of milk, we play the contest again, Time Lord. You know, it just gets me through the day. So to hear that in Rose, many things, right? Firstly, you are introducing a brand new show. Shut up. It is to most people. 16 years is a long time. You're introducing a brand new show to people and saying, this is Doctor Who. It's this man in a leather jacket in a police box. The end. Bye. But you're also saying to fans, look, we know who this dude is. We know where he comes from. We know lots and lots of different things. So just to hear the Nest in Consciousness say Time Lord, it was just a little nod to the fans going, we got you. It's fine. There'll be a Dalek later. So just, you know, hold your horses. Stop dipping those quills and writing it. Not my Who, you know. So that was lovely. It was just, you know, didn't mean anything. Didn't have to, you know, to your casual viewer, has there ever been a more sort of bleh phrase? Anyway, why are you slumped in the sofa like that? I'm just quite casual. Um, you know, put a suit on. I can't. I'm a casual viewer. Anyway, but to people, you know, tuning in who never had a clue, um, that's fine. It goes over their heads. It goes unnoticed. Maybe they didn't even hear the phrase, but to me and you and everybody else, hearing the phrase "Time Lord," um, awesome. So I love that. It was essentially just a little holding of your hand, a little squeeze of your shoulder, going, "Hey, hey, hey, wipe those angry tears." It's still Doctor Who. Yeah, Time Lord.
Um, I think that's a really good point, actually, is that the Time Lord stuff is thrown in with the Time Lord and the Shadow Proclamation. And I remember at the time thinking, well, okay, obviously the bit I recognise is a bit of ancient Doctor Who history, and the rest of it is just sort of flannel. I didn't expect any of those things to necessarily be rearing their head later on. But of course, it's all lore, but some of it is echoing back and some of it is echoing forward. And that's rather clever because, of course, to the uninitiated, it all sounds the same. So again, it depends when you're coming to it from. And now, looking back, it all seems like part of a big plan. And I'm sure there was something of a plan, but, you know, that was the first time I'd heard some of those things about, I fought in the war. What war? Were we going to revisit that? I wasn't sure that we would, and I wasn't necessarily bothered if we would. Again, I thought it was just perhaps a way of illustrating that the Doctor is an old campaigner or whatever. And it's interesting what possibilities that stuff could have had and did have, and but yes, the headline news for us at the time, probably as fans, was the mention of Time Lord, because it was again just a sort of reassurance to us that, you know, the old history was definitely all still there, but not invoked to an extent that it would make any impact really on the people watching who didn't know that stuff. And I think that is an important element of it. Again, a thing that they would have had to thought really hard about how to deploy it all. And Johnny's final thing.
Right. My 5th favourite thing, and that's not in order, it's just in chronological order of the episode. 5th favourite thing about Rose from your pal, the least waffly, articulate one, I imagine. I imagine Gatiss and Davies have probably read you their shopping lists. But me, I get to the point, Toby. It's Rose running towards the TARDIS at the end, because at that point she is everybody. You know, we started watching this stupid program with its weird title sequence, and you know, all of that sort of thing. What's this about? I don't like this. This is stupid. And 45 minutes later, we have been charmed, charmed, charmed. We've fallen in love with this weirdo in his police box. Do you want to come with me? Yes, I do. Let me just check. I've unplugged the hairdryer, and I shall be right with you. It's everybody, and as we know from the viewing figures and from the phenomenon, it became, and it didn't have to. Could have died, withered on the vine. Could have been a huge, big, and that's why we didn't bring Doctor Who back, because when we did, that happened. But no, everybody loved it, fell in love with it, and that is Rose in slow motion racing towards the TARDIS at the end. She represents everyone from 8 to 80. If I catch a 7-year-old trying to enjoy Doctor Who, oh my God. But yeah, so Rose running towards the TARDIS at the end. Because in these days, am I right in thinking, did they show the end of the world straight after? Why do I think they did that? They didn't, did they? These days they would. They do things like that, don't they? They show the first 2 episodes. But I'm not even going to look it up. Don't care. I'm so casual. Such a casual viewer. But yeah, that was a kind of punch the air. Poor old air. What's it done to you? But yeah, punch the air moment when Rose went racing to it. It was the next time, getting mixed up. It was next time, because it says next time, and there's a load of old weirdos doing stuff. The Moxabal here. That's, you see. Oh God, I love Doctor Who. Yeah, so they didn't show that episode straight after. But yeah, Rose running towards the TARDIS. There you go. Concise, clear, quick, and to the point. That's me. That's me. Time Lord. Anyway, thank you, Toby, for asking me to do this. It's been loads of fun. And I went back and watched Rose again, which you all should do too, because it's a beautiful piece of work. And Doctor Who is brilliant. Mwah! Love you, Doctor Who.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. He's a good egg. And Johnny and I talk about Doctor Who all the time, even though he's over in Ireland. But we often exchange the gossip and tell each other jokes that we probably wouldn't tell other people. And Johnny's doing really well, writer for EastEnders. But he's chosen there Rose running towards the TARDIS, which is the kind of hook, isn't it, for the rest of the series. It's Russell saying, you know, you run towards this show, because even though you might not be sure, once you commit, boom, because there's so much excitement. And what is it? You know, the monsters, the Doctor's worth the monsters. You know, the excitement's worth the danger, and it's that weird duality that this show has. That it's both scary and comforting at the same time. The scares that it provides are actually, you know, trigger then the comfort that you receive. It's a really peculiar thing, much like the Daleks are, you know, the most terrifying creatures in the universe, and yet we kind of love them. It's really odd. And again, it speaks to the dissonance that Doctor Who revels in and exemplifies. So yeah, Rose running towards the TARDIS. Of course, it's the image that the episode has been building up to, and you know, again, proof that the whole stuff with the Autons wasn't really what it was about. It was about propelling that girl towards those doors and changing her life. Okay, so I needed a solid base to represent the beginning of Happy Times and Places. And then there's loads of people in the middle to what we're going to end with, which is contributions from voices not heard on this podcast before, and people, you know, closely related to this period of the show. So apposite and illustrious contributors, but everyone is illustrious here. But I needed somebody, so that I didn't have a sprawling mass of a podcast. Checks time 3.5 hours. Yikes! I needed just one person to inhabit, to play the role of everybody that came between those first contributors and these latest ones. So I asked John Deere, because John is somebody I didn't know when Rose was on, but it's become a very big and important part of my life. I talk to John most days, usually perhaps more about Quatermass than Doctor Who, but that's how we sort of got to know each other. He is the host of the Bergcast podcast, which you should check out if you want to know anything about Quatermass. But John's been responsible for some of the highlights in my life most recently, notably fulfilling a lifelong dream of playing James Fullerlove in the Quatermass Experiment. I didn't know it would be live on stage at Alexandra Palace with Mark Gatiss. Icing on the cake. and John's been very generous about including me in stuff that he's done that he could have done off his own bat. And yeah, he's just somebody I talk to a lot. And I think John, although we like a lot of the same things, I think John comes from a much more sort of intellectually rigorous and well-read sort of approach to this sort of material than I do. So whilst we might be simpatico, he might choose some of the same things that I do, but have much cleverer reasons for doing so. So if we are choosing the same things, it might make my choices look cleverer than they are. But anyway, I didn't want to suddenly have everybody, because that 60th podcast that I did for Happy Times and Places took forever to record and to put together. So is this one, as it turns out, but I didn't realise this at the time. So it's a good job. I said, right, I just want one person to represent everything since that first flurry. So I asked John. So to represent podcasts, sort of from the beginning right up to number 99. Here is John Deere, who is currently writing a book on the ghost stories for Christmas and is a broadcaster, TV historian, and a good man. I like John. So what's John got to say about his 5 favourite things about Rose?
Hello, Toby, and to all your patrons and listeners. My name is John Deere. I'm a writer on TV and film, and these are my 5 favourite things about the Doctor Who episode Rose. Number 1, just being there. It was incredible to experience that when it went out 20 years ago. God. And nothing like the full storm of 1996. And although I was there the last time the start of a series went out in September 89, this didn't feel the same at all. That was an unloved show in its death throes, although we couldn't probably appreciate it at the time. But this was the BBC, as far as we could tell, throwing everything at something at 7 o'clock on a Saturday, primetime viewing, and Doctor Who was back. And after so long as a fan in the 80s, accepting the wisdom that Doctor Who had always been better before we were born, and that we were too late for the golden age, to be there at the start of its most golden age, its platinum age, was a huge privilege. So my first favourite thing is just the wonder of being there.
Yeah, that's a brilliant choice, and it is actually, I think, probably the greatest thing about Rose is its very existence. And yes, aren't we lucky that, having missed the beginning of your actual Doctor Who, but at the beginning of your actual Doctor Who, you didn't know it was the beginning of what it was. And yes, we didn't know that this was the beginning of something that was going to be as successful as it was, but at least we had a shot at that. And at least it was the beginning of the thing that we dreamed of, which was the return of Doctor Who to our screens. Yes, as we've heard, that was absolutely jam-packed with potential for disappointment, disaster, short-livedness, it not being the programme we wanted, it being the programme we wanted, but everybody hating it or not watching it, all sorts of things. So the fact that we then had the joy of it unfolding and just seeming to get more and more successful as it went on, really made it televisually as a TV junkie a time to be alive. Even though, as I've said many times, my personal life was a bit all over the place during a lot of the periods over the past 20 years, and yet sometimes feeling like I was in the eye of the storm, because I was often in social situations I'm the Doctor Who guy, the mums in the school park and all those sorts of things. It wasn't just, oh yeah, you like that thing. It's you like that thing that is riding high, and not everybody has an opinion on. People have always had an opinion on Doctor Who, but everyone's opinion is high and of excitement and have you heard and speculative and and so the fact that it existed and the fact that it then unravelled the way that it did. I mean, I couldn't have written it. If I'd written it, if I'd fantasized that, I'd have gone, yeah, but it's never. That's no way will we be that fortunate. And I do consider myself really, really fortunate. So yeah, I agree, John.
My second favourite thing is the way we discover the Doctor via Rose. It wasn't until I watched this and how it repeats the beats of an unearthly child, did I realise what the big problem was with the TV movie when we are introduced to the Doctor early on and introduced to the interior of the TARDIS. As a matter of fact, even though if you've never seen the programme, those things aren't necessarily obvious to you as a new viewer. But here, we learn about the Doctor and we learn about the TARDIS, and we see the TARDIS for the first time, or the interior of the TARDIS for the first time through the eyes of the Doctor's companion. And that's when I started to know things would probably be all right.
Yeah, we see the TARDIS through the eyes of the earthly child. That's what they should have called the episode. An earthly child. No, people would have gone, I don't know what that means. But, yeah, I mean, that covers a couple of things that I mentioned. The partially the economy, partially the TARDIS scene. But, yes, the fact that, yes, Rose is seen through the eyes of the companion, and it's the doorway to the programme for people who might not be au fait or sympathetic to science fiction. Yeah, absolutely bang on. And I love the TV movie, but it is true that watching that and then watching this, you can see why the version that turned out to be the one that was more successful, but that some of the ideas that they had about fundamental ideas they had about presenting the show to a new audience were absolutely much better judged in Rose than in the TV movie, much as I love aspects of the TV movie.
My third favourite thing is will be having the Autons, and more widely using Spearhead from space as the basis of a jumping off point. Aliens invading a recognised Earth, London, giving it that reality, giving it the Yeti on the loo in Tootingbeck. And as a big Nigel Neal fan, it's nice to know that because Spearhead essentially ripped off Quatermass, that Nigel Neal is still influencing Doctor Who in the 21st century. He was still alive at this point, but a point I'm sure he would have appreciated. Huh.
Oh gosh, Nigel Neal. I wonder why I chose John to do this podcast. He's mentioned Nigel Neal and Quatermass, which are among my favourite things. And yes, I actually wouldn't have said. I love the fact that the Autons were chosen. I love the fact that there's an alien from old Doctor Who, but not an obvious one. I didn't then take the leap of going, and I really like it's the alien that when they're introduced to Doctor Who first are in a story that in shot for shot recreates the opening of Quatermass 2 and has a lot of links to the Quatermass serials. I didn't make that leap. I don't think of Quatermass when I think of Rose. I mean, I think of Quatermass almost quite a lot of other times, sometimes just when I see a pie. But I would just wonder, or a summer breeze. But and that's weird to think Nigel Neal was still alive because he died in October 2006. So Nigel Neal was still alive when Rose was on. I wonder if he watched it, and I wonder if he thought it was terrible. That's no reflection on Rose, but Nigel Neal thought a lot of good things were terrible. And made some amazing stuff himself, so he can do what he wants. I'll take that from John, and I love the fact that John is here to invoke Quatermass, but that wouldn't have been a connection I had made. But I do love the fact the Autons are in it, and again, it's a sort of sensible way of plundering the past, which Doctor Who has always done, plundering the past for the best bits and representing them in a way that really works for a modern audience, and there's nothing wrong with that. And we don't talk enough really about the Autons being in Doctor Who when it relaunched, because it's not really about the Autons, but the fact that it's those old monsters, and the fact that it started. Again, we sort of think of it as going, well, it did little hints about the past, but it was a new show, and it was about presenting it to there's loads of stuff from old Doctor Who. Yeah, all right, they don't mention Time Lords till later, they don't mention Gallifrey till later, and all that sort of thing, but there's loads of nods to old Doctor Who, including the fact that the very first monsters were last seen before I was born. But I kind of forget that whenever I think about Rose, even though those scenes are great and they're a plausible threat and all of that, and they're really creepy in the basement. But it's kind of it doesn't matter because that's not where we're at. But yeah, it is wonderful to have them there, and I remember being quite pleased that the Autons are back. Although of course they look different and they fit because largely the Autons, even in Terror, are on film. Seeing them in sort of shiny videotape does make them a slightly different gives them a slightly different palette. I always associate the Autons with film, you see. So seeing them on videotape, it's a bit more, it links a bit more with those straight-to-video, Auton, Keith Barnfather videos, which are great for what they are, but they were obviously, a compromise when it came to being fully blown television productions and indeed Doctor Who. So that was quite odd to kind of get used to. But yeah, I love the fact the Autons are in it, because again, it's the sort of thing that if somebody had said to me, yeah, they're bringing back Doctor Who and the first months will be the Autons, I'd go, oh, you're kidding us. They never do that. They might bring it back, but they're not going to do that. They did do that. But no, I didn't make the Quatermass leap, John. I didn't make the Quatermass leap.
My fourth favourite thing is Mark Benton. He's an absolutely lovely one-off character, and in particular, as we're introduced to his family, his wife has the line, "She's a she." She's heard about the Doctor, and she's a she. Yeah. Get used to it. There are female fans coming now. A couple of friends of mine who weren't fans laughed heartily at that. Here's to the heralding of a more inclusive and wider net of Doctor Who fans. But that was a lovely little moment and a lovely little character.
Aha! So another Doctor Who fan chooses Clive. Yeah, well, I think... And everyone loves the line about she's a she. It's funny, isn't it? So, yeah, I think we've said what we need to say about those, but isn't it fun? The Doctor Who fans choosing the things in their own image, although, of course, we all watch and go, yeah, but that's a Doctor Who fan, but obviously I'm not like that. Whereas, of course, real people, you could probably stand me next to Mark Benton and they wouldn't be able to tell us apart. Oh, dear.
And my fifth favourite thing, somewhat controversially, is the burping bin. Yes, it's crass. Yes, it's cringeworthy for all us adults, but it's hilarious for kids and ultimately Doctor Who, like, to quote the Hudsucker Proxy, for kids. I think all great writers of Doctor Who are, in their way, iconoclasts. And Russell T Davies getting to the focus of a new set of fans, a new generation, and never mind if some of the other fans don't like it. It's very silly and very funny, and it's not entirely for you. It's for the kids. It's a family show, but they're the most important. Anyway, they're my 5 favourite things, and I hope you're well. And I'm looking forward very much to hearing this programme. Thanks very much and speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Oh, another John is wrong. What is it about Wrong Johns? Dirty Wrong Johns. This is the Wrong Johns podcast. So the bin. I had never expected anyone to choose the bin. Certainly not blooming footnotes geezer, our correspondent from Eruditionville, John Deere, to choose the burping bin. But there we go. Okay. Well, maybe, because I've imposed, when I interviewed Russell and mentioned the burping bin, he was like, nope, no regrets. I was like, yeah, that's just the line that you're spinning me because, you are the Doctor Who showrunner and I am just the interviewer, and you are saying, no, I'm not going to give you any, I'm not going to show you any chinks in our armour because we made this show and that was but that deep down, no, they because they didn't do that again. No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. And that, no, it was deliberate. It was unrepentant. And if they did it now, they would do that all over again. And I can, stick that in my pipe and smoke it. And fair enough. But I'm also still in touch. And do you know what? it's probably good for me that there's something in the episode I'm still not sure about, because it wouldn't be watching Doctor Who if there wasn't something that made me just look over my shoulder and go, what are people going to make of that? They might not. It's all about what other people think as well, isn't it? It's pathetic. It's pathetic. That's what I hope in 20 years' time I'm doing. I'm watching an episode of Doctor Who and going, I don't care what anybody thinks. I like this. But then again, I don't dislike the burping bin because, I mean, they other people do play into that. But it's not. I don't think it's to my taste. But I'm no fun. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm no fun. Look, we've just got here a serious historian guy loving the burping bin. So what do I know? So there's John representing the middle section of the podcast, which has been, for 100 episodes now, 100 stories and more episodes because it's an episode per episode. But the 100 stories that make up Happy Times and Places. And we're doing Rose, and I'm recording it on the day of its broadcast, 20 years later. I mean, I started in the morning, and it's now well into the afternoon. But let's now go, because it's important to acknowledge fans and friends, and that it doesn't all have to be, people involved with the show. But I am in a fortunate position that in the past 20 years, I have met and have access to some of the people, none of whom I knew 20 years ago, but all of whom I've encountered in various ways now. I've met all of the writers, actually, for Series 1 of Doctor Who. So, as they were there, why don't we speak to some of them? You may know. This may not be a surprise. I've written a series of books with Rob Shearman, who wrote the episode Dalek, the very popular episode Dalek. And Rob I've never quite managed to pin him down to be on this podcast because he's a busy man, and he's also very bad at replying to texts because he's usually writing 7 books and juggling fish and doing all sorts of other things. He's a lovely man, Rob, and I like him very, very much. But also, I don't want to keep asking people favours because people aren't your friends if you only ever ask them for things. So when I have seen Rob, it's been to socialise and be nice to each other and have fun and catch up. But I thought, if I am going to push with some of these people I know, I'm going to push for the 100th episode and for the 20th anniversary of New Doctor Who. What's the point in knowing people from New Doctor Who if you can't? And I met Rob, first of all, there was a talk at the Science Museum in Manchester just after I'd done my Doctor Who stuff, and I did a truncated version of it there, and Paul Cornell was there and Rob Shearman was there, and I'd liked what I learnt of Rob through Doctor Who magazine interviews and through the big finishes of his that I'd listened to. He seemed to be a sort of special kind of talent, and I felt my kind of guy. And then he became very friendly with me, and at his instigation we met up in London, and at his instigation we started a series of books together called Running Through Corridors. I don't see Rob as often as I'd like now because I'm not in London anymore, and we still need to do get that third book polished off. But I'm glad that my pushing, even though he's in the midst of a big project, I've pushed, and Rob has sent me, as I record this, last night, his 5 favourite things about Rose. I love Rob Shearman, I'm sure you do too as well. He's a great advocate for the show, he's hugely insightful about what works about the show, and he's also entertaining and a great character, and one of my favourite people. So I was brave, and I pushed, and Rob sent me, and it's funny because one of them is called Waterloo Bridge, and I thought, he's given the title of the voice memo what he's chosen. That's a spoiler for me because I now know he's going to choose Waterloo Bridge, although actually thinking about it, why didn't I choose Waterloo Bridge? I love that shot with the buses in the background and that piece of music and Big Ben. That could easily also have been one of my choices, but maybe I'd subconsciously dismissed it because but then as I looked at the voices, I think he's recorded this voice memo as he was walking along Waterloo Bridge. So it's not actually his choice. I mean, it might be. He might go, I'm choosing the thing I'm walking across. But my initial thought when I received this was that this was to be his choice. So this is Rob Shearman recording a voice memo on Waterloo Bridge. Does that mean he's chosen Waterloo Bridge? What is his first favourite thing? Rob Shearman, the writer of Dalek, about Rose.
The first thing to say that I love about Rose is the title, Rose. I'm a bit of a title buff. I get very excited by titles. I'm the sort of person who recites them in order while I'm in the dentist to try and make myself feel better. And I get as excited when they announce titles as I often am by the programme itself. And Rose is a really extraordinary title. You know, everything in the previous 26 seasons has a certain Doctor Who rhythm. But this isn't called the Auton invasion or aliens in London. This is Rose. It's saying from the word go, this is a different sort of thing. And to a whole new audience who might very well have thought that this science fiction show was going to be something not for them, instead it brings it immediately down to earth by saying it's actually about a person and about a young, identifiable, frankly rather beautiful person named Rose Tyler. I think it actually strangely is responsible, just having that title, of changing the entire mindset of what it meant to be working on the first series as well. It made you think in a different way, and I think it makes us all think about the show in a different way too.
Well, I'm sorry to Jack Sharp, who is one of the correspondents with this podcast, who suggested disappointment that Rose was the title of this opening instalment. But yeah, I think I remember being slightly worried. It seemed to me that a lot of the pre-publicity, and we knew that there'd obviously been a Rose Tyler character before in Damaged Goods, so that Russell T Davies was clearly Rose Tyler was very much in his eye when I was going, but I want to watch Doctor Who. So there was, again, it's that paranoia that you have going, I don't want it to be about this woman, I want it to be about Doctor Who. But of course, it ended up being about both of them and much, much, much more. But Rose is essential. And actually, well done to the show for then surviving. And again, Billy Piper maybe did us a favour by leaving after 2 years, because the show needed to prove it could be successful without Rose Tyler, who was as vital about, and in fact lasted longer than the first incarnation of the Doctor that we saw. So, the placement of a lot of this stuff has circumstance actually played in the favour of fate, if you like. But it being, the title Rose. I'm always much more of a sucker for. I was never, wild about Logopolis and Frontios. I like the thing of the thing, but I can't imagine actually it being called anything else. It's funny. I always think of first episodes slightly set apart from everything else that surrounds them. First episodes of Doctors, and this one especially so. But yeah, Rose, good title, nicely put, Rob. He's going to be thoughtful, isn't he, and interesting. And of course, what I hadn't anticipated is, of course, he's going to give us insight into what the things that were going on that influenced the way that they behaved as writers and as team members and as creators of Doctor Who. Interesting. What's his second thing, which is also called Waterloo Bridge 2, because he was clearly on the move when he was recording this. He was running, holding hands away towards some underground bunker. So Rob Shearman's second favourite thing.
My second is the sequence where the Doctor gets attacked by an Auton arm. And it's the first moment in the whole new series, I think, where the Doctor's under threat. Yet it's played for comedy, and it's a very, very real comedy. It's the comedy of the fact that if you were to have someone suddenly attacked by something as ridiculous as a plastic arm, you just roll your eyes the same way that Rose does, assuming that he's faking it. And it's that sudden sort of real-world comedy which comes on top of the absurdism and the horror, which I think hadn't actually really been done before. You'd have very, very silly moments in Doctor Who, but people always were kind of aware that what they were seeing was extraordinary, and silly in itself. The idea that you just roll your eyes because the realistic modern-day assumption to most bits of craziness is to assume it must be students, for example, having a bit of a stunt, is, I think, very new to the show, and I really love that scene.
Well, Rob is not the first person to choose that scene, and I nearly chose it. and he's put his case brilliantly there. So that's a couple of votes for Clive. We've got a couple of votes for the strangling scene. I do like the strangling scene, but I didn't choose it, so I can like it as much as I like. I'm gonna have to lump it. Rob is now, I think his next one is the upper ground is where he is now. What's he choosing there?
My third choice is perhaps a bit obvious, but it's truly brilliant, so I make no apologies for it. It's the turn of the earth speech that the Doctor gives to Rose, and Russell's not really one much for giving speeches normally. He'd much rather do it through dialogue, and he's also the sort of writer who would usually try and puncture the pomposity of a big speech. But this is an amazing big speech. It's, I think, the single moment, possibly in Chris Eccleston's season actually, which kind of defines the alienness of this new series and the Doctor's relationship with that, it's a wonderfully empathetic speech. In all the years we've had Doctor Who before, we never really had anyone contemplate what it was actually like just to stand on a planet as the Doctor and feel it beneath his feet. It's remarkable, and it's remarkable in part because Russell doesn't puncture it. Russell just in some ways, I think, allows the episode to grow around that moment, and it's perfectly extraordinary, and it's beautifully delivered as well by Chris. So yeah, that's my number 3.
Well, I chose that too, but what shocks me hearing you say that, Rob, is that I don't think anybody up to this point has chosen that. And it was the one I thought was obvious. I thought everybody would choose this. So maybe I was right to nearly not choose it. I should have gone for the arm instead. Or the guy screaming, or anything. It doesn't matter. But it was good to hear that somebody chose it, because I think it is the fulcrum around which the rest of the episode sort of does whatever things around a fulcrum do. I'm not even sure that's the correct use of the word fulcrum. Shall we move on? What's Rob's 4th favourite thing?
My number 4 is an extraordinary scene. It's the scene where Rose is in the TARDIS console room for the first time, and we're doing all the usual stuff. She's walked around, we've had that great reaction, and she's now in there, and he's talking about how Genghis Khan can't get in, and then the Rose suddenly cries, and like the Doctor, we assume it's the overwhelmingness of the whole sci-fi thing, and as fans, we're already with that. We've been waiting for the moment when the new companion gets to see the TARDIS, something which we sort of see done for comedy so often, particularly as the series progresses. And then we're pulled up short because she's not crying at that. She's there to remind us that, as far as we know, her boyfriend is now dead, and the Doctor's forgotten, and he's moved on into doing Doctor Who mode. And as an audience, we've forgotten, because seeing inside the TARDIS, seeing what the TARDIS looks like after all these years was off the screen, is somehow more exciting than a man being dead that our companion cares about and loves. And it's shaming. It's a scene which shames the Doctor, and it shames us. And the fact that it happens also within the very same scene where we're meant to be marvelling at the inside of the TARDIS, I think is a really remarkable thing.
That's a really, really good point. And it means I sadly don't think I get the point, because although it's the TARDIS scene, what he has highlighted, I didn't really talk about. It's really hard when you're talking over the action. But that is a crucial element. And again, another example of what Russell T Davies does so well, I think, because, yes, it's is he dead? Is Mickey dead? There is actually something strangely comedic about it as well, because it pulls us up short. And as Rob said, is because we think she's reacting to the sci-fi shenanigans going on around her, because we're in that. We've actually been drawn into the programme, into that world, and we need shaking out of that and being told, yeah, but this is actually happening to real people. And Doctor Who often doesn't do that, because it's a legitimate way of doing it, either because anybody that's spent their life working in a shop that suddenly sees somebody killed, or whatever your job is. I mean, anybody that has an ordinary day on planet Earth. I haven't seen somebody killed in front of me, and I don't want to. And if I did, I would get PTSD, I'm sure. So, but we have to, when we're in science fiction, suddenly be working in a shop or be sitting in our house or whatever and see somebody killed, and 5 minutes later, particularly if it's Doctor Who, be doing jokes or mind-boggling acting or whatever. Whereas, of course, in real life, that is something that would stay with you forever and would be a cause of great disquiet. Now, again, you can't have everyone going through Doctor Who with PTSD, but you can have somebody shake us out of being taken, of taking the sort of jeopardy and terrifying things that happen with Doctor Who too much for granted and too much in their stride, and it just gives it that extra dimension of realism. And when reality clashes with fantasy, that is when Doctor Who is at its most sort of profoundly effective. So it's, and as Rob says, it's very deftly put into that scene, which is the scene about going, is it bigger on the inside than on the outside? So it doesn't just pull the Doctor up. It pulls us, the viewer, up, but it also reminds us how quickly we've accepted the show that we're watching to actually need reminding that, but there is, we have to not forget the reality of the people here. It's deceptively brilliant writing, and those changes of tone and the reality. I almost chose, actually, as my favourite thing. I didn't say the bit where Billy Piper says, we didn't order any about that's not for us or whatever, about the champagne, because those sorts of naturalistic, straightforward bits of lines, again, you expect everybody to be talking about deploying the beta darts or refracting or even talking philosophically about the fate of the universe and but actually having stuff that's actually the bit where the Doctor says leg it as well. I wasn't sure how I felt like that. I like my Doctor a little bit more erudite, but again, it kind of just goes, sometimes you might in danger say leg it, but again, for me, it's slightly more comfortable in the mouth of the companion having something that earthy, but that says more about me than it does about Doctor Who. But those little bits of absolute reality in a show that can sometimes be, quite mannered. And I've always said, just because something is big or Shakespearean or whatever doesn't mean it's not real. So sci-fi acting can still have real emotion, but actually, what modern Who does, what even modern television, what was seemed a bit fresh about the show was because it felt modern. People were talking how people were talking today and not how people talked in Doctor Who when I watched it, because that was from the old days. And so it's stylistically, but also in terms of idioms and all of that. So, what am I talking about? It doesn't matter. I can't even remember what he chose. Oh, yeah, he chose Rose bringing the Doctor up short. So I thought I was going to get a point there because he said when Rose goes into the TARDIS, but he did alight upon a different bit, so I don't think I can. I thought I was going to be with Rob. And Rob is now on the Queen's Walk for his final point. His final favourite thing.
And my final pick is the death of Mark Benton. We had this thing, anyway, where we weren't really sure what we could get away with showing in terms of death in Doctor Who. I know when I did Dalek, we were going backwards and forwards at the beginning whether we could even exterminate people. And this was obviously the first script Russell wrote, and he took great care to show that the death happens off screen, that we cut away from it. But actually, that makes it better, because what he writes instead, and Mark Benton plays beautifully, is the sort of sense of sadness. I think Russell says, and it's so sad, he says, because this is the man who knows what it means when he sees an Auton hand come away. He knows he's about to die, and he doesn't scream, he doesn't run away. It's the weary resignation, in fact, of a big Doctor Who fan being the only person who understands that he's staring death in the face. And it's really, really good, and it isn't shocking, it's just sad, and it's the first death in Doctor Who, the new series, which feels actually like it's trying to make us feel something as opposed to be shocked or to be, knocked out by the excitement of it all. So I think that's a really, really excellent scene.
Yeah, now, although I chose Clive, I did specify the death and the look on his face. So I am gonna have a point for that. So I've got 2 points out of Rob. So Rob is the one with whom I'm closest, I think, at the moment, and that's right. We've written 2 books together, and don't now add underneath, and when's the third one coming along? We'll get there, promise. But we've both been doing things. It's really nice to hear from Rob. He's such a nice man, and he's always got an interesting take on things, and he's very funny, and he's really good company, and he's very kind, and he's always brilliant with fans and fan events, and he's very enthusiastic about the show. One of my favourite people. And that was interesting insight too, wasn't it? Because I wasn't, I was definitely a thing I was disappointed by, the fact that we didn't see the death, and it's educational and instructive to hear Rob talk about how that was a minefield they were kind of feeling their way through, and it was something that they, did consider how they were going to portray. But the limitation in this case actually gives the scene its impact, and it wouldn't have been the same. It would have almost been a bit perverse to see him sort of gunned down, even though he is gunned down. To not see it, I think, ends up making it more effective, even though it did raise that question for me. Oh, does that mean we're not going to see people die? You don't need me to tell you about Rob Shearman. He's got loads of stuff out there. It's all worth getting, and if ever you get a chance to chat to him, what a joy it is. He's such an interesting mind and a nice guy. And he was my sort of, he was the first person from your actual Doctor Who to sort of take me seriously. And we spent a lot of time together in pubs chatting, and we just chat. One day we sat in Liverpool in a pub, and we just talked through the Pertwee era, marking each of the stories out of 10. I haven't done that with Rob for ages, and I do miss it. So I'm gonna nudge him and have a long old catch up, because because he's a good man and a good friend, and I haven't spoken to him properly in far too long. We've had met up at a couple of events recently, but kind of a bit ships that pass in the nighty, and I miss him in my life, and I'm very glad that he has dropped back into it to give us those insights, and I know he's working on some writing projects right now, so avail yourself of those when they're out and about. And so Rob should probably be no surprise. And Rob, as I say, was the first modern Who person, really, and through him I met Nick Briggs, and through him I met Ed Stradling, even, who it's a great friend of mine now. So I've got a lot to be grateful to Rob for, and but he was the first. He was the first of the. And I met Paul Cornell that day as well. And I'm in a fantasy cricket team with Paul, but Paul has done the Curse of Peladon for us. So if you want to hear Paul on Happy Times and Places, nip over to hear him eulogising his favourite, one of his favourites from the classic era, the Curse of Peladon. But for my people who've contributed materially to the Whoniverse for this podcast, let's go to another writer from Series 1 of Doctor Who, who's working on the show, and in fact has texted me today to say that, because I said Happy Whoniverse, we were talking about something else, and he said, I remember it well. I remember rushing home with David Tennant from rehearsals for Quatermass to watch Rose. So whenever I think my professional life has taken a turn for the better, because I've got an episode of Waterloo Road or something, I must remember there are greater heights to scale, like perhaps being in Quatermass with somebody who. I didn't know then, but I think they probably did, with the next Doctor Who, and rushing home to watch new Doctor Who, because that's what Mark Gatiss, who is our next guest, was doing when Rose was on. He was rushing home. Should we say this again? He was rushing home from rehearsing the Quatermass Experiment, which was going to be put on BBC 4. What a time to be alive, eh? With David Tennant, who'd just been cast as Doctor Who, to watch the brand new series of Doctor Who, for which Mark had written an episode that was coming up in 2 weeks' time. So there we go. Just as you think that the fact that you've got 500 retweets for something witty you put is the height of achievement, here's somebody who's achievements will dwarf anything I ever do, even though they're all largely in the same ballpark that I like to play in. But that doesn't stop him being kind and benevolent and extremely talented, and I'm very grateful to him for dropping in. It is Mark Gatiss. What are his 5 favourite things about Rose?
Mark Gatiss here. 5 reasons why I love Rose. 1, the fact it happened. I never thought the show would come back. I remember the script arriving and carrying it around in my bag like it was the Holy Grail, and then sitting in a quiet room and just slowly turning the pages. The Doctor, like Terence Stamp, maybe an old leather coat like a market trader, or something like that, I think. At the press launch, Lorraine Hegarty came on and I shouted, "God bless you."
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Well, that's a lovely insight, isn't it? So the leather jacket was there. So Russell was very consciously undandifying it. How lovely to hear from Mark, who was there and part of it, and how exciting that must have been. I don't do envy. I try not to do envy, and I'm conscious of that. Of course, having opened Doctor Who magazine today to see a friend of mine being in it, because it's a bad instinct to have. It's destructive, and it's really easy to fall prey to. When I say I don't do it, that doesn't mean it doesn't bubble in my gut, but I try to stop it rising into my head. So when I say, so when I think about being part of that, I say I'm envious in the sense that how amazing that must have been, but also I know at that point I wasn't in a position where I would be anywhere near doing that. I mean, I'm not certainly not now as a writer. Even I've only written 1 piece of television, so so in a way, one reserves proper envy for things where one would be in a position and somebody gets a job over and above you or instead of you or wins. I might envy the person who got a job I was just up for that I didn't get, for example. Again, I try not to. But I don't envy Mark in that sense, because I'm perfectly happy with where I was when I received Rose, which was a fan who'd been waiting for it to come back. And I was nowhere near anywhere in the industry where I would ever have been in a position to be close to it. So I was happy not to be in that sense. But so it's empathic empathy in the sense that I imagine being there and being in that position and how exciting and incredible it must have been. A different sort of exciting and incredible to the exciting and incredible I have. But I had exciting and incredible too, and I'm perfectly happy with that. But wow, but it must have been great. So, yeah, no, I don't do envy in the sense that what you do is you go, well, I like that person and they deserve their success, and I'm pleased for them that they got to go through that. And I love sort of vicariously experiencing it through their eyes and memories, and that's why I suppose I like interviewing people about being in something, because you you get to relive it with them and see and go through the things that they went through, and that can be, instead of provoking envy, that can provoke, as I say, a sort of empathic excitement, and that's very much the way to be. So when I say, oh wow, how great it must have been to be there, I don't then couch it with the Doctor Who fan of going, and if only it was me or whatever, because I'm cool with that, because when they announced the names of the writers, I was desperate because I'd read Nightshade, the Mark Gatiss Doctor Who novel, and it was very Quatermassy, and it was and I loved The League of Gentlemen. I absolutely adored The League of Gentlemen. That was a show I taped and watched over and over again. But I didn't know Mark. And in fact, I thought I met Mark earlier than I did, because I once had a dream where I had a great night going around Soho with him, and we were real buddies. And I occasionally remembered that, and I'd have to remind myself it was a dream. And then I saw him when I was doing my Doctor Who scarf at the BBC. I walked past him, and said The Unquiet Dead was a classic or something. And he said, oh, thank you very much. And then I saw him at Derby train station. I saw Mark at least 2 or 3 times in my life before I actually met him. And we've since discovered I've since discovered he'd heard of me years and years before, because he'd written to some actors from the Quatermass Experiment who I'd already sort of spoken to, so he'd heard my name, and in fact I'd been sent his address by Isabel Dean, who was the second build in the Quatermass Experiment. She said, "I've just had a letter from these people, Mark Gatiss and David Miller, and blah blah blah, blah, and I will be talking to them, and I've told them all about." So I knew. I mean, I sort of knew who he was then anyway. So he's always been sort of there, Mark. But and I'm still always a bit trepidatious when I text him because I feel like I'm sure he doesn't really want to be my friend or anything. So I sort of speak only when spoken to, and yet he's been so kind and generous, and I've been in things with him. But I still can't quite. It's quite nice that, though, actually, isn't it, as well? That I don't sort of go, yeah, I'm matey with these people. There is a sort of deference, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But yeah, God, to have been a fly on that wall and to have been matey with everybody back in 2005 when it was all coming together. But look, it was pretty exciting from where I was as well, and indeed everybody else. We've all heard that, haven't we? And I don't know if I'd trade that. Of course I would, but also I wouldn't.
2. Christopher Eccleston. Despite the circumstances giving his solo season a funereal air, my God, was he the Doctor. Precisely the gravitas and chops to dispel doubters and make a huge immediate impact.
Well, now you see, I'm not sure when I got the message over to Mark whether I was clear about my don't do these things, or whether, because I do go on. And actually, Mark was with somebody. It was with John, actually. And because I was being a bit shy, I said, "John, can you just mention this to Mark?" So John kind of facilitated Mark being on this, even though I've got Mark's mobile number and email myself. And yeah, so it just goes to show I'm not a confident man. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm fine with that. I sometimes maybe think I would have achieved more in life if I'd had self-confidence and pushed myself, but I don't, and I can't, and I've got to live with what I am, not what I am not. But anyway, thanks to John. I was sort of beating around the bush there going, yeah, when the message got through to Mark. No, I asked my friend John to ask Mark. And so I don't know if I'd sent John the proper message or whether John just asked and did. It doesn't matter. So Mark has chosen Christopher Eccleston. That's fine. Of course it is, because we would all have chosen Christopher Eccleston because he's excellent and he was smart and unpredictable casting. And of course he's a superb actor. And the way that Mark put that was wise and insightful too. So that's nice to hear. But I haven't chosen that, obviously, no point from me. And of course, yeah, Mark's first point was a bit like John's, wasn't it? The fact that it existed, which is actually, as I say, I think the fundamental best thing about Rose, that it happened. Well, and then that it happened in the way that it happened, and then that it happened with these 5 things in it. Ha ha. What's number 3?
3. First eps are always hard. Very clever of Russell to come in on the last act of an alien invasion, do it all through the eyes of a new companion, and describe the whole setup so skillfully and effortlessly. Rose runs inside the police box. We see her reaction, and she runs all the way around it. And only then do we see what she sees. Wonderful.
Oh, I think that's all of my things in one choice, isn't it? Because yeah, the eyes of the companion, the economy, that TARDIS scene. I think I'll get a point from that. He speaks so well, doesn't he? Yeah, I get a point. Do I get a point for that? I get a point from Mark Gatiss. Let's hear what his number 4 is.
4. Billie Piper. Who knew she would be, well, Billie Piper? On paper, it could have been like announcing Sunita was going to be in Time on the Rani. Instead, she knocked it out of the park. The perfect person to be our way into the then relaunched show. Who then became one of our finest actors.
Oh, very, very good. I mean, again, yes, the memo was not got through, but I don't care. I've got Mark Gatiss on my podcast. I'm a huge admirer of his, and I like him very much. And he's bringing class to it, and it's worth it actually for saying for invoking the image of Sunita in Time and the Rani. And again, we'd have all chosen her, wouldn't we? We'd have all chosen Billie Piper, but extraordinary because she was not on my radar at all. And when she was, she blipped incorrectly as, vacuous pop starry thing. But that says more about me and indeed the way that we consume media and dismiss people based on what we think of them. And I'm as prey to that as anybody, it seems, and that's a shame, isn't it? So learn from that. I mean, I was 20 years ago. I like to think I have grown since then. But I'm not. I'm showing that I'm prone to all the things I might criticise in others, not because I'm a hypocrite, but hopefully because I'm self-aware now. Anyway, but yes, she's magnificent. I smiled at her once in a green room, but that's as close as I've got to Billie Piper. And but she's magnificent, isn't she? And key to the success of the show. And now, one of our premier actresses. And all because of Doctor Who. And that's a thing, is that in the old days, largely the companion role was not a ticket to, career success, and actually could be the opposite. It could be a noose around the neck of your career. But it's been a real stepping stone for pretty much everybody that's gone through those doors. So well done, Doctor Who. You've that's a switcheroo that I think is to its credit as well, and to the way that it is seen by the industry, and to the sort of calibre of people. Well, no, actually, no, because the calibre of actors it had its companions in the original series was very good. But I wish some of those people had maybe had the opportunities that their successors in New Who have had. Although obviously there have been people like Louise Jameson who've continued being brilliant and having a magnificent career, but I would say in the new series it's been much more of a stepping stone, and good. Billie Piper deserves it.
Number 5, the Autons actually do smash through the shop windows. Amongst many other reasons, that's why I love Rose.
Yes, because of course you don't see them smash. So again, isn't that brilliant? And I'm sure they must have said it at the meeting that Russell T Davies probably said, well, one of the things about the last time we didn't see the windows break, so we absolutely have to see the windows break. That is exactly the sort of thing that he would do amongst. We have to make this accessible to people. We have to make this work as a piece of television. We have to bring in the family audience. We have to do that. But also we need to see the windows break because as Doctor Who fans, we didn't see them break in 1970. Thanks, Mark. Mark Gatiss is on my podcast. You see, this is what I try not to ask people for things. I'm really shy about asking people for things, and quite often sometimes people say to me, that person, can you ask for this? And I sort of go, don't ask me that. And it's not just with Doctor Who, it's with I'm friends with comedians and people off other bits and bobs, and I don't want to be a fanboy around those people. I want to be a colleague, and maybe I will never be seen as that. I don't know, because I am a bit of a fanboy. But I try and behave like a pro. Do you know what I mean? I am an actor and a comedian first, and a Doctor Who fan second, despite the fact that my CV might occasionally suggest otherwise. But I've worked with Mark. I've shared scenes with him as Professor Quatermass, and he sent me something the other day. Actually, he texted me something. He's very good, and he texted me when I was when I got the part in Coronation Street, which was really nice. I felt like a colleague then. So I'm grateful to these people. It touches me because I don't. I'm not a confident man, and I'm not overburdened with self-esteem, despite the fact that my outgoing nature in a performance arena might suggest otherwise, and I never quite feel, I've never felt part of any gang really, and that's okay. I'm a bit of a loner really. I'm here. I am sitting in my cupboard that I've now been sitting in all day, but I basically like to hope that people don't think I'm a gibbering idiot or a talentless fool. but spend most of my time thinking they probably do. So then when they contribute to something like this that really eats me up inside to ask, even to the extent that I have to ask somebody braver than I to do it. That's another reason I love John. He's not fettered by. He's not John. I know does have self-doubt and all of that, but he's not pathetic like I am. But now listen. Who could I get to be a guest on this that would be really important on this day of all days? And I know people would think, oh, well, he's interviewed Russell T Davies, so they probably talk all the time. And we do occasionally email, but I ration them. Because Russell T Davies is the sort of person I suspect who gets asked a lot of favours, and I never want to be a pain in somebody's backside. And I'm sure very successful people have to occasionally change their contact details because somebody has taken it too far. So I hope I've always judged that right, but I agonised about going, how do I celebrate happy times and places and include a fan perspective and people that I hang out with a lot or am in contact with a lot, or and I've got this podcast to the position that it is in. But how do I also mark the 20th anniversary of it? And actually, having Rob Shearman and or Mark Gatiss would have been enough. I could have just had them, but I don't make life easy, do I? So I churned up inside with the idea of asking Russell T Davies to give me his 5 favourite things about Rose. And then I wrote the email, and then I put it in my drafts, and I didn't send it. And that one said, and don't worry, we've got 3 or 4 weeks before I need to record it, so you've got plenty of time. And the one I sent said, and I'd like to have it by Wednesday, please. And that was last Thursday. So look, I kind of expected it just to be politely ignored, to be perfectly honest, because he's a busy man. And anyway, our final guest for this 100th edition of Happy Times and Places on the 20th anniversary of Doctor Who as resurrected by Russell T Davies is, well, look, if at first you don't succeed, well, I did succeed, didn't I? I interviewed him for Who's Round and he was very nice. So why was I shy? Well, because I am. And because, you don't take the mickey. But anyway, I asked, and he said yes. So what joy. Special guest, the final special guest. So allow me to present to you the 5 favourite things of the man without whom Rose would not be a thing. Russell T Davies on Rose, on Happy Times and Places. Here he is, and all I can say is hooray and marvellous.
Hello, Toby, and here is me. Here I am. Here is me. I am here for your podcast to give you my 5 favourite things about Rose. I'm going to give you a favourite actor, a favourite line, a favourite location, a favourite scene, and then a favourite thing that's better in the novelisation than it is on screen. All of which you can feast on. Feast. Right, so here we go.
Oh, now, if only I'd known that, because obviously I don't listen to this until I listen to it live, so I've only just heard that, although I will probably now put it at the beginning of the podcast somewhere. So those were clues, but I don't have those clues, so I definitely haven't chosen something for the novelisation. But I could have done. I could have chosen whatever I liked, but I'm a point down already. But hey, Russell T Davies is on my podcast, so I'm okay.
Number 1, actor. I'm going to choose Ellie Garnett. You have told me I'm not allowed to choose Chris, Billy, or the leads. But Ellie Garnett plays Clive's wife, Caroline, in this. And I love that. I think it's a lovely performance. I think it's note perfect, tricky little part. But, I mean, I doubt you would have guessed I'd choose her. But she gives me the chance to tell a good story about an actor, which I know you love and based your life on. So the thing about Ellie Garner was she came and did this and was absolutely wonderful and note perfect. And
And then many years later, Big Finish came along to do Rose Tyler, the Dimension Canon, a spin-off thing in which they brought back Clive and they brought back various alternate realities from 2005. So they wanted to cast Ellie Garnett again. She had given up acting and vanished, and they couldn't find her. And so they contacted me and said, can we recast? And I was like, well, do you know, I'd really rather you didn't, because she's so good. I think that's a real shame. And they went and looked again. They contacted wherever she'd gone to drama school, Lambda or RADA or Central or somewhere. No record of her. And again, they came back again and said, can we recast them? And it's just such a shame to do it. And I remember saying it's because I know Doctor Who fans. And I said, if anyone can find her, it's Doctor Who fans. And they will find her the day after your release is released with a new actor. And they'll walk up to her saying, look, you've been recast. How do you feel? And I said, I'm just really loath to, she might have really enjoyed making this. And it might be sad that she's been recast. Please try and find her again. And the point of it is they did find her. Somehow, I forget how, David Richardson, Big Finish, actually went and found her. And so she did appear as Caroline again in the Dimension Canon and was lovely. So I'm really pleased about that story. And thank you, Big Finish, because it's just nice. So, I mean, whatever she's doing in life, she's got a lovely and big episode of Doctor Who on her CV. And I think a lot of actors will take a lot of satisfaction from that. And we kind of paid her back by bringing her back. So that pleased me. Well done, Ellie.
Well, of course I'm a sucker from that story, he says, as a friend of his looks out from Doctor Who magazine, because she's in Doctor Who now. And that is a lovely story. I didn't know that Ellie Garnett had stopped, because she is great. And I remember thinking about some of the actors playing small parts in Russell's Doctor Who. And, there are no small parts, only small actors. There are some parts when you go up for them, you go, no, that's a small part, and oh dear, but you do it anyway because you have no choice. I have a tiny part coming up in something, but it's going to be working with one of the great comedy actors of our time. So you do it. I'm not grand. But, I'd be a liar to say I wouldn't have preferred to have been playing this part, actually, that I went up for, that is also played by an amazing actor. So again, you sort of go, yeah, but if I'm losing out to him, that's okay. If I was in a chance with getting the part that he got, wow, and they've given me this as consolation, which is what happened. That's part of it, and you don't be too grand, and you be grateful because you know that, well, I know that all my old mates at university were thrilled that I'm working with this actor that we all hugely admired when he was doing stuff when we were at university, and we all talked about and quoted and blah, blah, blah. So, it's all about perspective and being, grateful for things. But of course, the harsh reality is, she's in the first episode of Doctor Who when it comes back, which is a massive success, but acting is hard to the extent she wasn't acting anymore, and even that nobody could find her in this day and age. And I find Vord in Canada. But that's how easy it is to just slip off the radar. So I love that story, and I actually love the fact that Russell, as a writer, has that sort of empathy for actors, because it means that, like the guy in Boomtown, Alec Pedrick, who I think they talked about a little bit in the preview in Doctor Who magazine, saying, oh, he's this and he's that and the other. His part on the page is tiny, minimal. It's 6 lines or something, but he gets to do a Doctor Who, and he gets a give me back my man, and it's worth sticking on your show reel. It's worth, if you say, oh, I was in a Doctor Who, I was in that one. If you'd seen the episode, you go, oh yeah, that guy. Not like a lot of TV parts that you get where sometimes you go, even I was in something recently. I was in Waterloo Road, and it was a good part. It was a really nice part, but there's lots of bits which were $1 million to me, that actually in the finished program they've got a close up of the two regulars whose show it is, while my hard work is all in the background, and what you sort of imagine you're doing and coming across as looks very different in the program. I can still use some of that on my show reel, but not as much as perhaps I'd thought I might be able to, or certainly a couple of really good bits. So it is being an actor is hard comparatively. I know it's not living in Syria or whatever, being bombed and all these sorts of things, but that's a reminder that even having that, being part of that amazing moment is no insulation against the ups and huge downs of an actor. But it's comforting to hear a writer and a producer have empathy for those sorts of occurrences, because I think it is easy sometimes to feel that things that, you know, it's deeply, if you're an actor, it's deeply important. It's your life. It's my life. It really is. To think that people just, you know, view you as collateral. So it's nice that a big mover and shaker in television, and we should know that, because even the 3-line parts he writes are worth turning up for. That is somebody who has empathy for actors. But it's nice to be reminded of that, and it is part of why I like his worldview and I like his work. And I like that we've got an actor story, and I thought when he said I'm going to mention actor, I thought I'm going to get a point here. He's going to mention Clive, but I wish I had mentioned Ellie Garnett, because I have always liked what she does in it, and I wanted to give her a nod, and I didn't, because I got swept up in everything else. And then he comes along and he mentions her, and that is quite right. And no, I probably wouldn't have thought that you would, but the fact that you did tells me everything I need to know, and seems so right, because of course, of all the actors you could have chosen, you've chosen one who probably, well, who hasn't been on the lips of anybody else with whom I've talked about this episode, and that's why, you know, Russell's characters are so good, because nobody is unimportant, and that's kind of Doctor Who, isn't it? Actually, nobody is unimportant. You've got this lofty, godlike traveller in space and time, but who hangs around with, you know, security guards and miners and people that have a shop and all of that. And nobody is unimportant, even though looking down upon us, we are specks. When he's up close, we are important. And as people, lonely, frustrated, disappointed people, it's nice that Doctor Who makes us feel that actually we might be important. Yeah. Number 2.
Right. Number 2. Favourite line? I'm just going to choose simply Chris grabbing Billy's hand and saying, run. Because in one word, that's my whole version of the show summed up. Murray Gold always says you reach 25 or 26 minutes into my scripts, and that's when everyone starts running. And it's true. Sometimes I look at the time code in an edit and I go, oh my God, he's right again. You take 25 minutes to set everything up, and then it's like, I always think it's like pulling a string on a spinning top, battling tops, you whiz like that, and everything starts spinning. Run. Simply that. Perfectly delivered. Thank you, Chris. Beautiful.
Well, that's I think I get. Do I get it? Because that's the economy, and that's definitely what I was thinking about. It's the introduction of Doctor Who, isn't it? Hold hand, run. But I hadn't thought about, and when I think about, you know, I remember when we were re-watching a lot of Russell T Davies Doctor Who during lockdown, it was the fact that every 5, you know, we talk about the loss of cliffhangers because we don't have 4-part, 6-part adventures anymore. Actually, in the really good new series episodes, there's a cliffhanger every 5 minutes. The stakes change, the focus shifts. Something seismic happens that either piles on more jeopardy or gives them something else to fight or run away from or juggle whilst they're trying to live their lives, come up with a solution or whatever. And I think of things like Utopia, where you've got all that stuff happening, and Derek Jacobi is looking at the watch, but at the other end of the building, there's explosions happening. They're battling this, they're fighting that, and then they realise this thing and they have to run, and that's where Murray Gold's music comes in as well. And yeah, the whizzing top, that is very much the modern Doctor Who that I love, is when it's all kind of everyone's. I've written a book called Running Down Corridors. Come on, and it really is a part of Doctor. And of course, it's a part of Doctor Who from the olden days. But whereas Running Down Corridors was a bit of a cliche and something you'd slightly raise an eyebrow at with old Doctor Who, today it's part of what gives it its pace and its energy and its zest, where it's, you know, adventuring and high octane and edge of the seat, and it really is that's the stuff that all of that, yeah, running up and down and saving planets. That's Doctor Who. But the economy of that, run, boom, and he sort of, you know, repeats the trick slightly later, doesn't he, with nice to meet you, run for your life. There's going to be a lot of running in Doctor Who, and we love it.
Next one is favourite location. I'm going to choose, that's the London Eye, for bigger reasons than it sounds, actually. That was such a big decision to make in the script. And I'm literally sitting in my office now where in Manchester where I wrote this episode, and I'm in the same chair. And life has not moved much in 20 years, believe you me. And I remember sitting here for days thinking, is that going too far? Is that too silly? The bit where, the Doctor stands there and there's the London Eye behind him. But more than that, the fact that the Auton base, the Nestine base is underneath the London Eye. Because normally in a Doctor Who script, and all I ever had up to that point were normal Doctor Who scripts, normally the Doctor would have detected the Auton signal, beep, 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 let's follow this signal, and you'd have gone to like a deserted warehouse on the outskirts of London, or some old abandoned church, or something, something more Doctor Who-y. And the decision to sort of say we're going to take great big London landmarks, which they hadn't done since like 1966 in the War Machines, but they had done it in 1966. But to decide to do that was a huge move. I remember I very rarely ever talked about writing with my husband, ever. Never, in fact. But I remember with him saying, if you discover the alien bases underneath the London Eye, is that too far? Is that daft? Is it unbelievable? Is it too silly? And he said, well, sounds great to me. That sounds a laugh. And that's the point. It is a laugh. It's like, was it too funny? It sounds daft. It sounds so, it so clearly worked. We then spent the next 20 years disrupting London landmarks till we built the Unit Tower. We built one of our own. But literally, we went up and down the Thames, trashing things. The Globe, the Shard, everything. But that was such a big decision, and I think it really pays off. And it's a great joke, beautifully shot by Keith Boak, that you get the gag of the reveal of the London Eye. But the sheer existence of it, that's my favourite thing, and set the tone for Doctor Who for a long time to come.
I do think it's an important part of the success. I mean, I remember I think it was on the Jonathan Ross clip compilation that was such a big part of my life. And there's one a year later that was on the Red Button, which has got Ron Donachie being pulled up to the ceiling by the werewolf, and that was loads of clips on that as well. Some of those previews where you've got big loads of clips from the forthcoming season were as exciting as watching the episodes themselves. And that Jonathan Ross compilation I watched over and over and over again, and part of that I'm sure was the spaceship crashing into Big Ben, and again it just felt so right, even though yes, it doesn't happen with Doctor Who that much, does it? We've got the Dalek invasion of Earth, we've got the War Machines, we've got the Cybermen and St. Paul's, but the Daleks was originally going to be called the Daleks in London, wasn't it? And how different that might have been. But we get bits of abandoned London in Invasion of the Dinosaurs. But this seems like it was embracing the iconography in the way that you like I remember the trailer for the Avengers film, which was not a success, but in having things like phone boxes and stuff, you seem to be wanting the show to evoke landmarks that are in some ways so recognizable, and so they're comforting because they're there within Doctor Who, but they then lend Doctor Who a sort of a bit of a lustre by being associated with the capital and things that we all have in our mind's eye, and images that bond us all as a nation or a culture or whatever, and then crash a spaceship into them, or have them as have it as the place where the monster is underneath. I didn't actually ever consider that was daft. So it's interesting Russell being so close to it would worry about that. But it seemed to me it was there for the lovely gag about the wheel, the wheel. But I never questioned the logic of it. But maybe because I was in it, And it comes so quickly after that sequence where they run across Westminster Bridge, where I think you're just totally on board now, and you go, we're here. Or is it? I'm just trying to remember now. Is it before or is it after? Anyway, it's around that point. I've literally just watched it. My brain is addled. I'm now on nearly 5. It's now been a slightly longer podcast than I'd anticipated. I thought I'll get this done before lunch. But there's so much to talk about. But yes, the landmark is important, and it is something with which I associate New Who, and I think it's another one of those brilliant decisions. Particularly as it's filmed in Wales, so they have to go. Let's just get these moments where we remind people that this is, this is taking place sort of front and center, and that's not to demean Wales, but what I mean is that the iconography of London is something that I think we all we all have as a reference point, and it just seems like it's being played out on a big canvas, if it's there in front of all those things that we recognise, as, and I think this is important, as being sort of quintessentially British, because that is a key part of whatever it is that makes up Doctor Who. Yeah, good choice. I didn't choose it though.
Now, my favourite scene, and it's funny this, because it's not a favourite scene, but in a way it's the most important scene. It's after Hendrix has blown up, we go home with Rose. We find Rose in her flat with her mum, with Camille being absolutely hilarious on the phone. Camille doing stand-up on the phone, practically. In comes Mickey, worried about her. The news is reporting what's happened. The point is that there'd never been a scene like that before in Doctor Who, not really like that. And that is where I think Doctor Who meshed with the television of 2005. I think maybe that's when the audience went, oh, I get this. This is normal people going through extraordinary events. Scenes like that have existed in every cop drama. It's very funny. It's very cold feet. It's very me. It's also one of those moments where I think I'm taking over the format. I'm writing it thinking this is how I would write this. And that takes a lot of doing with a very strong format. And it's funny, and Mickey actually wants to see the football, doesn't care much, and Jackie's making money out of it. There's a lot of gags thrown into it, and a plot device with the Auton arm. So, yes, very, very proud of that scene, because it actually is, it's not a scene you'd pick as changing the whole format of Doctor Who, but it does. In just tiny little moments, it does. Lovely.
That's a very good point, and it's true, isn't it, that Doctor Who hasn't often done domesticity, and we think of how few couples there were, say, in classic Doctor Who, so much so that Greg and Petra in Inferno are the sort of pinnacles of successful romantic relationships, but. And even if we do have people who are sort of husband and wife, they're only husband and wife because that means we've got two characters who are together in the same place or anything. We often, we don't do domesticity all that much, and it's been obviously very effective when it has invaded a domestic setting, like Mr. Oak and Mr. Quill coming into Maggie Harris's bedroom in Fury from the Deep, and all of that. They're her Yeti on the loo in Tooting Bec, as it were, the gaseous Laurel and Hardy in your boudoir in Margate. But again, it's the economy of what Russell has is having that domestic setting with each person having their little line or their little drive that is counter to the other person, so everyone's robbing up and going in their slightly different directions, really economically put together, but in a setting that is recognisable. Talking to Steve O'Brien about Heat magazine being part of what Doctor Who was being mentioned in and evoking, and part of it was part of the conversation beyond in the places that everybody was. So it wasn't this thing you had to look for, or this thing that was just sort of there that you had. It was actually part of the fabric of what was going on in 2005, and obviously some of that was really deliberate. Some of that happened, I'm sure, by some form of osmosis, but it does give New Doctor Who and the launch of New Doctor Who an identity that is, slightly refreshing from what we'd been used to. Even though Survival is set in pretty much a similar sort of place, it didn't feel as though it was part of the culture in the same way. And I think Doctor Who 2005 feels very much part of the culture of 2005. And maybe we've imposed some of that upon it because we know it became emblematic of and influential of the culture. But nonetheless, it does feel that way. And I did feel it at the time that this was it was invading a space that we knew, but it was also really, really welcome there.
And then finally, the one thing, the favourite moment that was better in the novel than on screen. There's a few things in the novel that aren't on screen. Some big stuff, like the Doctor and Rose at the end travel in orbit around the Earth and look down at the Earth. But that's not something I wish was in the television version. It's just nice to do, but I didn't miss it on screen. It's simply in the flat once the Doctor has wrestled with the Auton arm in daytime, and then Rose becomes part of the fight, and they fall into the coffee table, and it goes smash, and it smashes the table. And in the novel, Jackie walks back into the room, sees her daughter rolling about on the floor with a sexy man in a leather jacket, and she says, "Rose Tyler, you tot." I can't believe I didn't put that in. I can't believe I didn't think of that moment when I was writing the script. That is pure Jackie, and I wish I had. Thank you, Toby. Thank you for the opportunity to do this. You were a great and positive force in the Doctor Who fandom, and that's a rare and brilliant thing. Thank you, darling. Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Russell. And aren't I blessed that, the person who brought back Doctor Who and has been so key to it and is now, back in charge. When I first met Russell, Doctor Who was in his past, but he kindly agreed to do my Who's Round interview. We'd never met, and gave me a lot of his time and a brilliant interview that I'm very proud of. And I shouldn't be. I didn't really do anything. It's just his generosity and the fact that he's prepared to engage. And we bump into each other now and again because we live in Manchester. I did walk past him on the way to Forbidden Planet once, but I didn't think I looked like an actor, so I didn't say anything. This was before Doctor Who had come back, because I thought, well, if you might not think I'm an actor, the things you think. Anyway, how nice, and he's been very kind over the years, and occasionally we'll send an email. Well, if I do a thing, he'll sometimes drop me a line out of nowhere and say something nice, and has been because. And why? I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? Because I'm just a bloke, aren't I? But anyway, whatever. It's flattering and it's very nice, and I'm thrilled that he has contributed that insight, which I hope has rounded off a celebration. I hope has taken those of you that were there 20 years ago back to there, and what an exciting and brilliant and heady, and I have to say I'm feeling it again, that absolute excitement and anticipation. And as I'm recording this, it's getting pretty much to broadcast time. I'd expected to have this edited and ready to go at lunchtime, so best laid plans and all of that. And those of you that weren't there, hopefully an insight into what it was like being there, and what it meant to see this thing when it went out, because I'm very well aware some people I'm allowed in the same room as were not capable of digesting this as it was intended when it was first on. That in itself is terrifying. But and I'm doing a podcast related to this Indefinable Magic about my sort of personal experiences of it coming back, with a few jokes and whimsical observations. But Rose is a fantastic piece of television. It was such a thrill to be there. And, Doctor Who is still on. Isn't that amazing? Now, I know there's all sorts of rumours abroad. I do not know what is happening with the future of Doctor Who. I certainly don't enjoy some of the tenor of the discourse about it. And maybe that's why, Russell has been kind enough to do this, because I try not to engage in all of that, because I'm not. I find it very easy to fall prey to being angry and to being recriminatory and to seeing life through a lens of disappointment. I've sort of tried to psychoanalyze this in the past. My life was shaped by the fact that my dad left when I was 4, and I always had this hole, and I talk about that in my show, Moths Ate My Doctor Who Scarf, where Doctor Who became probably a replacement for that. It was I disappeared down a different, one hole was left, and then there was another one which was made by a rabbit and full of facts about Doctor Who, and I disappeared down that one, and it has given me great solace and enjoyment. And I've spent plenty of time getting angry with Doctor Who, because it's not done this and not done that what I wanted. And there are eras now that that I've not enjoyed. But I have to always remind myself I've hated nothing more than the first broadcast of the Happiness Patrol, which I was furious with when it was broadcast, and now I absolutely love it, and it's one of my favourite things. And I watched it at the BFI recently, and people were talking about its political message, and the widow of the writer was there saying how much it had meant to her that Doctor Who fans had embraced it now, and Dame Sheila Hancock was there eulogising it, and it was being given serious consideration, and everybody was having a whale of a time watching it. And it just goes to show that we go back to this stuff because it means different things at different times. Sometimes personally because of the times in our lives that we and what it reflects and the solace it gives us at difficult times, or the aid memoir it is for good times because we know that when that happened, that episode was on or whatever. But also that it's there to take our minds off terrible things, and the world today is in a tricky place. International politics. People's access to basic needs, the way that we treat the most vulnerable in society, actually just the way sometimes people are on the bus or on the tram or the litter in the, sometimes everyday things can be an absolute tragedy. So anything that puts a smile on our face and distracts us from getting sucked into being disappointed with this or angry with that, and I'm not singling myself out for special attention, despite the sort of cloying positivity I try to put out there. I'm not somebody to whom happiness comes particularly easy. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But Doctor Who has given me more joy than anything else. So I try, and Rob Shearman deserves some credit for this, because when we were running through corridors, he said, let's concentrate just on the stuff that we like. And it's so tempting. And I know sometimes at the end of a long bad day, or if something awful's happened, there's nothing better and nothing to be lost by getting furious about the thing that's supposed to be your favourite program. But I think if you look at the toxicity of discourse about anything, because of the way that social media is shaping our lives and the way that we interact via the keyboard rather than by seeing people's facial expressions, and so I think we are less empathic in many ways. I think it is important that whatever bad things happen, to try to be positive. And if not feeling positive, to try and at least put some positivity out there, so that if you're not making anybody else out there feel less positive. If I can't make myself happy, at least I can not make other people sad. I think that's what I aim for. And I think what Doctor Who sort of shows us is to be prepared to that's where all the things that we've talked about here. Being open to things that are strange and that are different, and to laugh at danger, not to be angry with it, to laugh at it, or to at least approach it with a sense of zest and adventure, because if you are positive and imaginative and celebratory, I think you inspire, and you I don't mean inspire as going, you made me want to be a thing, but sometimes just G people up or G up the atmosphere around you. And Doctor Who, is exciting. Doctor Who is fun. And Doctor Who is also a landmark in so many of our lives. So when I think about the past 20 years and Rose, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this were it not for Rose, because I was a working comic and I was doing okay. I was running, emceeing a very successful comedy club that is still very successful. But I chose to start talking about Doctor Who because I thought people might now listen. And I got in my timing. Oh, I'm so lucky I did it when I did. And it's led to all of this stuff. And it's tricky because, I'm an actor, I'm a comedian. Do I want to be known as a Doctor Who fan? No, I don't. The same way that if you said to a chef, and they said, can I cook at the Savoy? And they go, well, you can write an article about the Savoy. You can present a documentary about the Savoy. Yeah, but I'm a chef. Can I cook at the Savoy? You could be the go-to person we talk to about the Savoy. And then when you open Savoy magazine, there's a really close friend of yours in the Savoy. But maybe that's the point, because that's what Doctor Who is also about, and not just about the fact that Doctor Who is something that is about the imagination and the world and it all being brilliant. It's also, terrifying and scary and disappointing and full of fear. In the same way that Doctor Who, even your favourite episode, has a burping bin in it, or has a giant rat in it, or has a Scarrison in it, or whatever. And there's always something, and that's maybe why Doctor Who fans are always, oh yeah, but what about that bit? Or, oh, I wish they'd done that. Or, oh, why did they do that? So maybe that's the point. But doing this podcast gives me great joy. And if you'd said to my 10-year-old self I'm doing all the stuff that I'm doing now, I would be astonished. If you'd said to me 20 years ago, you would be doing a podcast, I'd go, what's one of those? And they'd go, right, sit down, we need to explain to you what the next 20 years are going to be like. But you would be doing a broadcast that involved Russell T Davies and Rob Shearman and Mark Gatiss, who were all writing episodes of this season of Doctor Who. I wouldn't have believed you. But just as important of that is all the other people who featured as well, because Doctor Who has not only given me happy times and places, but it's also given me joyful friends and colleagues as well. It is my life, and I love it, and it's nice to be able to share that with you. So I hope the past, God knows how many hours, have been some sort of a cheerful distraction. Thanks to everybody that took part in the podcast. I'm really grateful to them, and I'm grateful to you for listening. Happy times and places, and whatever happens with Doctor Who, in 20 years' time, we will still be talking about it, picking over it, looking forward to what's next. So let's carry on with that trip of a lifetime. Thanks very much for listening to Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Haydock, and I'm extremely grateful to my special guests this time around. And they were, buckle yourselves in, Russell T Davies, Mark Gatiss, Rob Shearman, John Deere,
Johnny Camden, Chris Boyle, and Tom Burgess.
Oh, I am so grateful to them and to the supporters who've made these podcasts possible over the years, and they include Ruben Herfindahl, Stephen Moffat, Peter Burns, James Curray-Smith, Peter Harness, Ronald Hayden, Rob Leonard, Christopher Meredith, Gavin McLean, Richard Straw, Neil Tate, Nick Tedston, and more, who will be mentioned on other episodes of this show. The music for this podcast is by Dave Gates, and the artwork by Dylan Patterson. If you would like to become a patron, you can do so by signing up at patreon.com/Toby Haydock, where you get advance releases, bonus material, behind the scenes clips from the various Blu-ray and DVD things that I get up to, and all sorts of other shenanigans. It starts for as little as £3 a month, and everything is available at that lowest tier, but other tiers are available. But it's at patreon.com/Toby Haydock. It's a lovely community as well, and you get most releases of my podcasts somewhat in advance. You can also support my endeavours at kofi.com/Toby Haydock if there's been a particular episode that you've liked, or I sound particularly hungry and you don't want to do the monthly commitment thing, which is totally understandable. And you can support these without doing anything financial at all by just liking, subscribing, giving the thumbs up and the 5 stars and a few lines of review wherever you consume your podcasts and broadcasts. I'm on YouTube too. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. I'm a social media whore, basically. So please do come and find and support my endeavours, because I'm a freelancer scrapping about, chucking stuff out there that I hope that you like. But thanks for listening to this one. It's meant a lot, and doing Rose 20 years later, who'd have thunk it? So there's going to be no post credits musings, because this has already gone on long enough. But I feel like I've just run a marathon. But I knew I had you by my side, and I'm grateful. I do enjoy this, and I love hearing from everybody out there. I think I would like to add to this full-length cut of this landmark episode, if such a humble thing as an individual's Doctor Who, obscure Doctor Who podcast can have a landmark event. But I certainly wouldn't have got to episode 100 without all the kind people who have been patrons, which is a way that has enabled me to do this sort of thing and pay the rent, and it seems it's the new way of doing things, and I'm very grateful and humbled that I've managed to do it. But also the people who've contributed, friends, colleagues, professionals, and to lend this another voice other than my own, which I think is important, but also the credibility, experience, and great assets that each person that I've asked to contribute have provided. And over the years since this started, which seems incredible because it doesn't feel like I started it that long ago, a number of patrons and contributors, and there's some crossover, have passed away. So I'd like to remember Anthony Fletcher Goldspink, aka Anthony Townsend, who did Time and the Rani, and who was such a bundle of positivity and very, very kind and sweet, and someone I always look forward to seeing. Siobhan Galichon, who was both patron and contributor, who died very suddenly and unexpectedly, and I think leaves a huge gap in Doctor Who fandom. And Ian K. McLachlan, fan of old, again, also a patron as well as a contributor. He did all 12 episodes of the Daleks Master Plan, and so well, and it was so good that I asked him to come back, and he was going to do the Savages. But unfortunately, time caught up with him, and he was unable so to do. And I know he would have absolutely loved to have seen the animated version. And he was a fan right from the beginning, Ian, and one of the first fan names I heard about. And he had letters from William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, goodness me. And then there's Matt Dale, who I never met, who was one of those kind people whose names I saw, and I knew who he was, and he's done all sorts of brilliant things, but one of those many people who was just a name that I knew, chucked me a few quid every month and listened to my podcasts, and there's been enough of those people that have enabled me to carry on. And Matt was a well-respected name in fandom and produced a lot of his own stuff as well. All these people went far too young, and I would just like to acknowledge them and to say thank you. And to the rest of you who I can say thank you to without it being too late. And I think, we mark these occasions and these people in order to sometimes remember that. So, Anthony, Ian, Siobhan, Matt, thanks very much.